Hello! Welcome, Normal America Show, host robnoerr. You may notice that I have some water on me. I was playing with my son, little squirt gun battle business, and I was made aware that uh, Candace Owens was mentioning me and the team. And the first thing I have to say is, can I get mentioned or what? I am one of the most mentioned people, favorably, unfavorably. Man, am I getting mentioned a lot. Apologize, the voice is going. I did stream like 15 hours yesterday, uh, but I have a show coming up here at 8. The more I think about it, I'll probably just run this in to that show. So that'll be with Ryan Mullally. It does look like drool. I'm a big fat guy. Maybe I drooled my shirt. Uh, but I figured I would come and respond a little bit. Uh, I could have waited until later, but I thought, well, if my show's starting at 8 with Ryan, I should probably respond before then because that show will probably go till midnight or so. Anyways, here I am. I am not a syndicated radio host. Also, the new Crucible tune came out that I feature heavily in. We'll talk about that later, though. So, oh, she's premiering. She's not truly live. Oh, okay. I don't know about that. Um, but I took off the tono bar because I figure that this may get clipped, which makes my slovenly shirt that I was having a squirt gun battle with my son look more ridiculous. It wasn't really a squirt gun battle. We were throwing cups of water at each other. He got me pretty good, chin area. Anyways, figured I would talk about that. So let's do it. So I've given my side of the story just in very vague terms. It's not really my story to tell. It's more Candace's and Andrew's story to tell. I was the lead fact checker on Andrew's team. So I guess I was involved in some of this. So it's, I guess, worth giving my side of the story since I've been specifically mentioned. A rehash of what I said before. I basically said the negotiation was very difficult. Particular, the big hangups were the point of how to send the money and the point of what the topic would be. Some of that was being negotiated on X. So you could see some of the disagreements that Andrew and Candace were having, but a lot of it was going on behind the scenes. It was very lengthy negotiations. That's basically the gist of what I said about it, that Candace didn't really want to defend her claims. So we had some problems setting up a prompt. And I also said that it's difficult enough when you have high profile people to set up a debate topic, let alone when you're setting up an exchange of a large sum of money like $300,000. That makes it sort of a contract, right? Why was I in Candace's kids' room? We'll get to that. I'll discuss why I was in Candace's kids' room. We'll talk about that. So I had discussed that. I said once I was there were some things that like I just chalked up as a misunderstanding. Like, for example, they said that we couldn't live stream, so we got their stream key. I don't know. I wasn't involved in much of that conversation. Um, we thought the fact checking meant that people would have a tablet or an earpiece in front of them. That wasn't the case. But I thought Candace's team was very professional. They helped me set up sort of being able to send evidence that I wanted. Cope stream. No, Candace is doing her cope stream, and I was brought up, so I'm referencing it. But thanks, man. I appreciate it. Anyways, I don't feel that tired. My voice is a little sore, but I feel good. So, that's basically what I said about it. And I said, her team was pretty kind. I tried to clear up some misconceptions, what was going on with the fact check. I thought Patrick Bet-David was made some mistakes in moderation in my estimation. He screwed up what the actual topic was. It was supposed to be both sides had the burden of defending their theory was overwhelming. He screwed that up. I thought there were a couple times where he oddly was asking Candace about things like double dates and whatever. But ultimately, I don't think that the moderation was so egregious that it was, worth mentioning much. That's my opinion. So If you thought Andrew lost, I'm telling you that I don't think Andrew lost. I think it was quite clear that Andrew won, though he could have done better. But in my estimation, if you think Andrew lost, I don't think blaming the moderation or the team or any of that shit is sufficient. I don't think that's sufficient as an excuse. That's just my take that I gave. So, um, Candace is doing a stream now, or did, I don't know if it's still going on, and was basically discussing the rudeness of the team. So I wanted to start with that, and then play a clip from her talking about some specifics. So basically, I didn't see her entire stream, but she's discussing the contract negotiation, I assume, and the conversation she was having, and discussing how team rude Andrew's team was. Now, it was not me, it was the point person for the contract negotiation. Nonetheless, I was privy to it. I saw what was being written. Uh, uh, so I'll just call it like it is. She was sort of, I'm trying to keep my language very polite here. She was obscenely condescending from the get go. This is evident if you have questions about this, and I'm sure eventually probably the emails will be released. You could judge for yourself. But even in the public messages where she's like, okay, 500,000, and Turning Point has to claim you as their boy. Like, it was very, that was her tone the whole time. So, for example, one thing that was being negotiated out, and again, it's not my story to tell that much. I wasn't the person on these negotiations, I was just privy to them. But I think that most people would understand that you would have a reasonable fear of sending someone $300,000 before the event takes place. And the reason is any number of things could happen. There could be a medical issue that comes about, travel issues that come about. There could be some sort of acrimonious conversation where someone says, never mind. And then in order to get your money back, you may have to litigate, and that could take years. So it's, from Candace's perspective, I could see being like, no, I want money up front, or else I don't believe the money exists. From Andrew's perspective, it's like, but I don't want to give money and think that you might back out, and then it'll be hard to litigate to get money back, etc. So I think that I don't know how much I should say, but basically the agreement, as far as I saw, was the hang up was to put the money in escrow to some degree. Place the money in a place where everybody has proof that the money's there, but that money's not accessible by Candace's team until the event occurs. That seemed like a reasonable compromise, right? I didn't think that was I think that satisfies both sides. Candace could see, yes, the money exists. I'm not being BS'd. Andrew could see, yeah, she doesn't get access to the money until the event occurs. That seems fair, in my estimation. And her response to that was like, I'm not entering into a real estate deal with you. No, we're not doing that. And like more choice words than that, but just very, very fucking condescending. Like, super rude. And so I'm not going to lie, probably a lot of the tone of the responses back were reciprocating that sort of rudeness. For example, at one point, when Joe Rogan offered to do it, they sent over an offer, was like, look, we should do it on Rogan. This gives you a chance. You've lamented like the mainstream ignoring a lot of your evidence or misrepresenting your views. This gives you a chance to sort of have your views on a huge neutral platform where a bunch of people will be able to hear what you're saying for the first time. And her response was like, just because you're a Joe Rogan fanboy. And so it was this real, that's fine. I don't even give a shit. Like, for me, it's not even worth mentioning. It's like, all right, you were sort of like an arrogant asshole in these emails. Oh, well. But if she's going to make a video like, I've never dealt with a team so rude, I mean, I'll just be as polite as possible, say, she was given as good as she got, you know? And I think you could judge from the conversations that they were having online that she was certainly wasn't like, oh, thank you for the offer so much. Please, let's set this up. That's not what was going on. That's not it. She was talking arrogantly and trying to belittle. So, whatever. Why did I mention it? Because Candace Owens did. Just talked about it. Just talked about she's never seen such a rude team. Why did she bring it up? Once more, to respond to her is, why are you responding? Some other things. She has problems with her home being violated because people were disrespecting her home. First off, I understand being pregnant, not wanting to travel. Fair enough. But we could have done it at a neutral location in the city that she's in, like at a hotel or a convention center or something like that. I mean, after all, she did get $300,000 for the debate. So I don't see what the issue would have been. And I'll be straight up with you. I'm just going to call it like it is. I was very skeptical individually going into her home because I know how conspiratorial her and a lot of her audience is. So who knows what could be claimed that I did. I tried to be nothing but professional, was very polite to everyone there. I know she said that I was professional in face, but I challenge anyone on our team to stay with a straight face that I wasn't professional. I sent their team an email afterwards and thanked them for their courtesy and being accommodating. But I was very skittish about the whole thing because what do I do if all of a sudden she puts out a video and is like, this guy was disrespecting my home. He was, rifling through my magazines or my notes or so. What's my recourse going to be? No, I wasn't. And who's people going to believe? Me with a small channel or her with millions of subscribers? Who are people going to believe? And so there were a lot of her fans that were online saying, Candace, you should cancel this. Who knows what her team's going to do? They're going to put electronics to survey you into your home. One person said we'd put weird fluids in our home. And it's like, we're not the ones who insisted upon going to her home. She's the one insisted that it must be in her home. That was her. It must be in her home. It must be Friday. The money must be there by Wednesday. Those were her demands. It wasn't anybody on our team's demands. And so for all of her fans that were like, I wouldn't trust these people in a home, great, let's do it at a neutral site. She didn't want that. So, I don't know what to say. Now, the big criticism is, again, I was hanging out with my family. I knew I had a stream later tonight. So I wasn't really watching anything, but I had a couple people send me a few clips. So I've gotten one of those clips. I believe part of the criticism who the team was. So the team was Andrew, obviously, and then the producer, Mr. E, myself as a fact checker, the gentleman who'll be joining me here at 8 p.m., Ryan Mullally, and then Gerald Morgan from Louder with Crowder. Apparently, she doesn't like Gerald. Am I correct about this? Or is it just that she doesn't like Crowder, and so she didn't want someone from Crowder's team being there? All I can say is I didn't see Gerald do anything untoward or anything of that. I didn't recall that. It seemed like the teams were even Andrew and Candace, while they were there, didn't seem to be at each other's throats. It was, pretty standard affair stuff. I'm not saying people were clinking beers and like celebrating together or anything, but it, wasn't too crazy. So apparently the criticism specifically of me, I guess, and the one thing I was part of, is the idea that Gerald filmed this video. And I actually was part of one of these videos. So I'll play the clip and then I'll explain. Let me I not get rid of this? Here we go. Okay.
And it was actually in complete violation to what we agreed to, because one thing the contract did stipulate was no filming outside of this studio. Anyway, I kept it professional. We were kind to everyone because, if nothing else, it did give me the confidence to know that Andrew was surrounding himself and taking advice from very unserious people who like to play pranks, essentially. And I think that we saw the fruits of that during the debate immediately, that was their plan, to sort of play tricks to win. And I do want to say, just to be super fair here, the team, particularly he had in the control room, Rob, he was very kind, very professional. Even Gerald, he was kind and professional to my face, but just what you're doing, the exercise of what you're doing here, is just a level of disrespect that I don't think I've ever dealt with. And if it wasn't for me knowingly moving out of this house in a couple of weeks or so, I probably would not want these kinds of people to know where I live, because you just...
Well, I mean, the first thing I'll say to that is that was easily remedied by just having us go 5 minutes away to a convention center or something. So we didn't need to know where you live. I have zero interest in knowing where you live. I don't care. I could say for my part, I really despise Candace Owens' entire spiel when it comes to the Charlie Kirk murder. I do. I think it's horrific what she's doing, particular to people that were Charlie's friends and to Charlie's widow. I really do. And yet, I wish no personal harm to her. I think that people that know my reputation would see that I have usually kept this. I can't think of a time with all of the people that I've had serious disagreements with, particularly those on the left. I've always sort of tried to keep it to the realm of the argument. So much so that many people in this space that are friends of mine or fans of mine think that I'm too nice when it comes to a lot of this. So I didn't particularly want to go to your home. I don't think anyone on our team particularly wanted to go to your home. To the idea of just Gerald being there offended her, I don't know the history. I know that her and Crowder don't really like each other. I've met Gerald a couple times. He's nice as could be. The guy doesn't swear. Like, he seems like a very nice, kind man, is what he seems like to me. So I don't know if there's some sort of personal history between the two, or if she's just upset because he's aligned with Steven Crowder and he was there, and she thought it was some sort of gotcha. I thought it would have been funny to take Nick Fuentes, personally, get in the horn with Nick and say he wouldn't come as one of our fact checkers. That would have probably been a little harsher, but ultimately, it never even crossed my mind heading in there that there was some previous relationship with Gerald and Candace, like as far as them disputing her. It didn't even cross my mind. I was just like, Gerald's a great guy. As Andrew said in his stream last night, Gerald helped us out with getting a driver and security. That was it. He's a cool guy. I thought he was there to kind of just help us out if we needed it and be like someone that could just say, hey, this is what happened. And so he could talk on Crowder's channel about it. That's it. That's all I thought it was. So I can't speak to her being pissed off that he came. She didn't, as far as I know, there was nothing in the contract that certain people couldn't come. I don't think she didn't ask us ahead of time, to my knowledge, either, who all is coming. But I don't know. I wasn't privy to everything. So that's what I have to say on that. Someone said, I didn't hear her say this, but that we were in her kids' room. Is that one of the claims she said? That we were in her children's room? Is that correct? Now, I don't know. I like I said, I haven't seen the whole video. But to address that, I hesitate to speak too much on this because I don't want to get accused of further doxing the layout of her home. So I'm going to be vague. If she wants to push further on this, I'd be happy to give the exact description of what happened. I think this will be fair to say. You could probably guess she had security. There's like a gate. So it's not like the type of place where you just roll up and like knock on the door and deliver a pizza. she's doing well for herself and has the type of home that, as you can imagine, probably has a gate. So I don't think that's unreasonable to say. I'm not trying to give any details from there. Security instructed us where to go, and there was basically 3 rooms that we walked through. The initial room, without getting into too much details, is what you would consider basically an entry room that perhaps vehicles would be stored in. Then there was another room, and then the studio. I was under the impression that that entire region was not what we were considering the house, because we were sequestered from her personal home in that sense. So this was sort of the entry to the studio. She's claiming, apparently, that when they said we could only film in the studio, that this part wasn't part of where we are allowed to film. The studio was very compact, like both the studio and sort of the room I was in, the background room. So it was very difficult. You're basically shoulder to shoulder in there. I walked out at the end of the debate. Gerald was like, Rob, can I get your thoughts on the debate? It's a video that's still up. I said, sure. He holds the camera. Gerald's very tall. He holds his phone up and he's like, what'd you think? I was like, I think I said, I give Andrew a 7.5 out of 10. She was supposed to defend that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy. She didn't really make any arguments. I thought Andrew could have done a better job, particularly in pushing back some of the legal claims she was making. But ultimately, I thought he won pretty convincingly. And that was it. And literally the background's basically you just see a wall behind us. And apparently she's very upset because that was a room that her children utilized. I guess all I can say for that is I apologize. I was not under the impression that this was some sort of room that wasn't considered part of where we were allowed to be. She knew that we were going to have a camera person, and she also claimed when we got there that we weren't supposed to be live streaming. In fact, we ended up having to get their stream key. So what was the purpose of the cameraman? I assumed that the purpose was that we were allowed to be taking footage of what was going on. If we're not allowed to live stream, I guess her intent was that the camera was literally just to film the debate. I would assume that she wasn't going to wear a microphone from us so that we would have good audio. So all we'd have is a camera without mic set up. So then the assumption to me was, oh, well, the camera, if she intended that it would be, in fact, I almost wore a GoPro. Was something I was thinking of doing to protect myself. So I would not later be accused of doing something nefarious. Like, hey, I had footage of myself the entire time. I didn't do anything. So it never even crossed my mind that in the room where security patted us down, there was literally an entrance to the studio, that room was a room that we weren't allowed to just stand in front of a wall and give a 90-second video of what we thought about the debate. I didn't know that that was going to be now where I have people coming on saying, why were you in her children's room? I guess my answer to that is because that's the room security forced us to be in. Does that clear that up? The idea that I went out of my way, I was in the original room there. Then there was a separate room, which they had delicious pastries and refreshments set out. Then there's basically, I don't know what you'd call it, the production room that's like a little narrow thing, and then the studio. That's it. There was also, I guess I might as well fess up, the evil man I am. There was a restroom. I did utilize the restroom, I believe, 2 times. I don't know if that will be an issue. But yes, off the room, right before you head into the production room, there was a restroom, which I utilized. I did wash my hands afterwards, in case it comes up. Again, this was the sort of stuff you're worried about doing it in her studio, which she insisted that there'd be this, oh, I'm offended. Now I have people, well, I'm going to have Candace fans saying, like, you violated her children's space. What are you talking about? That's the room you told us to go to. The pastries were very good. I talked to some of the production, and I can't stress this enough. Candace, I barely talked to Candace. Her team was nothing but kind. I didn't get the impression there were people around. Like in the other room, I believe, when Gerald was like, stop me real quick, can you do this video? No one said, whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, oh, okay. Now, I appreciate she said I was professional. Good, I was. I'll reciprocate and say her team was professional. They were, which I said. But I like the idea that this is going to have to be some, oh, I can't believe the level of disrespect. I feel like Candace has been quite disrespectful, not just our team, which she was, or to Andrew, when it came to the negotiations, which again, I don't feel personally disrespected because I wasn't really part of, in the sense that I'm not one of the parties. But if that's the game, if it's going to be, well, we have to make it about this, maybe it's because Candace knows she didn't do herself any favors in that debate. I get it. She had her one little soundbite where she incorrectly named 7 charges. I remind you, she said Andrew saying murder didn't qualify because it was aggravated murder. But when she says felony discharge of a firearm, that's not what the charge was. It was something more akin to felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. So even her, who takes this case very seriously, screwed that up. But that's fine. And at the end of the day, I'll continue to argue the merits of the case and argue what happened in the debate. But I wasn't really interested in litigating the behind-the-scenes stuff. I'm going to say something now that's going to come across as arrogant, but I am going to say it. I appreciate that Candace said I was professional. Thank you so much. And again, I'll reciprocate by saying her team was very professional. They were. From the security to the production people, everyone. I have no complaints about anyone that I met at that place. I barely talked to Candace, by the way. PBD's team, very professional as well. No problems. Right? But if I'm going to be lumped in with this criticism of a disrespectful team or I disrespected her children or something like that, all I have to say is this. Candace, you don't want the smoke. You might have a bigger audience than me. And if we debated, you would win every online poll because I have a small audience and you have a bigger audience. But I would fuck you up. Bad. I would not go in there with the plan that Andrew had, which is to let you talk and talk and talk and show that you don't know what you're talking about. I would be more aggressive. I wouldn't have to be a dick about it, but I would be more aggressive. And I would destroy you. Now, I don't have $300,000, and I know that you're going to run and take your little talking point and your little clip, and you're going to stay in your little bubble and talk about how great you did. And that's fine. And we could begrudge you wanting to do that. I'm going to tell you right now, if you want to reference me as part of this, who I tried to go out of my way to be respectful to you and your team, if I'm going to be lumped into that, that's fine. We could debate that issue and the case. But you won't do it. I know that. And neither will your other folks that follow you. The Baron Colemans, the Ian Carrolls, the Lionel Media. I'm going to tell you right now, I might just be a humble fact checker that was behind the scenes. But you don't want to have to debate me on this. You don't. So, I don't appreciate, I'm not blaming Candace for this, but I don't appreciate being accused of violating her children's space or anything like that, where this was a space I was literally brought into and had to be patted down. There was literally an entrance into the studio that they told us we had to come to. I don't really appreciate it. You think you won the debate? Fine, make your case. I think that it's self-evident that you did terribly. You couldn't defend your case whatsoever. You didn't even make an argument. But if it's going to be about me, who was part of the team, being disrespectful, then I'll defend myself against those charges. I'd like to keep it to the issues, which I think you're terrible on. And I think you're actually disgusting. How you're blaming people without evidence and then backtracking, like Erica Kirk, or like the people at Turning Point. And to a lesser degree, the French Foreign Legion in Israel and all of these other places. I'll be happy to continue to keep it focused on that. But I haven't tried to make it personal with you. Nor would you care if I did, because I'm just someone who's a small streamer who ultimately isn't much. Fine, great. But you don't want the smoke. That's all I'm saying. If we debated, you'd have to try to rely on your little gotcha. She says we were there to be pranksters and make tricks, and she could tell from the get-go. She thinks that we were pranking her or playing tricks by having receipts of things she has said as clips to put up. She even said it during the debate. Oh, go ahead and just play your little one-liners out of context. Everything's out of context with these people. Have you watched all 300 hours that I've talked about in the case? Well, then you can't play a clip saying, I have full confidence that Israel and the French Foreign Legion did it. You don't know what I meant by that. That's out of context. You can't play a clip from 7 days before the debate saying Lance Twiggs DNA's on the rifle, more. Then that's out of context. That's out of context. Bullshit. It's a sign of a weak person who can't defend their claims. Oh, no, I didn't really mean that. It's out of context. Go watch all of my videos. You didn't make one claim. In fact, at one point in the debate, you said, I'm not saying that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. That was your portion of the debate. I've challenged people for 14 hours yesterday. Collins show on an X Space. Show me one piece of evidence that Candace presented showing that Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy. No one could do it. Not even your fans, Candace. None. All you do is contradict, obfuscate, filibuster. That's fine. You got away with it. The grift continues. Andrew did good, but not good enough to completely end your grift. And to be honest, no one can. The grift will remain and continue. And you'll keep making bunches of money. Good for you, Candace. Great. I wish you well. But you couldn't defend your claims. And you ought to be ashamed by that. You've basically been discussing one topic for 11 months. Supposedly on the issue that you care so deeply about. And you couldn't even muster up the simplest defense of your claims. So, that's my message to you, Candace. If you'd like to discuss me being a prankster as a member of the team because I was bringing up clips of the things you said, or heaven forbid, bringing up the state's brief that they filed, showing things like it was a .30 caliber. He did have this conversation with his parents. He did say in messages, that was me on the camera. Oh boy, what a prankster I was, bringing up those clips. Bringing up clips of her saying that Erica Kirk's complicit. Clips of her saying that Erica Kirk and what was the guy's name, Terrell, implying they planned the assassination, and when the microphone exploded and didn't go in the direction they want, they panicked and talked to each other. It's not a prankster to hold you to account for the bold claims that you've made that you've never provided evidence for. So just keep to your grift and stop complaining about feeling disrespected. No one cares. And if you ever do want to have a debate, I'm sorry I don't have $300,000, but I'd be more than happy to discuss any part of this case that you would like, up to and including defending the state's case or you defending for the first time ever your wild theories. So, all right. Now we're getting ready for Law and Order. So in 20 minutes, Ryan Mullally will be on. Ooh, I screwed that up. That's not right. We're not trying to get to that goal tonight. Why not? We'll keep it at $300,000. A modest. I hear that's the going right to have discussions now. $300,000. So let's keep it there. How's everyone doing? I hope well. Let me just set up a couple things, get ready for the show tonight. The cartoon's out, so you can head over to the Crucible's YouTube and the cartoon's out. I did voice prep on it. Let's see what the Candace people have to say to criticize me. I will be debating, by the way, next Monday, Tim Gordon on whether or not Israel was involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Chill, bro, your blood pressure's through the roof. Maybe. Thanks for your faux concern. Tyler Ricks. Let's see. I saw some people were complaining about me. Crashing out like a child. I didn't think so. I think Candace is crashing out. Now what? This is, by the way, this is 14 hours yesterday of discussing. That's all people have. You're fat. Your voice is loud and high pitched. You're crashing out. Cool. Yeah, you're right. I'm a piece of shit. I'm crashing out. Does Candace have any evidence that her theory that Tyler Robinson's a patsy? Yeah, you're right, man. I'm the worst. Anyways, about that evidence. No? You lost a lot of respect for me. You didn't have any respect for me. This is one of the common tactics. Hey, man, I'm worried about your blood pressure. Hey, I lost respect for you. You had no respect for me. None. And that's okay. I have no respect for you. You're a nobody. You're an anonymous online person that no one gives a shit about. You're up here sticking up for your queen, but you don't have any arguments. We're going to be opening up the phone lines once we start the Law and Order show. You can feel free to call in and tell me why you've lost respect, because you're so convinced that Candace is right on her arguments. Went to a space last night, right? What, we argued for 3.5 hours, 4 hours? I believe that the lead person that was defending Candace, here was his opening statement, which he basically closed with as well. You ready for this? Let's get a direct quote, shall we? His name was Joa. He said, and I quote, "She provided no evidence." And the other person on his side says, "I second it." But a lot of people have lost respect for me because, I'm in the horrible position of saying, oh, okay, you're making a claim. I'm willing to hear that. Can you provide evidence of it? How dare you? How dare you? I'm just asking questions. How dare you ask me to provide evidence? I've lost respect for you. How dare you? Cool. I think you're full of shit about losing respect for me. I think that it's the simplest faux concern bullshit, just like saying, I'm concerned about your blood pressure. It's bullshit. It's concern trolling. I don't give a fuck about your concern. I'm concerned with your mental health if you think Candace Owens has something to offer you. Why don't you go look into your own health before you criticize me? Maybe I'll fucking keel over and die tonight in this chair. It's not going to change the fact that Candace Owens still doesn't have any fucking evidence for her claims. And ran when she was finally given a chance to give that evidence. I have to do something real quick. Not a big deal. I got to send the link to the show to my co-host tonight, Ryan Mullally. Where you at, Ryan? Where is... Here he is. So, Candace did concede that she's not saying that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. I remind you, the topic was her belief that he's overwhelmingly a patsy. I'm still, I swear to you, I'll try to make the most compelling case. You ready? For her evidence of that claim that she gave in the debate. You ready? Well, when I said that the DNA was degraded on the gun, to me that implies that the feds intentionally set the gun there or knew that Tyler didn't set the gun there, but they're still charging him. Hence, he's a patsy. Now, she never makes that argument, but that's, at least if I really try to stretch, that's the one argument. The one. Or I guess I believe he was at the steakhouse and the feds know it. That's right. She never did say that. You are correct. She didn't say that. She said nothing. She didn't provide any evidence that he was a patsy. Andrew kept asking her, okay, but where's the evidence he was a patsy? And she said, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. And she never did explain it, which is why no one understands. To even her fans in here are like, no, she didn't say that. Bomb dog missing the rifle. Fine, let's stretch that. That the bomb dog missed the rifle. How does that prove that the feds are intentionally setting him up? Could it be that they're incompetent? Could it be that the dogs weren't actually there to sniff for a rifle? They were sniffing for a person? And that there's different types of dogs? And it's not that you just have one police dog that sniffs for drugs and explosives and guns and people? That they give it a particular scent and then search for that scent of the person and not the gun? But let's accept that. That's the evidence she gave. Okay, there we have it from Candace's own fans. The evidence that Tyler Robinson, overwhelming evidence that he's being set up as a patsy. Are you ready? Because the bomb dogs didn't find the gun. There it is. Yeah, if they planted the rifle, why wouldn't they find the rifle right away? If they knew that they were setting him up, why didn't the medical or the ballistics expert just say, we have a match from the gun and the bullet? Instead, they just say, well, it was from a 30 cal. Why wouldn't they just lie and say, no, that bullet matches. We got enough lands and grooves. It matches. Case closed. Why wouldn't they say that? They're like, well, we couldn't make it identification of the rifle. Why? Why wouldn't they just immediately say, oh, there's the rifle? Why would they admit the dogs missed it? None of it makes sense. But she didn't make any defense of the claim that he was a patsy. She specifically says, I'm not saying he's a patsy. Okay, maybe you could say, well, if she correctly points out that someone else did it, that's evidence that he was a patsy to a degree. Okay, well, she had her chance. Did she defend that Israel and the French Foreign Legion did it? Nah. Did she defend that Erica Kirk and Terrell did it? Nah. Nope. She ran from all of that. And then what do you get from her audience? Take the L. I've lost respect for you. Clearly she won. Someone said to me last night this, I can't say, and they said, she made so much evidence, it's so obvious to everyone that I'm not going to tell you. There you go. On the space last night, they said, well, when she tried to provide evidence, Andrew conceded it. I said, really? She tried to provide evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and Andrew conceded it? Really? Can you point to me where? Well, with the DNA degradation. No, he just said, fair enough. Okay, I'll concede that his was the most degraded. How does that prove he's a patsy? And she had no claim. She was just like, oh. Did she say, I have proof that Israel did it? And Andrew was like, I concede that. No, nope. She had a big song and dance about, these are gotchas, and you'll just have to watch my show. The debate was what, Friday? What was the debate? Today's Monday, right? So 3 days since the debate. What? Going on 72 hours. I've yet to see one person present any sort of positive evidence that she gave that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. Not just evidence that he overwhelmingly was. Any evidence. Any. She's like, Andrew, what's your evidence that Tyler Robinson did this? Well, I think the ballistics make sense. I think his DNA on it makes sense. I think his confessions make sense. She pushes back a little bit. She's like, nah, I don't know. Tyler Robinson could have, or Lance Twiggs could have actually put the Discord messages up. But that's another thing. And we'll get into it with Ryan Mullally here. But it's just like, well, if something's plausible, well, then that's reason enough, which is absurd. She doesn't know what hearsay is. Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to bullshit and be like, Andrew had a 100% performance. I put it like a 7, somewhere between a 7 and an 8 out of 10. 7.5 is probably fair. I think he left a lot on the table. But I also think he did his pretty damn good in what his goal was of exposing that she has no evidence for any of this shit. Why would she? Why would she have evidence? And I've seen this a lot. Well, she couldn't have the evidence. She's making the claims. No one gives a shit. If your argument was, I think the FBI fucked shit up and I think there's reasonable doubt, no one has a problem with that. We could discuss it. No one gives a shit. She's like, Erica Kirk's complicit. Turning Point's in on it. Israel did it. Freemasons did it. The French Foreign Legion did it. And we're like, wow, those are bold claims. Including, if it turns out that Charlie's co-workers at Turning Point and his wife, if they aren't complicit and if they didn't do it, that's pretty crazy to just say that shit. That's pretty crazy. So, okay, we're willing to hear your theory. Can you provide evidence? No. That's the issue. And then her supporters are like, well, why would we expect her to have evidence? After all, the FBI screwed up the case. What kind of rationale is that? Well, she's not on trial. Tyler Robinson is. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Right, we haven't got to that stage of the trial yet. They may have the trial, and I may give you my honest opinion. I think the state came short. Right now, at this point, the evidence is overwhelming compared to the evidence we normally have at this stage in an investigation like this. Most of the time, we just have a grand jury at this point, and we barely know any of the evidence. Oh, OJ's on trial with murder? Yeah, I think there was a bloody glove. And people are still like, yeah, he did it. Here we have a whole litany of shit because there was a pretrial hearing, which in the grand scheme of things, I believe is pretty rare. We'll ask my friend Ryan Mullally here. He'll be up in a minute. That's pretty rare. So right now we have way more evidence than we normally would at this point. But the state, they weren't compelled to provide all evidence they have right now. For example, they didn't have to call Tyler Robinson's parents to the witness stand. They didn't have to call Lance Twiggs to the witness stand. Maybe they could provide testimony from Verizon or testimony from Discord that'll help prove. They didn't have to do any of that yet. They just had to prove probable cause. They did so overwhelmingly. So, no, Andrew didn't have to provide that it was beyond a reasonable doubt. And saying 75 to 85% like this is some gotcha, that's just his interpretation of what overwhelming means to him. You tell me, what percentage is overwhelming according to you? What's the number? I don't know. I can see people saying overwhelming's 95%. Overwhelming's 90%. Overwhelming's 80%. Overwhelming's maybe 75%. That's 3/4. You think overwhelming's 100%. Okay. Here's the reason that the term overwhelming barely matters. Because Candace has to meet the same burden as Andrew. Candace said her theory that Tyler Robinson was the patsy was, quote, overwhelming. So if you walk away thinking, I don't think Andrew met his burden, 85% is not enough, that's not overwhelming. Okay. Whatever number you think overwhelming is, did Candace meet that burden? Andrew at least gave arguments as to why he thought Tyler Robinson was guilty. Candace didn't give any arguments as to why she thought he was a patsy. So how does she meet the burden of overwhelming? You may say, I don't think either proved their case of overwhelming, but at least Andrew tried. What did she do? Andrew's saying 85%. I think it's pretty charitable, 75 to 85%. He's saying, I'm open to seeing more evidence. The one making definitive claims, I have overwhelming confidence. I'm absolutely certain that's Candace, that Israel did it, that the French Foreign Legion did it, that Erica is complacent. She said Erica should go to jail. When asked about it, she goes, I just met in Monopoly. Does anyone believe that? Does anyone believe that? When she did a video saying Erica should go to jail, oh, she just met in Monopoly. Anyone? She says she has 0% confidence that Tyler Robinson did it. That means it's impossible. That's easy to understand, not like the word overwhelming. Then a mere minutes later, PBD's like, so you're saying that there could be a time where evidence will come and you'll think Tyler Robinson did it? And she says, yes. How isn't that laughable? She doesn't even know what 0% means. What are you talking about? Alls I want, you could hate Andrew, you could hate me, you could hate the state, you could hate Israel, you could hate Erica Kirk. Fine. But can you just admit that she didn't provide any evidence for any of her theories, up to and including the claim that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson's a patsy? She won't debate anyone on it. And when it took $300,000 to finally get in the room to have her answer for these claims, she just ran. She didn't answer any of it. She pissed and moaned that if this isn't a deposition, you just get to hang on, like hire on to Bridget McCrone's team. That's it. She ain't gonna fucking. And if you're watching again, you can hate me. This next guy I'm about to bring up, Ryan Mullally, you really can hate him. He's a piece of shit. Screw that guy. He's the worst, right? Fine, great. But could it be that the person you support, Candace Owens, is full of shit? She doesn't know what she's talking about? She only feels confident when she's in her little bubble and knows people won't push back against her? And as soon as she gets the slightest pushback, just someone saying, remember, at that portion, Andrew's like, I'm just going to ask you like simple yes, no questions. Do you think Israel did it? She had to poison the well. Wow, this is a gotcha, and this isn't part of the debate, and this isn't a debate, and blah, 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 blah. Or how about a simple question? Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle? We can't be certain yet. Okay, you said it was on there more. Will you admit you're wrong? I can't be certain yet. Why be duplicitous? Why not say, well, we don't have any evidence that it was. I was incorrect when I said that it was there more. Why can't she just say that? We can't be certain. Okay. I can't be certain that that was Candace Owens and not three dwarfs in a Candace Owens suit. And I can't be certain. It's stupid. It's someone who's clearly obfuscating because they don't have the confidence to defend their bold claims. Because she's taking you all for a fucking ride. Because she's grifting off this. Because she knows that you desperately want to be involved in this because it makes you feel special and powerful. You're part of this team that's uncovering and unraveling this big mystery. But she knows she can't defend it. She knows it. And so does Baron Coleman, and so does Lionel Media, and so does Ian Carroll, and so does Jimmy Dore. They all know it. That's why they won't debate it. And one thing I'll give Candace Owens credit for before I bring my guest on here. She used the right rhetoric, the right slipperiness, the right obfuscation, the right talking points to successfully keep the grift going, even though she was unwilling to defend any one of her claims in that debate. And for that, I tip my cap. Her audience is still going to buy it, and that's fine. But all you people that are from Candace's audience that have been watching me the past couple days, I don't give a shit if you hate me. That's fine. I think I'm a very likable person, but that's fine. You hate me. Great. You hate Andrew. Great. You really hate Ryan Mullally. He's just the worst. Great. Gerald Morgan. Hate him. Great. Mr. E. Well, he's the worst. Hate him too. Great. But can you just take a moment, like when you're laying in bed tonight, to be like, it is a bit odd that Candace couldn't defend any of her claims. Can you just think about that for a second? So the next time you hear her say definitively, his DNA was here more. Israel did this. We have the scoop. Erica was at Camp Hawacha or whatever. Just take a moment and go, really? If someone tried to falsify that and say, oh, okay, can you provide evidence? What would she say? Just think about it. Think about that. That's all I'm saying. So, all right, let me rebrand here for a quick moment. Now, I came on a little early. Where do I do this? Yeah, okay. Normally, this show is at this time, 8 o'clock on every other Monday. I do a show called Law and Order with my attorney friend, Ryan Mullally. The idea is it's a show where an attorney and a layman discuss the news of the day. This episode's going to be a little different because me and Ryan were both fact checkers on Andrew's team. So I believe the plan is that we're going to discuss the debate in our own terms. We have a little more insight than the average person, I guess, seeing as how we were there. And then we're going to open up the lines to anyone. We're not looking for people that agree with us. We want people that disagree with us that Andrew won the debate. We'll give you a fair shot, I promise. I also have some messages to read and a couple mea culpas to give as well. So without further ado, I'm going to start. I'm going to play the theme song, Ryan. You got to play the theme song. So, all right, you ready? They could hear you, Ryan, by the way, now. So,
all good.
Okay, you ready? Let's go. Welcome to Law and Order. I barely have a voice today because I yelled for 14 hours at Candace Owen supporters yesterday about this debate in the case. But I am joined today by my fellow fact checker, Ryan Mullally. How you doing, Ryan, since you got home?
I'm pretty good. I didn't do 14 hours fighting the Drop Bears squad, so my voice is in better shape than yours, Rob. Appreciate that. But yeah, did something happen? It seems like the internet's all a flurry. Every time I log in, they're talking about some debate between Andrew and some lunatic. Did you hear about this, Rob?
That's not the big story. Apparently, this guy, Mr. Coombe, was one of
Oh,
Andrew's friends that, like, was a whistleblower that divulged all of his secret government service records or whatever. Yeah, I mean, look, as I don't
Mr.
think
Coombe, he sounds reputable.
yes, he's very
Sounds like
reputable.
a trustworthy guy.
I did an X Spaces with Mr. Coombe last night, but yeah, you know, I think both of us predicted this would be a big event, no matter what happened. It's. I think it might be the biggest non-presidential debate, like in the last 10 years, like maybe since I don't know. I don't even know like debates that I would think outside the scope of politics that would be this big. $300,000 on the line, big personalities. So
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are watching, and everyone has an opinion on it. So
well, everyone has an opinion on it, but a lot of them are very, very stupid. And now this was anticipated. It was known that this was going to happen. I had a guy come on my. I don't know. One of the things I've liked about this is since the debate, I feel like the Candace crowd feels a need to show up and debate more often. Like
yeah,
before the
that's
debate, you couldn't get them to show up. You literally couldn't. I had stream after stream with a banner on the bottom. Anyone think Candace is right? Join the stream, argue with me. At least now you get some ops. So I think that from that perspective, the debate moved the conversation, which is a good thing. Like it's good that people are actually leaving their silos a little bit.
yeah. It was funny. I did that space last night, and the space. There's this guy Suleiman was put on the space, and it was supposed to be on like the debate. And right out of the gate, the Candace One team was just like, well, she didn't provide any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just kept talking about their theory of the case, right? And it's like, that's fine. I'm happy to debate the case with you. But if you're talking about the debate proper, their theme was like, well, I've heard Candace push back against this on her show previously. And so therefore, she didn't have to, right? Because she's already addressed this, which is an insane way. Like, I guess I could do the same thing and say, well, all of Candace's claims were addressed by Andrew or his fact checkers previously. So he wins. And of course, the Candace people would rightfully be like, well, that's insane. If he didn't say it in the debate, why should we evaluate it? So I,
it would be particularly insane for them because Andrew and I watched the whole preliminary hearing and remarked on every
Correct.
piece of evidence as it was introduced.
Correct.
So if they're going to give Andrew the same benefit of the doubt, then you would have to say that he remarked on every single piece of the state's evidence, which, being fair, and I try to be fair, he didn't. And like one of my criticisms is that I wish he had done a more robust articulation of the positive case. Strategically, I understand why he didn't. And it's real easy for me to say that because it's not my $300,000. So like Andrew had a strategy and a prioritization, and I totally understand where he's coming from. I just, for me, I'm an attorney. I wanted to march through the evidence like an attorney would. But, at the end of the day, I think he put it well. Like, let's say you think it was a draw. You don't think that he proved the evidence very strongly in the first half. Did she prove the evidence at all in the second half? Did she give you one scintilla of positive evidence? Anything? One thing? Nothing. Even the conspiracy tards I've been arguing with, the most that they'll say is that she pointed out the existence of a receipt that does not have his name, Tyler Robinson's name on it, and does not have any identifiable credit card information from which you could tell whether it was his receipt.
And then hilariously was like, if you have any questions, ask the guy who did the story. Not even her. She's like, ask him. In other words, don't blame me if it's wrong. Ask that dude. That's not my fault.
I was debating this last night. I asked the guy, I was like, okay, well, I have a receipt from September 10th, and it says that a hamburger was purchased in New Jersey. Does that prove that Tyler Robinson's innocent? Is that evidence of his innocence? No, because that's not you have to, for it to be relevant evidence, you have to have some connection to Tyler Robinson. You can't just brandish a receipt and say, it's like, hey, Rob, look at this receipt. Look at this receipt.
Oh, well, that's it. That's good enough for me, I guess.
What do you? This is my evidence.
So I want to talk about. There's so much to talk about. I want to talk about this because there's a lot of things that get lost in the shuffle. The 0% thing's one. I think it's worth referencing that. This part about the Cowboy Steakhouse, this is its own little microcosm of something worth discussing. It really gives you an insight into just how duplicitous Candace is, though, because what she says is she uses this point to say, well, see, I've done more than you because I called the steakhouse owner. Right? So you just, you've been for a week or two looking at some posts on X. I called the owner. Now, if you're watching, the implication is they're having a dispute about the blurring of the information on the receipt. And Andrew's like, have you seen the receipt unblurred? She says, yes. Basically, he takes that to, look, I've had a store. You have as a merchant, you could call and get the details of someone's card from like a receipt, and you could find out who owned that. So do we know, did that owner do that and find out that this is that person? And she just says, well, I believe that it'll be him, and I called the owner and talked to him. Now, the implication that she's trying to give is like that that's what the owner's claiming, that this is Tyler Robinson. Now, would it shock you to learn this is what the owner said? Official statement, based on the information currently available to us, we have no evidence establishing whether Tyler Robinson was at our restaurant on September 10, 2025. We have responded truthfully to those who have questioned us based on the information available to us at the time. We fully cooperated. We'll continue to cooperate with the authorities conducting the investigation. Because it's an active matter, we won't comment further. So she's acting like, oh, I talked to him and he told me. But she doesn't say that. She just implies it. And it reminded me of, for those that are like nerds like me that follow like scandals and whatever, it very much reminded me of the FISA warrant abuse, right? Where after 2 FISA warrants into Carter Page, the FBI finally gets around to contacting this dude, Igor Dashenko, who's the primary subsource. And they go to Igor Dashenko and they're like, hey, here's all these claims that this dude Christopher Steele said that you said, about Trump's team doing this nefarious shit with Russians. And Igor Dashenko's basically like, oh, that was just dudes talking. That's like barroom talk. I can't believe you guys are using this for a warrant. Right? So the FBI goes back to the FISA court and says, we talked to Igor Dashenko and we believe he's telling the truth. And the court's like, oh, okay. And then re-signs the warrant. What they left out was, and what he told the truth about was that this is all bullshit. They left that part out. They just said, well, we talked to him. That's what Candace is in effect doing. She's saying, I talked to the owner. Okay, did the owner tell you that it was his receipt? Well, I talked to him. Right. What the owner's public statement is, which we would have no reason to think that he told Candace something different in private, is we have no information that this is Tyler Robinson. None. We've cooperated with authorities. We've responded truthfully when people like Candace have called. Well, so where is it? But she just implies, well, I call, and she does this over and over. I have a source. I talk to a person, but you can't challenge it. It's just, well, it's all anonymous or it's all conversations that none of us could be privy to. And ironically, when we have the state officially in their case saying, we have the parents saying this, we have Lance Twigg saying this, we have the other friends on the Discord saying this, she's like, nope, we can't evaluate any of that. It's hearsay. But anonymous people talking to her with third to fourth hand knowledge, perfectly acceptable. That's enough to prove her theories.
Well, and I think it's important to put this all in context, right? The defense has access to Tyler Robinson. They can just ask him, did you go to the steakhouse? Right? They know if he went to the steakhouse or not. They have certainly the defense has Tyler Robinson's credit card information, right? They don't need to request it. They have it. They can just look it up, right? And just go online. So they know all of this. They didn't introduce this in the preliminary hearing. Now, why does that matter? I've said this many times, but so at the risk of repeating myself, yes, the defense is not fully incentivized to put all their cards on the table in the preliminary hearing. But I've talked to many lawyers on this topic and many who've done preliminary hearings, and that we kind of universally agree, if you could blow up the state's case completely, if you had a smoking gun that blew their case up, are you going to let your client sit in jail for a year for funsies?
Might be 2 years.
Yeah. Waiting for trial? Like, if you could definitively blow up the state's timeline, if you could prove that they were faking all the text messages, that there was this corrupt government scheme, right? If you could prove that there was no way he was there because he was at the steakhouse, why the F wouldn't you bring that up? Because that would blow up the entire government's case. It would destroy their credibility. It would prove that there are people who are conspiring against him. The entire thing would go away. Your client would go free and you'd be a hero. So while, yes, there there's certain types of evidence that the defense wouldn't bring up in a preliminary hearing. That type of explosive evidence that destroys the entire case, that's the sort of thing they would bring up.
Well, and the other thing they would bring up are allegations of misconduct by the police or the prosecution. So
if they could prove it.
Well, but
allegations with evidence.
Well, no. It's already been proven. Candace and Diligent Denizen and Ian Carroll have proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt. The state manipulated the video. They scrunched it, right? That's easy. Everyone can see it. We've seen the picture Candace and them put up of the stretched out image. There's no dispute. That's absolutely true. How could you even argue against it? After all, the Jeep looks right? So why did the state not? That's simple. Candace Owens and company found it out like that. Why did the defense not say, here's what you have to believe. You ready? The defense knows this, that they manipulated this video, right? They flipped it horizontally. They scrunched it up to make it look more like Tyler. Serious allegation. Candace knows it. Ian Carroll knows it. Baron Coleman knows it. Diligent Denizen knows it. Project Constitution knows it. The state or the defense knows it. Now, the defense is employing a brutal, effective strategy of just not saying anything about it and letting their client rot in jail. But for some reason, the defense did protest when on that very scrunched up, manipulated video, the state put a red circle. They said, no, you can't do that. That's manipulating the video evidence. So they raised an objection to a rather harmless circle that proved nothing, but the actual manipulating of the video itself, they said nothing. Now, you could believe that theory, which is Candace's claim, or you could believe the state just played the unaltered security footage. And had they altered it to stretch it out like Candace did, to try to make it more or less like Tyler Robinson, the defense would have said, you can't do that. That's not right. You have to, right? Like if you are going to manipulate it, you have to have an explanation of exactly what you did so we can interrogate the person that manipulated it. But instead, so it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. If the state would have tried to stretch it out, Candace and company would have said, that's manipulating evidence. You can't do that. But when the state just plays the raw footage, they're like, that's manipulated. You should have stretched it out. It's literally, it's so ludicrous. And again,
and if the defense doesn't say anything about it, they're in on it. If the defense does say, if later on the defense does try to make an argument like this and they lose on it, then the judge is in on it, right? It's like, it's a never-ending parade of unfalsifiable excuses. And I know we're going to get into the debate more, but just to make sure that I get this off my chest before we do, when we say there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, what we mean is that there's huge amounts of mutually corroborating evidence. There's video footage of him Tyler Robinson on campus. He was ID'd in the video footage by multiple people, police officers and Lance Twiggs. There's a TPUSA witness who's going to say that Tyler Robinson spoke to them while they were setting up the event. There's video footage of him leaving the campus and checking out the drop site for the rifle, coming back to campus with the stiff leg, walking across campus, going up the Mossad staircase, the secret Israel staircase to get to the roof, going across the roof, getting into position 40 seconds before the shot, going across the roof, jumping down, going back to the wooded area where the rifle was found in the same drop site that he scouted out earlier. Then he came back and his car was spotted coming back onto campus to find the weapon. This was the second time the car was spotted on campus that day. Then in his text message confessions to his lover, he mentioned these details. He said, I was caught on surveillance footage on Discord. He said, I went back for the rifle when talking to Lance Twiggs. He mentioned carving the cartridges, which were in fact carved by a Dremel that was lent to him by Lance Twiggs. Another cartridge, a test cartridge, was found in his home. The caliber of the weapon matches the caliber of the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk. His DNA is found on the rifle, on the screwdriver found on the roof, on the towel. His confession says, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, written in the form of a goodbye note that he left under the keyboard of his lover, Lance Twiggs. And we didn't get to see this part of the video, but for all the Discord messages, the government puts them, and the text messages, the government put them in front of Lance Twiggs and said, here's the phone. Here's the message. Did you receive this message? Who'd you receive it from? Tyler Robinson? Is this a real message? Yes, it is. Please read it to us. Because that's what they do in these situations. The judge said it was redundant, so he didn't let us see it in publicly. But that's what the government does, and they walk through all these pieces of evidence, and each of those pieces of evidence is mutually reinforcing because it references other pieces of evidence, creating a case that's stronger than any one piece. So when we say this is a overwhelming amount of evidence, we're not like making this shit up randomly. Like, the state put on a hell of a demonstration, and we know they have more. We know they have video we haven't seen. They didn't call the parents, who they've basically said that he confessed. So there's all sorts of evidence that they could put on beyond what we've seen. But what we have seen is, I think, fairly described as overwhelming. And if anybody wants to argue with me about that, I'd be delighted to have that argument. But all I've heard from people so far is DNA degradation. Look at this receipt. Don't you think Israel's bad? That's literally the caliber of argument I've received. So, if anybody, again, I'm delighted to have the fight. If you want to come in and say that doesn't sound like overwhelming evidence to you, please do. Please do.
Yeah, look, all it is like those. I was talking to an attorney last night in this space, and she was like, well, the police aren't always infallible. Sometimes they make mistakes. They don't secure a crime scene. And all of that stuff could be true, right? You could say, I think they should have done this better or that better. I'm happy to talk about the specifics. But just because you think that there could be some technicality that Robinson gets off on, or some failure of the police to follow up on something, that is a different claim than intentional setting up of Tyler Robinson as a patsy, which is the other part of this debate. And she didn't provide, even if we accept the DNA degradation, that doesn't prove that Tyler Robinson's a patsy. It could just prove that they have the wrong man. It's happened in the past. As you said, I think the evidence is overwhelming that they have the right man here. But nonetheless, you can see that if they would happen to have the wrong man, it's a stretch to say, therefore they knew it was the wrong man and intentionally set him up to protect, and then insert whatever nebulous French Foreign Legion, Mormon beekeepers, Masonic cult, Lance Twiggs, Erica Kirk, Brian Harpole, Andrew Colvett, Terrell, whatever his first name is, whichever person of the week that Candace wants to claim, or group of the week that's responsible for the murder. And so I agree with you. I think, in full disclosure, there were breaks, and I don't know if I'm spilling any tea here, but Andrew liked to smoke during the break. So he obviously had to go outside to smoke. And, I think both of us were like, go harder at more evidence from the state, right? I think both of us wanted that. But Andrew basically didn't give a shit. He was like, I don't even care. He spent his $300,000 for one reason. And that was to interrogate her claims that she's made about the people responsible, or about the fact that the feds are setting up Tyler Robinson as a patsy. That's what he wanted to get to. So he's like, part of the condition of him being able to do that was Candace's demand that he defend the state's case, and that it is overwhelming. He said, fine. And he did that. For the first 45 minutes to an hour, he said, sure, I'll defend the state's case. And that's what he did. I think there could be a more robust defense. I think it's fair to say. I think some of it's also excusable because, like me, Andrew's not a lawyer. So, for example, when we're getting into conversations of testimony that's allowed, like hearsay, etc., there's two things on that. One, much of this wasn't hearsay. For example, we did put up the little fact check of rule, what was it, like 801D2?
Yeah.
Right? That says, it's hard for a non-lawyer to understand, but what that was saying was, no, his note, his messages, his admissions, his confessions, that's not hearsay. Now, you could say they're not really him. They lied, but that's not hearsay. It doesn't fall into the category of hearsay.
No, it's expressly not hearsay, because it's for those of you who, if you haven't heard this explanation before, hearsay is out of court statements offered for the truth. So if someone's in court and they say the sky was blue that day, they're telling you a statement offered for its truth, but they're there, so you can cross-examine them, you can test them. But if I come into court and I say, Rob told me the sky was blue on Tuesday, and then you say, oh, well, was it blue all day? I'm like, I don't know. Rob just told me that. You can't cross-examine me because I don't actually know anything. I'm just repeating what Rob told me. And that's the problem with hearsay typically. But there are exceptions to hearsay. For example, if somebody says something truly damaging about their own situation, like, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, for example, just pulling one out of the pure blue sky. That is not hearsay because it's viewed as reliable enough to be admitted without cross-examination. Because why would somebody say something so devastating unless it were true? That's the indicia that it's trustworthy. This is, by the way, for the law nerds out there, when you wiretap somebody, the reason you can use it as evidence is the party opponent exception. Because technically it's an out-of-court statement offered for its truth. You got the mob boss on the wire and he says, go whack that guy. Well, you're offering that statement for the truth that he did order somebody to whack somebody else. But he's not on the stand. He took the fifth. The reason that you can put it in court is that it's not hearsay because of the party opponent rule. So that's what we were trying to express with the fact.
And it was tough. In that moment,
man.
It's tough. There's another issue with the hearsay thing, and this gets to something that
did you give them the inside any inside baseball into the fact checking process?
I did. We'll talk about it one
Okay,
second.
cool. Yeah.
But for your audience as well. But the other thing with hearsay is this: despite what Baron Coleman wants to say, Andrew said 75 to 85%. That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, debate over. This debate, just like the state's case to this point, has not been about proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Nope.
We are not to the trial yet. And Baron Coleman, an attorney, should know that. All the state was doing was having a probable cause hearing, which they easily cleared the barrier of. That's irrelevant to the terms of this specific debate. This debate was about two people making two claims. Andrew's claimed that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson's guilty, and Candace's claimed that there's overwhelming evidence that he's innocent and was set up as a patsy. That's what the debate was about. It's not that the burden for Andrew must be higher because he must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They're just talking about us right now, not as jurists, not as prosecutors, not as defense attorneys that have specific obligations and specific rules governing them, just as people. All of us, anytime we see these sort of cases where someone's on trial, we all have opinions. We say, I think that person's guilty, or I think they're innocent, or, ooh, I'd like to hear more. I'm not sure about this thing. Perfectly reasonable. So what we had here was two people that were going to argue their side. There is no rule that says you can't evaluate hearsay as an individual trying to make a judgment on whether, for example, would I get a babysitter whose mom told me, or someone said their mom said that babysitter's a drug addict and got fired from the previous babysitting gig because they just left the baby in a room for 6 hours and didn't check on them. Now that's hearsay, but I'm allowed to make a judgment and say, ooh, that's something I'm going to want to look into. I might not just say, no, I won't hire you, but I might bring it up and be like, hey, I heard this. Is this true? Candace is acting like, no, we can't even evaluate that. So when you're talking about like statements that the parents allegedly made, she's like, nope, can't evaluate it. Why aren't the parents speaking up? Nope, can't evaluate it. Lance Twiggs claims, nope, can't evaluate it, right? And none of that makes sense. What she's really arguing for, if I could steelman her layman's position, is this. You tell me if you think I'm wrong, Ryan. Well, this evidence won't be allowed at trial because it's hearsay, which means that there will be reasonable doubt. But that's a different question altogether as to whether or not we as individuals think it's likely that he did it.
Yeah, I mean, I have really no idea what she means by that, to be honest with you. I've been racking my brain about it because she can say, okay, they're using reliable hearsay, which, by the way, the Utah state constitution says they're allowed. So, take it up with Utah. But, okay, but at trial, they're not going to use reliable hearsay. They're going to introduce the direct testimony. So like at trial, for example, it won't be a video of Lance Twiggs. It'll be Lance Twiggs sitting in the witness box. It won't be a cop saying, I talked to a TPUSA employee and this is what they told me. It'll be the TPUSA employee, right? So like these are easy things to get around at a trial. I mean, that's why the trial takes so long, is you got to call all these witnesses. But it's not like they're not going to do that at trial. They're obviously going to do that at trial. So I guess maybe you think they can't for some reason, but that's not been explained to me. And then the other thing that really confused me about Candace's take is this is maybe a deep cut, but do you remember when she was talking about the French Foreign Legion?
Yes.
She said And I remember it because I was like, why? She couldn't possibly take that position. She said that Andrew said, well, isn't it hearsay that you talked to the government? Like, I don't know what you guys talked about. I don't know what the government did. Like, how can I evaluate this evidence? And she's like, well, you should believe it's true, because if I lied to the government, I'd get in big trouble. And it's like, that's actually the whole reason the reliable hearsay rule exists, which is all the Utah's trying to do is decide, is there a good reason to let this case go to trial? So the police officers, they say, I interviewed a witness, he told me this. I interviewed another witness, he told me this. I looked at the video footage, this is what I saw. And the police explained the whole thing. And the judge says, you know what? I'm going to allow this to go to trial because I believe you guys. And one of the reasons I believe you guys is that if you, a police officer, lie to the court and fabricate evidence about the court, it's going to end your career. It's going to end your career. You could go to jail. It's going to undo all your other cases. You could be committing there's all these reasons to think that police officers would not be lying in these circumstances. Sometimes you prove that they are, but in general, they're very incentivized not to, which are the exact same reasons that Candace gave in her French Foreign Legion story. So the idea that you wouldn't you would categorically distrust all testimony given by police officers in court is kind of crazy. Like, how I get being skeptical of the government. I love being skeptical of the government, but that's very different than just saying, if the government says it, I take the opposite perspective automatically. That's just a wild view.
Now, we don't do this often, but here's an attorney I respect, and here's a 4-minute clip. You know Nick Rakita, I think you know him, right? Nick's been pretty vocal about this. There's been a lot of attorneys in like LawTube that have been weighing in. I know Viva Frey, I think I'm going to do his show later, Nate the lawyer. Here's Rakita. I think he's gone into more detail than anyone I've seen about these claims of hearsay. So tell me what you think of this. Maybe you'll disagree with them, so I'll be interested to get your take.
Are the admissions. The admissions are critical.
I'm going to up the speed a little.
That's why they're so fucking confident in this case. The admissions are admissions, and they are admissible. Those are party statements against interest presented in an adversarial fashion. They will come in assuming they can be authenticated. Authentication does not require a sworn statement from Verizon that this message was sent from a Verizon phone through Discord at this time. Although that might happen, that's not the only way to authenticate statements or messages.
Can you pause
Those
for a second?
messages have to be authenticated by someone.
So this is what I was saying earlier. The confession text messages are not hearsay because they're party opponent statements under the rule that we looked at 801D2, I think it was, and that they were authenticated by Lance Twiggs, who went through them in his testimony and said these are true and correct text messages. And they were further authenticated by the officers who took them off the cell phones, took pictures of the cell phones, and extracted the data from the cell phone. So these have been authenticated even without like talking to Verizon, and they are not hearsay regardless. So so far I agree with Nick completely.
With knowledge of the messages, authenticating that they are an accurate portrayal of what happened that they purport to be. Lance Twiggs' sworn statement, which he will provide in court, that those messages were sent to him by Tyler Robinson, is authentication. And with that statement, they will be admitted, period. That's it. End of the story. That's authentic. The only challenge you can bring to authenticity and admissibility of a party statement in a criminal case is that you have, at that point, you have the burden of showing they're not authentic. Authentication happens when foundation is laid with a witness who can attest to the facts that they're about to say under oath. You don't have to trust Lance Twiggs. Court will. The jury might not, but the court will admit those. Those admissions will come in if Lance Twiggs says, these are an accurate representation of what Tyler Robinson sent me. Now, if you want to say someone else sent those messages, you are making a claim that you now have to prove because you need to impeach that witness. That's how the record works.
That's all we need to get there. That's the part that I wanted, where it's like, fine, you can make the claim. No, I think Lance Twiggs is lying. I think that Lance Twiggs made those statements. And this is where the word that's so hard for Candace and her supporters is, can you provide evidence?
Yeah, just some evidence.
Nothing. They have nothing. They're just like, well, hypothetically, it could be the case. But you can say this about any sort of written message ever in any trial. Hypothetically, someone else, another interested party, hypothetically could have created that message, which would be, and it's like I argued with these people all yesterday. Hypothetically, there could have been another Mauser 30-06 rifle that was there that fired the shot and then somehow was removed and no one saw it. Hypothetically, it's possible. So unless you have video in 4K of him pulling the trigger, how could you ever convict? Because hypothetically, it's always possible, unless it's a one-of-a-kind rifle, right? That there was another rifle on scene that no one got. And you're just like, oh my goodness, like this is insane. And even if you believe that, you're just talking about...
Rob, just point out how crazy that is. The standard at trial, and we're not at trial, but the standard at trial is beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all doubt. And the difference is exactly what you're saying. A reasonable doubt is an alternative theory supported by the evidence, even if it's not as strongly supported, but it's supported, right? A doubt, not a reasonable doubt, just like I have a doubt, is like, well, isn't it hypothetically possible? Do you have any evidence of that? No, but it's hypothetically possible. That's not a reasonable doubt. That's just a doubt. And even at trial, the jurors are instructed not to give credence to that sort of doubt, because you could always come up with some unsupported hypothesis about what happened, right? Well, Rob, what if it was shapeshifters, that Mystique from X-Men? You know her?
Right.
She can take anyone's face, Rob, anyone's face. She just made herself look like Tyler Robinson, killed Charlie Kirk. Can you prove that's not true? It's not a reasonable doubt. You have to have some evidence for it, and that's even at the trial stage. So it's a wild game these people are playing.
And like, as far as I know, the only claim, I think that the most compelling piece of evidence, the two most compelling pieces of evidence, and again, let me be clear. Ryan outlined it. By the way, I want you to write that down just so I could read the outline of the overwhelming evidence that we have, just step by step. But the key, what makes it so impressive is that it all points in the same direction. And so in any trial ever, you may be able to find key pieces of evidence and say, I have some questions about that. How exactly was it collected? Could hypothetically have been a misunderstanding in this way, or right? But when all of the evidence is pointing in the same direction, a couple of quirky things about a piece of evidence or two usually isn't going to be enough to impugn the case. So for me, the two most compelling pieces of evidence, but again, they work together, is the gun with the DNA and the confessions, right? The litany of confessions. And so I think, and what I would say is, and I challenge anyone that's a Candace fan watching right now, and I promise we're going to put up a call number so you guys can call in, but I challenge you, if I just asked you to engage in this hypothetical, if it's true that these confessions are accurate and are Tyler Robinson's and were coerced, would that be very compelling evidence that he committed this crime? And I think the answer has to be yes. Now, it's not 100%. People have given false confessions. So, for example, if he confessed to something that's physically impossible, we would say, wait a minute, right? But I think it's very strong evidence to suggest. I think we'd all agree with that. Am I right, Ryan? That doesn't seem to be an outlandish claim I'm making.
And by the way, here's, just to make this clear, because I got into so many arguments about this yesterday. When we say evidence, what we mean is relevant evidence. And that just in layman's terms, because this is a legal term, that just means that the evidence tends to make a consequential fact more or less likely. That's all we're saying. You have some evidence that makes a fact of consequence more or less likely. Now, that's a low bar, but it is still a bar. If you show me a receipt without anybody's name on it and without trackable information, that's just proof that somebody purchased a hamburger. Someone purchasing a hamburger does not make any fact of consequence more or less likely. Now, if it was Tyler Robinson who purchased the hamburger, that would be relevant evidence. But when we say we want relevant evidence, it has to be evidence that tends to make something relevant more or less likely. And to your point, Rob, Tyler writing multiple confessions about how he killed Charlie Kirk tends to make it more likely that he killed Charlie Kirk. So yeah, it's pretty good evidence.
If we accept that, then we say, okay, what were Candace's objections to Andrew saying, I think this is the biggest piece of evidence to make my case? I could come up with two. First, she says it's hearsay. She is factually incorrect. It is not hearsay. And even if we would say it's hearsay, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that it's not true.
Mm.
The only other argument that I heard her make, and I welcome you or anyone else telling me I'm wrong, is, but Lance Twiggs could theoretically have written them. That's it. That's it. So if we're acknowledging, well, if these messages are legitimate, that's pretty damning. And her response to that is, but they're hearsay. No, they're not. We could dispense with that. Okay, but Lance Twiggs could have written them. Right, but that doesn't even cross the bar of reasonable doubt. That's just a possible hypothetical. Do you have any evidence that Lance Twiggs wrote them? No. So that's the only two claims she made in the debate. I challenge any. From that claim alone, if Andrew's like, here's the biggest claim that he confessed, right? That's why I think it's compelling. And your answer to that is, one, it's hearsay. No, it's not. And second, Lance Twiggs could have wrote it. That's not evident. That's not rebutting that fact. I'm sorry. And so this is the sort of stuff I'm saying. Now, I agree with you. Andrew could have done a better job defending the state's case. There's tons of evidence to get into. Fair enough, right? But at least he's making affirmative, positive claims to defend his claim. Again, I challenge anyone from Candace's side. Name me one piece of positive evidence she provided that Lance Twiggs was set up as a patsy. I'm sorry, Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy. Name one. All she did was run. Part of that claim could be, well, Andrew's even giving her outs. He's trying to push her for that. For example, first question he asks.
Sorry, just to make sure that people are following. This is why I think it was fair when Andrew was asked how he did, and he said, I gave myself a 7 or 7.5 out of 10, and I give her a 0. I think that's a totally fair grade, and here's why. Let's say it's like a boxing match. It's 2 10-point rounds, right? Andrew has to defend his claim. I think Rob and I have both said we agree that Andrew could have been more forceful, more forward with the evidence, would have been great. So let's say, and I think Andrew said this in his closing, you call that a draw. Round 1, Andrew defends the state's claim. That's a 5-5 round. All right. But then we get to Candace's round where she has to provide overwhelming evidence for her claim, and she provides no evidence. None. Nothing. No evidence at all. Well, that's a 10-0. That's a 10-0, right? So now you've got,
they don't grade boxing like that, but I got you. I know what you're saying.
I know. That's not how they really grade boxing. But the point I'm making is it's a washout at that point because she didn't do anything to move the needle at all for her claim. She just sat on the stool, basically, and then tried to pivot to other topics, which is, I mean, I find it wild. Even Baron Coleman, you see that he pivoted? Now it's, Candace is entitled to her opinion. She doesn't need evidence for her opinions. Great. If all she's doing is saying her opinion, she's like, in my opinion, the French Foreign Legion has something to do with it. Not a theory, not something the defense should be taking into account, just my opinion. Great. You're entitled to your opinion, but nobody has to take that seriously.
We can see on your, and when you bring this up, when you talk about this stuff, this is every comment you get like this on your end. Andrew got wrecked. It's nothing but cope. Lying and damage control because Andrew's paying Rob. Andrew's not paying me, one. Though hopefully he does. Eventually it'd be nice. It'd be nice to get paid. Secondly, you're right.
Andrew, fucking pay Rob.
I don't know how to say this in a million ways. I suck. Ryan sucks. Andrew sucks. Gerald sucks. Mr. E sucks. Yep, we're all the worst. We did the worst. 0 out of 10. Never seen another worse debate performance. What was the evidence Candace provided of her claim? Oh, notice they never say that. They can't say, here's why you guys are wrong. You're coping and you're wrong because Candace gave evidence that Tyler Robinson was overwhelmingly a patsy. And here's that evidence. They won't do that because they can't. They can't do it. I want to play one more clip. But before I do, I will explain I've said this for my audience, but I'll explain for yours. I do take some blame as the fact checker here. I want to take a little bit of blame because I falsely interpreted what that would mean when we got there. So, for example, we had compiled a bunch of stuff, briefs from the state, evidence from the state, plus clips and evidence of things that Candace has claimed about her theories, and then maybe some evidence to rebut some of the things Candace has said about her theories. And we thought that what was going to happen was that Andrew would have either an earpiece, but preferably he brought a tablet. And the idea was going to be that he would be able to scroll through. So, for example, he would have the state's brief. Bam, click, There, he could pull up right here, Candace, on page 3, it says X. Or he'd have a list of the clips we had. Here's Candace blaming Erica Kirk, saying she should go to jail. Click, there it is. Here, put it up on the screen. Then in the control room, I could have put it up on the screen. When about 5 to 10 minutes before the debate, Candace was like, what's up with that tablet? No, we're not doing that. And Andrew was like, okay, fair enough. So because of that, the fact checking had to go through a text chain that was through PBD's team. And so the way that it worked was that I had to basically send an email to a very nice gentleman who was very nice. He really was, who was Candace's fact checker. I would send an email to him and then he would put it up on the computer. Then I would have to text PBD and say, we have a clip that says X. Sometimes it would play, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes it would play 15 minutes too late after we went beyond where it was relevant that we were talking about, right? But that was the nature of how the fact checking. Because of that, particularly in the latter half of the debate where we had all these clips, because Andrew didn't have a list of those clips, and that was my fault. I should have prepared under the assumption that maybe he wouldn't have had a list. He had no, and I had no way of communicating to Andrew. He couldn't really have access to what, so he just started asking general questions. Israel? Proof of that? And she filibusters. French Foreign Legion? Proof? So we ended up not being able to provide. And the other thing, I just want to say, I'm not blaming. I was certainly doing way more fact checking than Candace's fact checker. At one point, PBD was even like, hey, Rob, can we let them get a fact check in before going back to you? And I know some people are like, but it's not like, it's like the criticism I always hear in hockey. Like, it's like if there's a penalty called on one side, you got to have a makeup call on the other side. Well, that's not really the way it should happen. But I also want to be reasonable to PBD's team. It was not me and Ryan debating Candace. It was Andrew debating Candace. And so it would not have been fair for us to just be back there slamming a gavel like, wrong, 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 wrong. Like, play this, play this, play this. At some point, Andrew either calls for it or he doesn't. And you have to, it can't just be us fact checking 70 times and just playing, but that was the process.
And look, the people were nice and I think by and large cooperative, but it was a game of telephone where, I would flag something for you, you would flag it for them, it would get put on screen. And I have an example. Do you mind pulling this up?
Yeah, no problem.
This was the one that drove me crazy. They were talking about the conspiracy theory that a soft point 30-06 round couldn't possibly have fragmented or couldn't possibly have been the bullet that killed Charlie Kirk because it would leave an exit wound. And I wanted them to pull up this document. They pulled it up on page 3 and Andrew did what he could with it. But I had said, pull it up on page 2 and you told them to pull it up on page 2, but they pulled it up on the wrong page. But just to clarify why this mattered for the people who are arguing this conspiracy bullet theory, this in the state, for the first time, we've never seen the medical examiner's report, but in the state's memorandum in support of bind over, which means finding probable cause, they submitted a summary of certain aspects of the medical examiner's report that we have never seen before. That's Exhibit 11. And what was said here is that they explained that the gunshot rang out, a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. So it's coming on a downward angle, not through the fleshy part of the neck, but towards the bone of the spinal column. And the medical examiner concluded that the bullet that killed Mr. Kirk was a .30 caliber round, just like the rifle that was found fires. And it created a complex entrance wound and fragmented in Mr. Kirk's neck. Just like everyone who's been explaining this has said, the bullet deformed and fragmented in his neck, and then it hit his C27 vertebrae. So it hit the strong bone in the neck, which is what would happen when there's no exit wound. So everything the medical examiner we now know says is entirely consistent with what we know happens to .30 caliber soft point rounds when they hit the body, deform, and then hit bone and don't leave an exit wound. So, but I tell the story just because, if fact checking is an inexact science, we call to have that put on screen. That I don't think it was anything malicious, by the way, on PB. I think they just pulled up the wrong page, and then it's a fast-moving thing, and that detail didn't quite get out the way we wanted.
And I want to be clear, I got access to move the page and stuff. I couldn't even figure out the mouse. The mouse was inverted, believe it or not. So I'm keeping like scrolling up and it's scrolling down. And the dude's like, no, you're scrolling the wrong way. So when it gets brought up, it's just bam, that's the center of the page. And Andrew just reads down. So he missed the stuff that we were trying to get to on the top. One last thing, and then we'll open up the phone lines. This is not about the debate. It's about claims that Candace made today in her show. She is claiming, or at least I can't say that definitively. I haven't seen all of it. She's very upset that Gerald in the entrance room that we went in, where we were patted down by security, filmed and you could see a wall, and said that the filming was only allowed to be outside the studio. This is prompting people to come on my show and to accuse Gerald and others of being in Candace's kids' space. That we were in the children's space. And why would we be in the children's space? Would you like to comment on us being in the children's space?
I mean, look, Candace has a lovely home and deservedly is concerned about her privacy given her stature as a public figure. The spaces that we were allowed into were expressly curated for that purpose. And like any parent, there were signs that she had children. If you looked around the house, it was obvious she had children. But we at no point entered any spaces that we were not expressly directed to enter. There was a funnel that led from the entrance to the studio and to the control room where we were going to do our work that day. There was an area where she left out a very tasty spread. She has a wonderful baker and she's a gracious host in that way. Really, really good treats. So, you know, like I think that everybody was very respectful of her space. And I think everyone, you know, I don't know. I'm not gonna try to read everybody's mind, but like, you know, the thing about like the Crucible and Crucible affiliated people is that there's just a lot of family people involved. Like no one's trying to get into Candace's kids' spaces or in any way interfere with her parenting. It's just not a thing that would occur to anybody who was there.
My understanding, well, I second all of that, and I basically said the same thing. And my understanding was the limited amount of rooms that we were in were expressly like the studio rooms. And then there was, you know, obviously when you have a studio that's part of your home, there can be some conflation. I get that, right? Like, for example, my studio is just an upstairs spare bedroom. So to get here, you would have to walk through my home. But that would be intentional. You're walking through a home. It wasn't really like that. It wasn't like we walked through a living room or we walked through a common area space, really. It was clear that this was probably something that's the norm, that is a funnel straight to the studio. So as far as Gerald recording, there were people milling about these spaces. There were quite a few people there, actually, between PBD's team, our team, Candace's team. I did not get the vibe that filming next to a wall was some invasion of privacy. It seemed, I accepted it as the common area of the studio. I don't think that Gerald or anyone meant any harm by that. And there are other things that I could point to, such as they said that we could have a cameraman, but we originally weren't allowed to live stream. What was the intent of the camera then? So it seemed like there was an impression that the camera would be able to film the team because they weren't going to leave us put micro. I mean, we chuckled about this, but I don't think that Candace was about to let us put a microphone on her. I don't think that was about to happen. So the camera would have been irrelevant anyways for recording for post, you know, production issues because we wouldn't have had audio. So, I mean, to me, the whole thing just seems like, you know, I don't know. I think it's much to do about nothing.
Gerald, and she has no way of knowing this, but Gerald was going out of his way to avoid even the possibility of giving any information about Candace's home or where it's located. Like, you know, I mean, when we were in the car going, leaving after the shoot, you know, he was doing some reactions with Andrew and he was filming. I think he had Steven on the line. And he expressly was like, okay, let's get the car in a spot. Andrew, hold the camera so that you don't get any street information.
We don't want to see the street. Yep.
I don't want to see street signs. I don't want to see trees. I don't want to see landmarks. Like, let's make sure that there's no possible way that anyone could figure out where Candace lives based off this video was his implication. And I think everybody, like, look, we're on different sides of this issue, but nobody here wants Candace doxxed or like her home to be a public record or anything like this. So I think everyone was being very, very careful of her privacy at all times, because that's just like the decent human thing to do.
And to be fair, also, like, I, personally would have much preferred it. I understand her not wanting to travel, but I would have much preferred if, like, we just went to a conference center like 5 minutes away from her home, because I feel awkward anyways when this was clearly some opposition between Andrew and Candace. This wasn't like if me and you were going to have a debate, I wouldn't feel weird coming to your home, but it's someone that, there's a lot of opposition there. I would have felt much more comfortable never knowing where she lived, because I just don't want anyone. This is an issue where there's a lot of conspiratorial people. There were people saying beforehand that, we were going to put microphones or something, bug the house or place fluids and stuff that would be awkward, whatever the fuck that means. So it was Candace that insisted we come to her home. That I don't know how to put it other than that. I would have much rather she said, it's got to be here. The location's going to be at a studio we'll rent out. I don't want you all in my home. I would not have been offended. I just said, totally makes sense to me.
Well, if I'm going to be totally selfish, I wish she had taken Joe Rogan's invitation.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I would have much preferred to fly out and do it in Joe Rogan's studio for reasons that have nothing to do with the debate quality, though I think he would have been a fantastic moderator. But just, I think that would have been cool as hell to hang out in Joe Rogan's studio and meet Joe. So, if wishes were fishes.
All right, on my end, I just put the link to the StreamYard. Now, let me give some caveats here. That's going to be pinned at the bottom of YouTube, so you'll be able to see that. Now, it's a StreamYard link. You click it. It's not going to ask you to download anything. It'll ask you to put your name in. That's it. We are looking only for people that disagree with us that Andrew Wilson won the debate. I know there's a lot of you that just want to say, I just want to say good job. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'll probably do a call-in show later in the week, and you can talk about it all you want. But we're really looking for people who disagree. That's what we're looking for, right? So if you think Candace won, or if you really disagree about the case, we'll be happy to talk to you. Couple of things, though. One, you will backstage have to cam up. Just for a second. You're good, guy that's in the back. That's good. You can turn your cam off now. The only reason for that is I have a couple people that are trolls so we don't have to get into it. So just flash your cam on real quick, give a thumbs up. We'll be good to go. And then you don't have to put your camera on. Thanks, Avarice in the background ticket. Number two, we are streaming on YouTube, so you have to abide by YouTube's terms of service. Even if you really dislike us, we would ask you not to do anything, just like we would never do to Candace while she was live streaming at her home. We're not going to jeopardize her channel and her platform. Even if you hate us, we ask that you give us the same courtesy. So no racial slurs, no homophobic slurs, no calls to violence or claims to break the law or anything like that. Other than that, promise we'll give you a fair shake. So we already have one caller on the line who will bring up. I think maybe the best way to do it is primarily one of us will talk to each caller so we could alternate or whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's sort of the intent. So if we don't get callers, we'll continue going on with the review. Also, there is a shitload of super chats.
Yeah, we should clear those at some point. Otherwise, the poor folks are going to think we don't care.
So let's start going through them real fast. Some of them are just on me before you came. I don't know how to differentiate them. We're gonna do these super fast. Jefferson 3 months says, "Did you gargle more nails in preparation?" I did not, though. I am
great comment. One whip song.
Yeah, Jefferson $2 says, "Slovenly mentioned, still mentioned on the
great comment." Second whip song.
Yoshi $5 says, "Candace just mentioned you live." Another one in the books.
Third
I am
song.
Mentioned. Jefferson $2 says, "Rob left me an upper deck." Lavin $5 says, "She's a pathological liar. It's addicted to social media clicks." And then Mr. Ubercross, what's up, man? Says, "Did you make more money if I listen on X or YouTube?" YouTube. Jeffrey White Music $6 said, "Did you know Charlie's last question was asked by a member of the Unfuck America Tour, enemy of the TPUSA, and then we have to find Candace's theories?" Yes, I did know that. Duma's Logic $10 says, "What the heck does she mean by these types of people? Who knows?" And then another 10, she says, "She knows our followers won't go find a vid. It's nothing more than boss girl tactic to deflect." Oh, what was that? No, we don't want that.
Oh,
what was that? Boss girl tactic to deflect how she can provide evidence
on that one, Rob.
For crying out loud. All right, Avarice, what's up, bud? Yeah, you got to, if you're in the background, you have to cam up or you can't come on. The first guy did, yeah. Okay, good. And then you can end the cam. Got it, Everest. Thank you. All right. It plays the female and some feelings. Thank you so much. Kokomo, $10 says, it just seems like cope from her after the gotcha. You can see she got exposed as not having anything of substance back up her claims.
Yep.
They're talking
Big
about
yep.
this. She said that we were tricksters, that the team was all just playing pranks, and she could tell by the type of fact checking we were doing. I guess showing the state's brief of evidence and clips of her, because she said, and she could tell right out of the gate. What are you talking about? The first fact check we were putting up was from the state's brief.
Yeah.
What about that's over the line? How dare you bring evidence from the actual court filings?
Well,
and
but
then the rest.
you got to remember that she has an audience that will go along with her. Remember what she said? You played that clip of it. She said, Erica Kirk is complicit. And Andrew goes, like, what do you mean by that? Erica Kirk's complicit. She goes, Erica Kirk is complicit in spreading the narrative that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And you're like,
What a liar. What a liar.
That is
Well,
like
even better.
I mean, like, that's
Even
the
better
most
was-
implausible court, just like contortion of language. But
Even better than that was she should go to jail. Oh, I meant in Monopoly. Like, are you kidding me? That's even more ridiculous. But yeah, you're right.
yeah, so
Witness, $20 says, Rob, all you need to say is, I don't feel like it was her house. And you have the same level of proof for her claims. Yeah. Straight ripping, $2 says, stay strong. Will too. Crisco, $5 says, Rob, did you see the video I sent you? ELOEL, am I right? I didn't see the video, unfortunately. Keith, $5 says, I'm going to stop your argument. Do you think about the Jewish folks? Sometimes. King Adam, $10 says, here's the $300,000 so we can see Rob versus Candace. She doesn't want that smoke, but I want it. Yeah, I would love it.
Yeah,
Unwokey, $5 says, bro, on our show today, she said you were the only one she liked. Well, thank you, Candace. What did Ryan do?
I was lovely to her.
Mr.
But
Ruber,
in fairness, though, you cannot reasonably expect people to like lawyers. This is just a hazard of the trade.
if I may, I don't know that she caught your name, even. That might be the case. My name was easy to remember because PBD was talking about it and everything.
Yeah, and also, not to do too much inside baseball, but you guys were like, I showed up kind of late to the party. I only got there the day before. You guys were much more involved with her team than I was.
Mr. Ubercross, thanks so much, man. It's great to hear from you. $20 says, to be fair, she would have to be an idiot to debate you, which technically means it's possible. She had to respond to Andrew after being on Rogan. She whittled down the claims as much as she could, and Andrew had a different goal. Yep. Jefferson, $2 says, the Shapidler wishes he did security pet. Yeah, the
Shapidler.
That's great. Pix Paradox, $10 says, is this a whip night, Rob? Good to see you, brother. Keep up the work. Yeah, I will probably at the end of the night.
Every night's a whip night.
Romaine Tiger Wrench, $100. Thank you, man. Says, you're the man, Rob. Thanks for always standing up for truth and logic. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. That's incredibly generous. ND Will, $5 says, I rewatched it. Our position for the debate was, I don't have to have evidence. You can't tell me what to think. Prime IQ squared, $10 says, you got this. Got to get back to work. Thank you. Scorpio, $10 says, Rob, this is infuriating. People on the left are laughing at us. They believe Tyler did it. They are laughing and damage Candace is doing to the right. Why can't people wake up and see this? Yeah, there was a clip where Hassan was basically like, I believe Tyler did it, but kudos, Candace. Thanks for fracturing the right.
Yep.
That's what we've been saying.
You don't have to believe she's a leftist op, but you do need to recognize that her behavior is indistinguishable from a leftist op. It's exactly the same.
Was she, I'm sorry, Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, was she at Dollywood without security the day after the French plot? I don't know. I've heard that. The Millie Grace, $2 says, all I have to say is Candace is bye Felicia. And then we got Bart Swarm, $5 says, were you supposed to be Detective Bullock or Eckhart in the latest Crucible Batman cartoon? I guess it doesn't matter. You did great. I was Bullock. That's who I was modeled after. Alexander, $5 says, no whip bill last stream. What happened to the whip economy? Who knows? Jacqueline Brennan, again, $5 says, someone posted a video on X the day after threats of people freely running up to our Dollywood to take pics. No security anywhere in sight. I have heard that, but I can't prove it. Alexander, thanks for being a member. Joseph Romano, blessings upon you. Thanks for $10. Mr. Alleycat 10 says, you know we're on the wrong side when Hassan is agreeing with you. Candace doesn't care about the damage she's creating. Doubt for a killer. And then Heather Kelly, thanks for being a member. On your end, Proverbs and Projects, two jewels.
Big jewels.
I don't even know what that means. Thanks. And then Conservative, $20. Thank you. Actually Religious, $10 says, now that Candy Queen has accepted money from TPUSA operative, she's on the payroll and a culprit in her own conspiracy. I have no evidence, but don't need any. I got the feels I could think. Yep. So
Fair
pull
enough.
it up. $5 says, is there a bullet point breakdown of the state's claim compared to Candace's claims? Each point can be checked off as we investigate each claim. I don't know if we have a bullet point of Candace's claims. I don't know that there's enough paper in existence to be able to, everything she's claimed. But Robert Whaley, $5 says, Detective Noor was overwhelmed by the Schpidler. Valhalla, thanks for being a member. Romaine Tiger Wrench again. Thanks again, man. $50 says the left's always lying for money. COVID, Trump, trans, white privilege. The right can't play that game. I wish Candace would stop and her fans would stop enabling her. Totally agree. Thank you, man. Polly Shortcuts, $2 says, when are you going to chat with Not Cool Josh? Tell him to send me a DM. On your end, Dylan McCuddy, $5 says, I admittedly watched her show today. It was largely psychological protection from her. Accuse your enemy of what you're doing to create confusion.
Exactly.
And then ZHX, thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
Z.
From the UNF America tour.
Is this perhaps some Act Blue money going to Rob?
Oh, geez.
Now Dinogate makes sense.
Euthanasia, $2 says, Ryan, did you ever saw the epic pig F case? Listen, I have a story about this real quick. I'm in college debate class. We had to debate the topic of euthanasia. Right. And I was the negative. So I was against euthanasia. And my opponent stands up. It's just a class. So it wasn't like actual debate team or anything. And he's just like, I kid you not. He's like this stoner. He stands up and he's like, it was difficult to find evidence of what young people in countries like China are up to. I do know that in Japan, young people like to play video games. And it takes us like 2 minutes to realize, we're like, wait a minute. You think it was youth in Asia as opposed to euthanasia? Yeah, it was pretty fun.
What this is reference to is a guy called in to argue with me last night, and he was saying that the receipt is evidence, and I was like, no, it's not, because it's not relevant. It's not evidence of anything, and for the reasons we talked about. And he was saying, well, you're questioning the validity of the evidence, but it's still evidence. His point was, it's evidence. It's just not evidence of anything in particular. So my counterpoint was that I had evidence that he was a pig fucker. And would he like to say that would he like to admit that I have evidence that he's a pig fucker because I drew a stick figure of him fucking a pig?
Yeah.
And you might say that's completely irrelevant to whether the truth of whether or not he fucks pigs. But by his standard, that's evidence. If we're going to say just evidence means evidence of, without any question of whether it even passes the low bar of relevancy, there you go. So
Letty for $2 asked me to ask you about that.
Big fucker.
Witness, $20 says, we're almost there. I promise, M. George. And definitely not. I promise. $20 says, I can't believe the picture Ryan showed on screen. It was just as horrible as what the color tint of that pig. Thank you, Witness. Draco, $10 says, Candy, but I'm more qualified than Erica to run Turning Point USA. I just got to assassinate her character. Alexander, $5 says, it's funny when they say Twigs is trans, so he would have an issue with Charlie, but not the other guy in the same-sex relationship. Yeah. Upgrade later, $5 says, Tyler became a patsy by the social media companies targeting his algorithm with clips and content. Big tech set it up. Sleeper agent. It's 2026. Single Dads Club, $10 says, Rakita Law wrecked Candace's claims since she had zero idea about reliable hearsay, 1102, everything. He said she's the most idiotic person he's ever reviewed. Yeah, we played a little of that, Rakita.
Fair enough.
F.A. Vaughn, $5 says, when dealing with conspiracy theorists, I refer to the saying, 3 people could keep a secretary if 2 of them are dead. Alexander, $5 says, a confession is very often a hearsay unless you have a recording or they do it in court, but every single court will allow it.
Party opponent statement. Yep.
Yeah. Strafe, 250 joules on your end, says MVP. Thank you. Strafe again, 750 says, let him cook. Millie Grace, $2 says, she set you up. That's what she did at her house. J Money Talks, $5 says, can you shed some light in this narrative that Crucible crew refused to identify anyone corresponding during negotiations? She claims rudeness. Mr. E, I'm pretty sure identified. No one asked. Basically, to my knowledge, Andrew and Mr. E was taking care of the negotiations. And I just say that through process of elimination because I'm 99.99999% sure it wasn't Gerald and it wasn't Ryan.
I wasn't even there at that point. Yeah.
And it wasn't really me. So I'm unaware that they said identify yourselves and someone didn't. I'm unaware. Anthony Reynolds, $5 says, glad you do what you do, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. Opucks, 6'7", gives you 67 joules. Wade Boggs, $100. Thank you. Says what a gentleman. The chat will now enter Exhibit A. This super chat and evidence for the proof of Whipwheel's existence. Anthony, people are the Candace fans like, what the fuck are they talking about? Anthony Reynolds, 10 memberships. Thank you. Blaster Pot.
Actually, we should explain that to them. If you're a Candace fan and you hate Rob, if you give him $100, he has to listen to horrifying music that makes him sad. So if you want to get vengeance for your queen, the way to do it is to donate $100 to Rob. And when you do it, select a really annoying whip song. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'm helping you out, Rob.
Blast button, your end. $5 says, I'm just saying I'm glad Mr. Norr escaped from the dreaded Shapidler. A terrifying menace to society. Hashtag show me. Someone said, what's wrong with my voice? I just lost my voice.
Because you got shapiddled.
Weatherman, $25 says, Andrew, hey, we're having steaks. Candace, no, it's ribeyes. Rob, watch out for the Shapidler. Ryan, thank you. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
John, $5 says, take a look at Rakita's rant about DNA on the rifle. Says something along the lines of 85% to 93% belong to Tyler. Yes,
he's the major contributor.
1 in a trillion chance that he's the major contributor.
Yeah, that's somebody else other than him. And the degradation point is a wild red herring. Even Candace, when she was talking to Andrew, pointed out that DNA sometimes degrades rapidly, sometimes doesn't, and can last on an object for years and years and years, which proves the point that DNA degradation is not an indicator of the passage of time. You can't track the passage of time merely from DNA degradation, as Candace admitted. What DNA degradation is speaking to is things like being exposed to the atmosphere, being rubbed off, perhaps by a dirty, dirty towel. You know, there's different ways that degradation could occur, but the degradation was factored into the analysis, which led to the conclusion that it was 1 trillion times more likely that the major contributor to the DNA on the rifle was Tyler Robinson than somebody else. So
just because DNA is degraded doesn't mean that wasn't the last person to handle the weapon either. So it's not like, oh, the most degraded handled it 5th last to go, then 4th, then 3rd. That's not how it works. None of the medical literature suggests that. The other thing to think is, part of the state's theory is he had this gun like on a sweaty day in his clothing, right? So there's different types of DNA that will degrade at different levels. Sweat will degrade very fast, particularly if you're leaving it out in the elements, which is exactly what happened. That's what we'd expect. DNA that might have been ingrained in the gun from handling a long time ago probably would be less likely to degrade if you left it out in the woods for a day. So it actually fits right along with the state's theory that it was degraded, but it doesn't matter because what happens is it's like the video compression issue, which is people that are laymen see something and to them they're like, oh, degraded. As a layman, that means that wasn't the last person to handle it. Therefore, we throw that evidence out, but you don't know what you're talking about. It's the same with ballistics. It's the same with video compression, which isn't the right word for it. All of these things. It's people trying to be experts that aren't.
And the thing about the degradation that's worth talking about a little bit is that imagine like fingerprints. Like if we found a bunch of your fingerprints, but they were degraded, meaning they were smudged, they weren't perfect. We didn't get great prints, but they were still good enough to match to your prints with certainty. How big a deal is the degradation at that point?
Nothing.
Like it means that like
you could have tried to wipe it, and that caused degradation of the prints.
Yeah,
but
like
it doesn't prove it's not you.
You put your fingerprints all over the wall. There's 100 fingerprints there. Yeah, some of them got smudged. They're degraded, but they can still match it to your fingerprint with 1 trillion to 1 odds. Who cares that some of them are degraded? Like it just doesn't really matter that much. It's a total red herring.
Jacqueline Brennan, $2 says, Nick F told her you'd be the first one gone if it was Israel. Gravios, thank you, man. Always appreciate Gravios. $10 says, Candace actually wanted to steal the ancient Sumerian tech for her father-in-law, who's actually part of MI6. They wanted to take over TPUSA. I have texts from Candace's twin sister proving, wow, that's damning.
Same level of proof as the Foreign Legion.
Last one. High Plains Grifter, $20 says, should we be concerned that Owens, like Brian Shapiro, want people to show evidence of a specific body part? I hope not. All right. Thank you. I will have to say, I know we're going to get some people that disagree with us, but to all of the callers that waited in line, I am so thankful that you did. I'm so sorry. But we always like to read every super chat that comes in on either of our channel, and we encourage you to send more of those in. We promise we'll read them.
And to the people who had to wait patiently, I appreciate it, but it also means that now when supers come in, if they have something to do with what you're saying, it's more likely that you're going to get the benefit of hearing it. Because if it'll get lost in the sauce if we don't read them and clear it out at some point.
Okay, let's start with M. George, then definitely not Alex, then Premonition. Links below if you want to call in. We're looking for people that can follow terms of service, that can show us who they are in the cam in the background real quick, and that disagree with us that Andrew won the debate. So, M. George, what's up, man?
Hey, thank you for having me on. I did speak to Ryan last night, and that was a great conversation.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, that was right before the pig incident. But
The incident. Yeah.
I'm glad that you've identified as not pig fucker. That's helpful.
right, very helpful. Although I think I can make a pretty good, at least as good as can be made, a devil's advocate case for Candace providing evidence for her claims.
Okay. Now, real quick before you do you think she won the debate?
Yes, but only because the debate should be evaluated on rhetorical effectiveness. Because if he's objectively in the right, that's like saying who won a flat Earth debate. Well, it's impossible for the flat earther to win on substance. So the only way to judge it is on who looks better, in my opinion.
Well, I will say this. I've actually had a debate on sort of this topic not too long ago. That lasted, 11 hours or some shit. You're absolutely right. Everybody decides on their own who won. And ultimately, if 90% of the people say the guy that just stood up there and pissed and shit himself won, you might say, well, they won. That's how 90% of the people viewed it. I guess when I'm saying win, what I'm talking about is substantively who won. I understand that because I don't think there's a chance that Andrew Wilson could have won this debate, given that her audience size is so much bigger. And if it's just a matter of who is going to have the most people claim they won, I think Candace, by nature of having a very rabid fan base with a lot of people, was probably always going to win that game, in my opinion. So when I'm saying that Andrew won, I think he quite clearly won on the prompt and the substantive debate, but it is absolutely fair game to say, well, I think that, her having this clip, that became the most viral moment, and so therefore I think that's better. I think that's not an unfair interpretation. I'll fully admit that.
Well, what I mean by looks better is, of course, she has a bigger audience, but also maybe who's more enthusiastic or who swayed more people on the fence. Because everybody who is in favor of Candace is saying 11 out of 10. They're gleeful right now, and Andrew's we're 7 out of 10. It's pretty good. We have some criticisms, but So
well, I don't put much stock in. I don't put much stock. Real quick, I don't put much stock in people that believe the crazy bullshit Candace is saying, to believe that her shit performance was an 11 out of 10, whereas we're more willing to be rational and give a fair, therefore that means she won. I don't see it that way. If you want to say that she convinced more people on the fence, that would be one argument. I don't think that's true. In fact, if you want to look at sort of like a notion of kind of per capita, if her audience outside is 10-1 Andrew's, right, and Andrew got like 40% of votes on social media, you might say you would expect worse if she actually won the debate. So I don't know, like it's hard to evaluate that stuff. Her audience, even if you look at the one of the big complaints about Candace's audience, and either of you could jump in if you think I'm wrong about this, is people accuse them of manipulating the community notes feature, and it's everywhere. And sometimes the community notes you'll see on like Baron Coleman or Candace things, you're like, why the fuck is this a note? Right? It's just like some aside. And so I think that shows just how active in these online spaces that they are, which means that they're probably likely to vote more in the poll. I'm not making excuses, by the way. I just don't put much metric in it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I play a short clip? Because I think PBD gave my favorite response to this argument.
The money shit. Here we go. Yeah.
You didn't like this one?
You know who I thought it was?
I've seen it, yeah.
I think both of them won, and I'll tell you why they won. But I think Candace won because she got the money and she presented her argument, and in an area where she conceded, she says, I don't know why you're playing this video. I already conceded to you. And I said, yeah, I was wrong. And she did that. So that was good for her to do that. And I think she got in front of an audience and moved some people that probably don't watch her content. Remember, baptizing is key. Baptizing is key. And I think Andrew Wilson won because, let me explain it to you how much he won. And I think he won more than Candace won. And my argument is going to be very, very weird. You ready? You ready? This guy spent $300,000 and got somewhere between $50 to $200 million of ad viewership.
Yeah. Great point.
So guess what?
He's a big winner.
My wife at home says, who was the guy? I'd never seen him before. My dad says, I've never. Most people, his YouTube channel only had 180, 200,000 subs.
Yeah.
Very good, eloquent. I've had him on. He's been on Rogan a couple times. So he's getting the momentum. I think Andrew Wilson won because for everybody that says, what an idiot to give $300,000, I think it's the same story as Kanye spent $7 million on an ad for Super Bowl and sold $25 million of merch. I think Andrew Wilson won because overnight now everybody knows who he is.
So the point that I brought this up to demonstrate is that's not how I typically evaluate debates. But if the argument is Candace won because optically a lot of people are rooting for her now, I think the counter argument is Andrew won because let's check back in on this in a year. And I don't think this is going to double the size of Candace's audience, but I think it might double the size of Andrew's.
Well, if
You
you
could say that for. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you evaluate it in different metrics like that as well, I think that it's a win for Andrew because the goal that Andrew outlined was remarkably achieved. And that goal was to expose that she has no evidence for her claims. And I say this, sometimes both sides could win. If the goal for Candace was to collect $300 and not really harm her grift, I suppose she does win as well, right? I don't think that she's going to lose many followers after that debate, but it would have been very difficult for Andrew to have a performance that would have done that. So for me, this was about exposing that she can't defend her claims and sort of being the first shot across the bow where now people are going to feel more comfortable challenging the claims that her or people like her are making, and maybe they'll be more likely to now try to defend those. So,
Sure. Although, I mean, that doesn't really have to do with anything anyone said. It just, now that she's debated, now more people will step into the ring.
I agree with that. Yeah. So if I'm evaluating just on like the substance of the debate, I think Andrew easily wins because she presents zero arguments to her side of the prompt, and Andrew presented some pretty compelling arguments that she didn't push back on very well for his side of the prompt.
Although I do think I have an argument for if I had to say that she presented evidence in her favor.
Okay.
So if we said not in court admissible terms, but in general, evidence in it is anything which makes a proposition more likely to be true, evidence in favor of that proposition. And we say that the second leading theory is patsy, because it would have to explain all of the evidence that looks like it indicts Tyler if it's not actually Tyler. So it has to be a very powerful culprit, shadow government, all that kind of stuff. So because she brought his probability in the state down from 75%, and he sort of admitted they were stalemated, at least during the debate, as the probability of the state's case lowers, then the probability of the patsy theory raises, and so that provides evidence for the patsy theory.
Well, I think that that's erroneous in this. I don't think the second most likely case is that he's a patsy. I think the second most likely case would be the state is mistaken. Right. So, for example, every time that we see a not guilty verdict, I don't say, oh, not guilty. That means the state is corrupt and tried to set that guy up and planted evidence to frame him. That's rarely the case. Most of the time we just say, okay, that person didn't do it. The state was mistaken. Furthermore, I think that evidentiary standard is very low because then we could say that simply things like this would be evidence that we could say she provided. There is a person named Lance Twiggs. He exists. Wow, that's evidence. And if it is that Lance Twiggs is the one that set up Tyler Robinson, he would have to exist. So by providing evidence that he exists, we say that's evidence for the patsy theory. I don't think that anyone's saying that that's sort of positive evidence that moves the bar in any meaningful way, in any reasonable way, that would advance her claims that he's a patsy.
Yeah.
Although the input, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, at trial, sometimes defenses put on like the, somebody else did it defense where they try to create a theory. But more often they just say the state didn't prove their case. They just point out that there's some gap in the evidence and then they fight really hard to keep that evidence out. And then they don't, in fact, then they point out that hole that they created by excluding evidence that the jury never sees. So that's, I think more likely than not, if Tyler Robinson were to win, and I think he's overwhelmingly likely to be convicted. But if he were to win, I don't think that's going to be because they proved a conspiracy.
Sure, but I'm not necessarily talking about the best way to introduce reasonable doubt. I'm saying what best explains what we know if Tyler didn't do it, because she at least alluded to some evidence like the DNA degradation that
You cut out.
Check it
We
out.
lost you, Mr. George.
Okay.
Restart.
Second-
You said real quick. You cut out when you said she at least said DNA degradation. Then you cut out.
Yeah. So she at least alluded to it, and it might not have been responded to comprehensively. But I'm saying, think of all the things that would need to be the case if Tyler really isn't the shooter, because it has to orchestrate. Why did a car that looks like Tyler's show up on the security cameras? Why does a figure that looked like Tyler show up on the security cameras? Why does a bullet that looks like it was fired from Tyler's gun show up in Charlie's body? All of those things have to be orchestrated, or something has to make them true if Tyler really isn't the shooter.
No, you're doing a ton of work here. So if I could still be in your position, it's if we accept all the evidence that wasn't really addressed anywhere in this debate, right, that would say that it's obvious that Tyler Robinson's the killer, but there's a piece of evidence that proves that Tyler Robinson couldn't have been the killer, then it must be the case that the evidence that proves he must be the killer was manufactured by the state. Therefore, normally we would say if DNA degradation would rule out Tyler Robinson as the killer, the likeliest scenario would be the state was mistaken. We have to jump to the conclusion instead that this proves that the state set him up as a patsy. I fundamentally reject it, and it relies on too much conjecture and claims that weren't made in the debate. If we could jump that far, then I could say, no, her evidence is easily disputed by what we know about DNA degradation, and it doesn't matter if it was said in the debate, just like you're claiming it doesn't matter that she didn't say all this other shit in the debate, but we should evaluate it. So I don't buy that argument.
Ironically, if you're going to go
uh,
down this road, if she hadn't
I do want to just specify one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to specify that the input is the 75% in the beginning of the debate to him sort of admitting that they stalemated at the end of the debate. So it's not just that she alluded to DNA degradation. I'm just using it if I had to make an argument that it was technically evidence. If you just took that as the input, then that's a big shift in probability for the state's theory.
I disagree. I don't think the 75% or saying that you could say it was a draw speaks to your theory whatsoever. I really don't. Again, just so the audience is clear, what he's suggesting is the evidence is overwhelming. It's Tyler Robinson. Every evidence, the photograph, the license plate, all of this stuff is overwhelming. So if Candace could win, it's not Tyler Robinson. Well, all the evidence that it's overwhelmingly Tyler Robinson applies, which means the only possible explanation is that the state set up Tyler Robinson. And saying, well, Andrew said maybe it was a draw on whether or not Tyler Robinson did it. Therefore, that proves that that was positive evidence that he was set up as a patsy is a laughable proposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best I can do with
well, I don't blame you.
Know.
Right. If you're going to get, she didn't make any arguments, so it's hard to try to come up with stuff. I would be charitable. I would say things like this. If she goes heavy in the manipulated photograph, in fact, if I had to make the case, I would say this. Her claim of the steakhouse, you could logically infer that if it's true that he was at the steakhouse, the feds would know it by this point because they claim the owner claimed he gave them the receipt, and therefore that's the feds intentionally withholding that evidence, which could speak to him being a patsy. I think that's a better claim that of patsy, but even that's a stretch. She doesn't make that argument whatsoever, and one does not necessarily follow from the other. It could be that the state's like, nah, we gave that evidence over, and it's up to the defense to make the argument. We still think he's our man for various reasons, etc. So,
ironically, if she hadn't walked back her claim that she was wrong about this, but her claim that Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the rifle,
Lance Twiggs.
Lance Twiggs' DNA. You're right. Sorry, Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle. That would be the sort of evidence you're talking about.
Correct.
If his DNA was in fact on the rifle, but the state told us it was not on the rifle, that would be the sort of thing that would tend to show that the state was perhaps up to no good. That'd be a tough detail to just get wrong by accident. But she walked that all the way back.
Well, M. George, I do appreciate it, man. I'm assuming both Ryan and I will probably be streaming and taking calls at a later date, so please feel free to call back in. But really enjoyed the conversation, and I think it's very creative in you trying to provide evidence. I'm impressed. That's actually very interesting.
Really?
So, yeah,
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you for the conversation. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks.
Have a good one.
I do like when people it's thinking outside the box, and it's actually very interesting. But I mean, clearly, I'm not putting much stock behind it. Okay, remember the number is pinned there. Real quick super chats. Gravios, $10 says, also careful, Rob. You don't need your voice turning into RFK permanently. I don't know what you're talking. Yeah. Jay.
Were you streaming for like 14 hours yesterday?
Yeah.
That's a lot, man. Also,
And
you
then-
yell when you stream. So
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what it's going. Mr. Blostein, $10 says, what Owen's side of the argument can't seem to understand is the phrase extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence applies just as equally to them as it does to everyone else they criticize. Yeah, totally agree. All right, we got Premonition next, and then Merlin, and then definitely not Alex. So, what's up, Premonition? How are you doing today?
Hi, dear. I'm glad you took me next because I've only taken one pill and I wanted to be done before my next pill kicks in.
There you go.
All right, this is going to be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't want you guys. I'm in my 60s, so I'm processing more slowly than the two of you. So work with me here. This is my point. Nobody won that debate. We all loved Charlie Kirk, absolutely loved him. And like I've said before, I think I said it to you, Rob, he was going to be our president. I was 100% convinced that Charlie Kirk was going to save this country. Now, I also know that Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk traveled together for years. I watched them debate together and I watched videos of them together. They loved each other. Okay, not love kissy kissy, but they were wonderful.
Who's it? Just real quick, Charlie and Candace?
Yes.
Okay.
They traveled together. They went all over the world. They went to universities. There was one, they were in Hawaii and they both had lays on around their necks, one day. And they worked together. Anyway, so no one has touched on this yet, you guys. And I want you to think about this with all the love I can produce for you people. I am a nothing. Okay. I'm smart, but I have nothing. What I would have rather have seen, I do not believe the storyline. I believe that boy did not do it. I don't. And I cannot give evidence. Don't ask me for evidence because I'm sitting here in my bedroom. But this
You're
is
doing
what
just as good as Candace.
This is what should have happened. When that young man died, all of you brain people, all of you attorneys, both of you there, Andrew, anybody that had a voice, you guys, instead of fighting one another over these stupid little points, you guys should have all, and nobody could think to do it, but you guys should have all gotten together somehow, because you guys together as a group could have figured it all out.
Well, wait a minute. I think you're a fucking piece of shit that hated Charlie.
I loved Charlie.
You're full of shit, you motherfucker. I think you hated him. I think you helped kill him. All right, is that it? Now, I don't believe that premonition. I say that to make a point. You would probably be like, dude, I'm not going to talk to you in good faith if you're accusing me of not liking this guy and murdering him. So when Candace Owens and company says, Erica Kirk's complicit, Andrew Colvit's complicit, we need to tear down Turning Point. I'm not surprised. Let me finish, please. I promise I'll give you a chance. I am not shocked that they didn't come together and say, we all love Charlie. Candace, come into our open arms who's accusing us of murder. I'm not shocked. What I see is someone like Candace Owens monetizing this grift with no evidence. I respect the fact that you believe that Candace and Charlie really got along. I disagree. That's your feeling. I respect the fact that you have no evidence, but it's your feeling that Tyler Robinson didn't do it. I rebut that by saying, as someone who favors logical interpretation of evidence, I look to the evidence and try to not just what my feelings are, and I see the evidence is overwhelmingly that Tyler Robinson did it. I respect the fact that you want to ask questions. That's fine. But we can't come together with people that are slandering other people on the right and accusing them of murder and giving the talking points of the left, so much so that someone like Hassan Piker saying, thank you guys, you're doing the Lord's work, helping the left, and then taking blame myself because me, Ryan, Andrew Wilson, Turning Point, or any other group didn't come together, go, you go, girl, Candace, your feeling must be right. Good job smearing Erica Kirk. I just don't see it.
I wasn't saying any of that. That isn't at all where I was going with that, at all. That wasn't where I was going. Not at all.
So where are you going?
So when you said we should have all came together, I assume you mean us and Turning Point and Candace.
See,
right?
none of you kids. Okay. when Kennedy was assassinated, Harvey Oswald was a full-on patsy. Period. End of story. He didn't do it. Okay. And they shot him walking down that hallway. And then they shot the guy that shot him, or the guy that had a heart attack that shot him. He was a patsy, and that was it. He did it, and they killed him before he could even speak. I'm sorry. I don't care if you don't believe me. But that is not at all what I was saying. Before all of this, it's been a year, and you guys have all been fighting with each other for a year over this. I like Candace, and I adore you guys. And what upsets me and disappoints me is that all of the brain people, right at the very beginning, like I just said, before the yelling and hating began, that you guys didn't like really move together and say, okay, we're the smartest people on earth. We can solve this. We can figure this out together with just being smart individuals. I hated seeing Andrew and Candace sit there at odds with one another when Andrew and Candace could have been working together to figure it out. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you something?
Sorry, premonition. I just I guess where I'm losing you is that. So I am an attorney. I do this sort of thing.
I watch you.
Yeah. Oh, great. I'm glad. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
But like, I think it's overwhelmingly likely that the state did figure it out. Like, I don't think it's a mystery what happened here. The evidence is incredibly clear that Tyler Robinson did it. So that leaves me, like, to Rob's point earlier, if I think in my professional judgment and in looking at the evidence, it's overwhelmingly likely that this guy did it, and Candace is taking the opposite position and using it to sow division amongst people who cared about Charlie and cared about the right and this sort of thing. I'm not sure what the ask is. Like, how are we supposed to march arm in arms when we really seriously disagree about something so important?
I don't think that I don't remember. I was in such shock. And it killed me for like 3 months. I couldn't even deal with it. I don't remember what her initial reaction was, but I think there was a time frame there where people could have, and you can't, this is hindsight. All right. I'm talking hindsight clearly, but it's too bad. Like when you guys don't believe anybody went to the moon either. So I can't even go to that. But if you believed that Apollo 13, it took the whole world to come together to get those guys home. Okay.
Yeah, I believe people went to the moon, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Okay, so when Apollo 13 happened, the whole planet, if you recall, was rooting for them, man. I mean, it was the whole planet. Everybody was trying to get these guys home. And Charlie was so important that I wish in hindsight that all of you brain people, Candace and Andrew, who I like very much both, would have gotten together and said, all right, let's figure this out. Because I believe that it was a much larger organization. There was too much to it. There's a new video coming out that I'm not even going to mention that you guys will see because you guys will eviscerate me because I can't explain it properly. But it's somebody snuck up on that roof the other day and went to the exact position. And I'm not going to go into it.
It's a roof. It's an external staircase with a guardrail. Anyone can walk up on the roof at any time.
No,
I just have two questions real quick. Two questions.
Okay.
Would you say that Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvin or the folks at Turning Point, would you lump them in as people on the right you would have liked to have seen come together?
I don't know who Andrew Kovic is. I was talking about Andrew Wilson.
No. I know, but I'm saying the folks at Turning Point, Erica Kirk, the vice president or whatever, the second in command, Andrew Colvin, Brian Harple, Blake Neff, Andrew Seibert. These are all conservative activists that are working within the conservative movement.
The guys that were all there.
Right, but my question is, when you say I would have liked to have seen everyone on the right who all love Charlie come together, are you including those people? And you would have liked to have seen them come together in solving this case?
Everybody with a brain.
Okay.
Doctors, people from space, the space satellites.
But listen, premonition. They're being accused of Candace Owens of being complicit in murder. How can you come together with someone who's saying that you should be in prison for murder with no evidence? How would you recommend they came together with her?
I have an answer for that.
Okay.
That didn't start until a little bit after. I think there was some breathing space. I don't know when. Again, I was in shock myself because my world fell apart. I thought that kid was going to save us. Anyway, so I think there was a space there, a space in time when I know nobody called Candace Owens. I'm sure they didn't, because they had some kind of a rift happen. I don't even know. I don't know any of the story. I just know that if they would have communicated together and brought her into it and said, we have to figure out who killed him, and that would have expanded out, and it would have expanded out to you, both of you men. It would have expanded out to Andrew Wilson. It would have expanded out to physicists and all kinds of people who could have actually figured it out. And you guys all think that this stupid kid, the slackjaw kid, did it. What if he didn't? What if it was something like Kennedy? What if it was actually a larger
how would we decide that? How would we determine if he did it or not?
That is exactly what I'm saying.
We would debate. We would look at evidence, which is what we're doing, which is what Candace isn't doing. So how can we come together? And even you're like, I just feel it. I don't have evidence. What are we supposed to do if we're like, well, here's all the evidence, and you're like, nah, I feel that's wrong. Then where do we go from there?
You do know, Rob, you do actually know me, and I'm just a mother and a grandmother, and I do go off feelings. I'm very intelligent in the sciences, but I do go off of, and I'm a female. So I run off of feelings. My heart leads me. And that is what hurts me so badly, is seeing two people that I liked sitting there opposing one another. That really bothered me, because I like them both. And I didn't like that. And like when when I heard her say something nice about you, Rob, earlier, I wanted to make sure you knew that you were in there. And she said, I turned her on, and I heard, I turned her on, literally turned her on, and I heard her mention your name. And then I immediately turned it off, and I contacted our sweet boy. And I told him that she had mentioned you and spoken very nicely. I didn't watch any of her thing before that, but I can't say who won the debate or anything like that. I'm just trying to offer a new.
Well, I do appreciate it. We have a bunch of people on the line, but I do appreciate it. I really do. So you have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, love you guys.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, in fairness, that is essentially Candace's position. So I think she did an excellent job of stating it.
Yep. Josette, $20 says lol to bring people. Thank you. On your end,
tried.
Celtic Warrior, 10 joules says hiding. FDNY, $2 on your side says 100% boomer. Simply Stimpy, $10 on your side says please make this lady a permanent guest. Jefferson, $2 on your side says United Front requires recognizing a common foe. I agree. Alan Zetlin Music, $10 says why do you think Candace said she'd risk her career in Brigitte Macron being a man, but not on if Robinson was found guilty? Makes you wonder. And Nazir for $5 says premonition defined as a strong gut feeling, hunch, or intuitive sense that a future event is going to occur. Useful in human form. Well, thank you, Nazir.
I mean, and look. Here's the thing. Again, I think Andrew said this clearly, but just to make it as clear as possible, if you have a hunch or a feeling or a premonition that something's hinky, that is a fair basis to have an unsupported opinion or to say, God, I wish they'd investigate. That's all. No one's saying otherwise. But when you make a claim, you say, this is what I believe happened. And Candace didn't say, I have my suspicions or I have my opinion. She said there's a 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did it. Now you've asserted a claim, a pretty bold claim, to be honest with you. And at that point, if you don't have any evidence for your position, then people should just treat it like an unsupported opinion, which is to say, well, that's nice. Okay.
The other thing I'll just say in general, I understand if you're a fan of two different creators and they start arguing about something that could be difficult. So I understand that. But I do not feel that it was incumbent upon Erica Kirk or Turning Point to immediately reach out to Candace Owens, who had been let go from Turning Point. I don't think it was incumbent on them to go, please help us solve the case to Candace. And I think they were correct not to do so, given that Candace, within a week or two, immediately started monetizing and accusing them of being complicit in the murder. I think it would have been a huge mistake to reach out and communicate with her. Those communications would have eventually been used by her to attack them. And so they were wise not to do so. And furthermore, I find it I do not find that to be a wise opinion that should have occurred. I guess I'll just say that. All right, next we got.
And sorry, just the last thing. This idea that people owe Candace something. Like, oh, you know, your husband was just brutally murdered. You owe Candace an explanation. It's like, what? Why? Why would that be the person? Like, it just doesn't make. It's so odd to me that people will endlessly scrutinize what people do while they're grieving and have a million opinions about it, and then follow that up with, but the one thing I know that all grieving people should do is fully cooperate with people who do shock-based opinion investigations. That's the move. You have to invite them into your living room right away. I don't understand it, but I know people just have strong feelings on the issue.
All right, we got definitely not Alex. I know one thing. It's definitely not Alex. So what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I don't think Candace won. I think she used fallacious arguments, and someone other than Andrew could have just done the same type of argumentation against her. But I do think she misstepped by not bringing up a solid piece of evidence for the conspiracies, and maybe even the Israel one. Is that
in other words, you're going to say Candace screwed the pooch, but you have a question as to whether or not the state's case is right surrounding Israel. That's basically what you're saying?
No, I got a single piece of solid evidence.
Okay.
Against it, not a conclusive case.
Can I guess what your evidence is?
You can guess.
You can give it. I'm going to guess Joe Kent's statement.
No.
Harrison Smith's statement.
12 phones.
No. It's stronger than a statement.
Okay. Let's hear it. I'm in. I'm invested now. Let's hear it.
Okay, so Mr. Zinn made a confession with tons of witnesses. Confession, strong evidence, and the name sounds like he, might have a tiny hat.
He's Greek. He grew up in a Mormon household. Candace Owens originally said he's the only Jew we knew that's there. She was wrong. She lied. He's Greek.
Oh, okay. Well,
you think Greece was involved? Or is this just more evidence that the Mormons did it?
Yeah, he could be close with the beekeepers.
I suppose he could.
Goddamn.
But if she brought up, then you couldn't say she brought up zero evidence. Be like, well, there's a confession. It doesn't work with a case of evidence, but it would be a single piece of evidence.
Alex, if your point is, if she had in fact
I'm not going to take up too much time.
Then she would have brought up evidence. Then I tend to agree with you. If she had brought up some evidence, the reason why her not bringing up evidence is so frustrating, and it's something that's being harped on so much, is if she had asserted any evidence, that would have given Andrew the opportunity to knock the evidence down and talk about why it's nonsense. But because she didn't even bother doing that, her tactic was just to kind of rope-a-dope through the second half of the debate, just be like, oh yeah, I don't have to make any claims, I don't have any evidence, I have nothing to talk about. And then at the end, she can say, oh, he didn't disprove me. It's like, well, you didn't make any claims.
Same thing Stu Peters did. Yeah. Right. Well, I'm not going to say what my beliefs are. I don't have to do that, what my claims are. But thank you, definitely not Alex. We know that you're definitely not Alex. I appreciate it, man, though. I really do.
Since you brought up Stu Peters, this is something Black Elk asked me to do, and I totally forgot about it. Stu Peters said the craziest thing when he was debating Andrew. He said, you're trying to defamation trap me. You're trying to trap me into defamation. And just so that everybody understands how crazy that statement is, in order to be found liable for defamation, though, you can be sued without being guilty, or liable. But, if you're to be found liable about defamation about a public figure, in most states, what that requires is that you have to be maliciously lying. So how is it that Andrew was going to be trapping Stu or Candace into maliciously lying? by asking like, hey, what's your claim? They're like, whoa, you can't ask me about my claim. If you ask me about my claim, I might maliciously lie to you about facts. It's like, whoa, well, why would you do that? Why not just like not maliciously lie? And they're like, I can't. There's no way I can talk about my claims without maliciously lying. You've trapped me. This is a cunning defamation trap. That's a crazy goddamn thing to admit. But anyway.
The George Zinn thing, I actually looked up to that. I saw that was something that people say, yeah, he was born in Greece. He's Greek, and he was raised by Mormons. Also, just in case people are wondering, George Zinn has some like fucking crazy, outrageous claims. He's a nut who was involved in like the local political scene. For example, after the Boston Marathon bombing, he went to like Portland Marathon or something like that and was like, I'll bring the bomb. And they were like, what the fuck? And they like arrested him and then ended up giving him like a slap on the wrist. But he was a dude that's like, seems like he was a lefty who's like a crazy person. And probably what happened, this is how I'd put it. We saw thousands of people celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. No one disagrees with that, right? Thousands of lefties. Now imagine one of them was in the audience when Charlie Kirk got killed. They would think the person that just killed him was a hero. Do you think they would have tried to like get in the way of police and help that person if they could have? Probably. Especially if they didn't think that they'd ultimately be charged. If they could just say, oh, I was shocked. I didn't know what I was saying. So I acted suspicious, said it was me, but I was just in shock. Zinn ended up then getting busted for obstruction of justice. And unfortunately, Mr. Zinn also had some child material that you're not supposed to have. So, not a Jew, not connected to Israel.
It's always the guys you most expect.
Yeah. Then we got With Ben, $5 says, Robin Ryan are the real winners of the debate. Great to see increased exposure and engagement. You guys have been getting sense. Keep crushing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Straight ripping on your end. $2 says, too many people involved with this cover up to hold up. Yeah. We didn't even get into that.
This is such an obvious point, and I'm so glad somebody said this. Like, we couldn't even get the Dobbs decision out of the Supreme Court without it being leaked. And there's like less than 30 people involved in that whole situation, right? There's the justices, let's call them a few clerks each, right? We're talking here, we'd be talking about a conspiracy of an unthinkable magnitude. Foreign governments, local police enforcement,
nurses, doctors, medical examiners, ballistic expansels, local security, Term Point USA team. It would, again, I say it this way.
You could never keep the secret.
You could convince me that a bunch of people in a military or intel agency or even law enforcement, 30 police officers come together to do some nefarious shit. Got it. I could buy that. But why in your conspiracy would you include civilians that will need to keep secret the rest of their life? If you're Mossad or you're Mormon beekeepers or you're the Masonic cult or you're Turning Point, why are you relying on campus security, right? Nurses, because part of their claim is the hospital, they emptied out the hospital to bring in Charlie Kirk. That means that janitors left that hospital knowing. That means that your grandma that was in that hospital, she's keeping the secret. And all of the people that went to visit grandma, they're keeping the secret. We're talking hundreds, if not thousands of people, almost the vast majority of them civilians. Let me explain how this comes up in a debate. Last night, I'm on this X space, and they're talking about the bullet. It's not possible for it to be this bullet. Not possible. The shirt wouldn't move that way. Nope, couldn't do it. I said, okay, I have a question for you. Is the medical examiner involved in the cover-up? Well, we're not saying that. Okay, she says it was a .30 caliber bullet. Either she's involved or she's incompetent. Like, it has to be one of the two, right? If it's impossible to have been a bullet and the medical examiner's looking at it and the ballistics experts aren't even batting an eye saying, yep, here's the bullet, here's the fragments, here's the caliber, they're clearly in on it, right? And they're like, well, we're not saying that. Okay, if you're not saying that, then it clearly could have been a .30 caliber bullet, right? Well, no, it couldn't have been. Okay, then that person has to be involved. And it's just like, none of this makes sense. They just look at everything as an individual. They don't look, and that's another reason that they don't want to actually stake a claim. Because when you stake, I'm going to go on a soapbox here for a minute. When I did policy debate in college, right? There were types of arguments that a team could make against you. We called them critiques. A critique was basically a philosophical interrogation of your plan. So one of the most common critiques would be almost every year, if you were affirmative, your plan had to use the United States federal government. It's part of the topic every year. Your opponents would argue, you use the United States federal government, they engage in capitalism. Capitalism's evil. Now, the first time I heard this argument, I listened and they're presenting evidence. The commodification of people and people die and, not enough good health care, et cetera, et cetera. Fair enough, right? And then I would say, oh, okay, what system are you proposing? And you know what their answer would be? We don't propose a system. We're just critiquing yours. So it's like, so you're saying socialism? No, we don't defend socialism. So you're saying communism? No, we don't defend communism. Mercantilism? No, we don't defend mercantilism. We just say we say bad things happen under capitalism. And I'd say, yeah, but it's the best system we have. Yeah, but still, if bad things happen, you should lose. Right? So they never stake a position that you could say, okay, well, the way the real world works is we have a position and then we have a competing position and say, which one should we accept? They're like, no, we refuse to give a competing position. Our alternative is just to reject you. That's what these people are doing. We can have a theory that there's 100 moving parts that none of them make sense together, but hey, it doesn't matter. We can embrace all of them or none of them at the same time. We're just trying to say what you believe is wrong, but we shouldn't have to stake claim to our opinions. And that's what's so frustrating, because as soon as you start to see, well, what would it have to be to believe what they're saying? The magnitude of this is insane. It's just not possible. Anyone would rationally be like, wait a minute, they required fucking janitors in a hospital to leave the hospital and stay silent the rest of their life? How the fuck does that make sense? The medical examiner had to be in it? The judge, the defense team, Tyler Robinson's own parents have to be in it?
Well,
it's mind-blowing, the expanse of this.
A great example of when that got exposed, and I think it's an underrated part of the debate for Andrew, is when he said, well, what about Tyler Robinson's parents? Like the state said that they basically strongly implied that he confessed to them in their statement. And if it was my kid and the state was lying about me, if the state said in formal court documents that I basically admitted that my kid was the murderer and no such thing happened, I'd be moving hell and earth to clear his name, to say that that's not true, to save my child. Like, this would be, any parent would do this. And Candace's response was her belief that they had been taken into custody and subjected to some mysterious gag order that doesn't appear on any docket, but yet keeps them from talking publicly. And it's like,
but they violated to get info to Candace Owens.
Yeah.
Just to Candace.
Yeah. So then you look at that and you're like, well, one of these is like an intuitive claim about parents and children and human nature that everybody experiences. The other would require like 5 or 6 really specific things to be true for which we have absolutely no evidence. No wonder you prefer to rely on not having a position, because when you do screw it up and you start explaining why you believe your position, it's laughable. It doesn't make any sense. Like, there's 8 inferential leaps and no evidence, whereas Andrew's point was like, I don't think parents will let their kids go to jail for no reason. That seems weird.
My son's 5 years old. I will say this: if presuming he'd be older, I would guess they're not going to give a capital case to a 5-year-old. I hope. But
how naughty is he, Rob?
Bookily would do it.
Is he?
He would. But anyways, he's 18. I'll say this: if they are blatantly lying to the point about things I said to try to give my son the death penalty, not only would a gag order not prevent me, it would take fucking armed men to prevent me. Right? Like, I'm just going to be like, no, I come hell or I want. What are you going to do? Throw me in fucking jail for contempt? Sue me for violating a gag order? Fuck you. I'm not going to sit back and watch my kid rot in prison and face the death penalty. And because remember, Candace's claim is, oh my goodness. Just logically think of this. Candace's claiming is the parents never had the alleged conversation. So the alleged conversation goes something like this. Mom recognizes her son from the photos, right? She calls her son, says, oh my God, is that you? He says, no, I'm homesick. Then mom shows photos to dad. Dad sees the photos, agrees that it might be him, and then at some point sees photos of the gun and says, oh my God, I recognize the gun. So he calls his son and says, son, was it you? And the son says, I'm thinking of ending my life. And then at some point, either through phone or he eventually comes back, they have a further conversation where he strongly implies it was him. Dad says, let's call this family friend. Family friend comes, they turn him in. Her argument is, no, that's all a lie. The family friend concocted this entire story. All of it's a lie. The family friend made all of this up. Then, when the parents were like, wait a fucking minute, the court swooped in and said, ha, gag order. You can't say anything. And the parents went, shucks, right? Now, if that's true, all the problems that Ryan just talked about, Ask yourself this. How the fuck did they get to the position where they called a family friend? Why would you? How did this go? I said this last night. Like Tyler shows up home and's like, "Hey, Ma, hey, Dad, what's for dinner? Beef stroganoff. Hey, Dad, can we go paint those birdhouses we used to in the garage? Yeah, son, let's go do it. Anyways, I was going to call my family friend. You remember Mr. So-and-so, right? He was going to come over. Maybe we can toss the old pigskin around. Hey, son? Yeah, that sounds great. Then the family friend comes over and goes, you know what we should do for shits and grins? Let's drive down to the local police precinct and pretend to turn you in for just something. And he's like, yeah, that sounds like a hoot. Let's do it. Let's go there and pretend to turn myself in. And then as soon as he gets there, the cops are like, gotcha, bitch. And they throw him in. And the family friend's like, no, you'll shut your fucking mouth. There's a gag order. How the fuck did it ever happen that they called the friend to even discuss going to the police precinct if there wasn't some sort of conversation between Tyler and his parents about him being the alleged shooter? And no one even bothers to ask this question. They're just like, oh, no, there was never a conversation. Never. It was just the family friend said, we have to do this. And it just blows my mind where it's like, that doesn't even make, now maybe they could say, I guess if I'm trying to steel man, they would say, well, no, the feds didn't release Tyler's name, but they knew that Tyler was the patsy. And so somehow they made that information available to the parents. So the parents, even though no one is accusing Tyler Robinson, the feds tell Tyler or tell the parents, we're coming for your son. And they're like, what the fuck? And that's what led to it. But I mean, again, to believe this shit, it's like all of this is outrageous claims. And it's like, is there one shred of evidence? Whereas with our claim, all we do is say, well, the court document said this. And if that's not true, all the parents would have to do is say, that's not true. That's a lie. And they would have every incentive to do it because we assume they love their son. Unless the argument is the parents hate their son and they're involved.
They're in on it too.
I mean, it's just, it's unfucking believable. And when you ask it, people are like, we're not making any claims. We're not making claims. It's up to you. The state has to prove their case. Now you understand why Candace won't stake any claims. Because as soon as you stake a claim, you're like, no, wait a minute. Let's see what would have to be true for that to come about.
Also, keep in mind, the thing that blows my mind always is that people think that the defense has no ability to call witnesses at the preliminary hearing. Now, they have some incentives not to in certain instances, but they have the right to. They called the DNA experts. The state didn't want to. The state was just going to have the report read by the police officers. They called the DNA experts. Let's have a conversation. The state, in the charging document, put in this information about the parents. If the parents were knocking, like if the parents were sitting there being like, that's a lie, that never happened, this is all bullshit, put me in, coach. You think that, like, even if you imagine there is a gag order that somehow applied to the parents for which there is no evidence that this exists, so you're just making it up. But even if you think that if that's true, even with a gag order, the defense would have the right to call the parents as witnesses who would be willing to testify because it's their kid and they're being lied about, and get on the stand and then say, well, thank God now that I can talk freely because the gag order doesn't apply to in-court testimony, clearly. Let me tell you that my son didn't do it, and everything about the night that's been described is wrong. None of this is true. We were all at home playing Scrabble from 2 p.m.
Yeah, but if you consider this, there was and still currently is preventing the parents from speaking out.
Oh, sorry, I didn't think about that.
I mean, that's literally what you deal with. It's just like, no, they couldn't do that. Why? Because.
Yeah.
What? Well, because why would the defense present obvious evidence to show that the state's setting up this kid as a patsy? Why would they do that? That makes no sense why they would do that. Instead, they'll let their client rot in jail for 1.5 years. Why would the parents actually speak up to prevent their kid from facing the death penalty? Instead, they'll be fearful of a gag order. I mean, this shit is just, I don't know what to say. And at some point, can I be brutally honest what's happening? I think there's motivated reasons. Some people, it's for personal profit. But a lot of it, you know what a lot of this is? I mean, here. Oh. Where'd you go? Oh, I got to bring it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Here's a lot of it.
I feel prejudiced against.
Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth.
Yeah,
That's it. That's what it is.
It's actually very funny that that quote is that clip is a really good premonition, since Alex Jones has come out Team Candace very strongly recently, and basically for exactly that reason. So there you go.
All right, Jose, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you so much. I know we ramble a bit, but Jose, what's up, my man?
It's all good. Hey, how's it going, y'all?
Very
Hey
good.
man, you're okay. Yeah, the light helps. You were like super hidden back there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on my car break. I'm on a break in my car.
Mhm.
But just to dive in, I say that time will tell exactly who won the debate. In my opinion, I do believe that Andrew won based on his motive and his purpose there against Candace. Do I think that Candace won, or do people believe that she won? I think that's very subjective on her part, because her audience, her audience, and it's not even an opinion, it's more of a fact. A lot of her audience they speak on unsubstantiated facts, which is a perversion of knowledge, in my opinion. I guess that actually is more of a fact, but it's a perversion of knowledge. If you do follow, you have to, at least, if you're supporting someone or a page or any type of channel, you have to have some type of doubts of who the speaker is or who is presenting the facts of anything. Can't believe it just willy-nilly. And I guess time will tell, like I said, because the more people that come out and understand that this is not just about the Charlie Kirk. I'm trying to keep towards what is it, TOS guy? Yeah. With regards to Charlie Kirk, time will tell that people will be like, you know what? Why was I basing this off my feelings, off of a vibe? I think I have to take a step back on any situation and learn what the facts are first before I even make an opinion of something or go along with whatever anybody else is saying. So the more people that come out and agree with who won the debate or who they agreed on their worldview, ideology or not, the matter of the fact is people, have to understand that this was more of an ideological battle of where do we understand where we get our facts from? Are we just following everyone like on a horse and a carrot, or do we actually give ourselves autonomy to understand what's going on?
And what you're saying, I think, really resonates with me, and it's actually very similar to why ultimately I came to understand why Andrew took the approach he took. Because like I said, my first thought was like, well, if it was me, I'd spend a lot of time on the state's evidence because I'm a lawyer and I feel real comfortable doing that. And I just march through it. Right. But I think what you said that's very wise is that for the people who are kind of in the Candace cult, no amount of evidence is going to convince them differently. Like they're in this space, right? They're going to do what they do. So anybody who's spent a lot of time fairly evaluating the evidence already thinks the evidence is overwhelming. Like if you took the time to look at it, it's pretty obvious. It speaks for itself. But proving that she had no evidence at all for her claims, that she wouldn't even try to defend them, I think that's going to age well. I think in the long run, people are going to look back at that and go, she really didn't say anything. And I think that was the fertile ground to fight on. And I wish I was an optimist, man, because I think on some level I'm like, man, if someone just went in there and presented the facts really strongly, maybe it would change people's minds. But I don't think so. I think that the people who are like, when you say, why do you think Israel did it? And they're like, yeah, I have no reason. It's just my feeling. It's like, well, I don't think I can sway you with facts if that's all you've got.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, my bad. I would say I agree. I agree 100%. They won't be swayed by facts. And like, just one more thing, it might be the case that, who knows, there might be something involved. I don't know, but there has to be something substantiated in the background to be like, all right, I make a firm claim of this because of this. There has to be something of substance, and this transcends again even a case. If for the fellas, if your girl starts talking about astrology and feelings and vibes off of what should we get for dinner, you're gonna have to reevaluate that situation. Just reevaluate, not run. Think about it. That's pretty much it. Sorry, Rob.
No. I was going to say thanks so much for the call. I know the next person's not, but we appreciate it, Jose. And I'll just say on that real quick, I do think that that's largely, it is a bigger battle than just about Tyler Robinson or Charlie Kirk. And it is a battle of what are we willing to accept on the right? Are we willing to accept just our vibes and feelings, and we have motivated reasoning to say this must be the case because it fits in with what I want to be true? Or are we going to be like, no, we're still a group of people that tries to follow evidence and find the truth? And I do think that that is another battle that's going on here. And in that vein, I think Andrew's staking that ground of like, you have to provide evidence or claims. And you can see it with some of the calls tonight, at least one of them. There are people that are perfectly willing to be like, it's just vibes, baby. It's just feeling. Yeah. Evidence doesn't matter. And, you know, for me, I think we have to say, I don't think you're an evil person. I don't think that that means that, like, you know, I wouldn't go out and, you know, have dinner with you or something to that effect. But I think we have to ostracize that from, like, our philosophical or political beliefs. We have to say that's not enough. Just your vibes aren't enough. We need to be reality driven. We need to be fact based driven. And, you know, I don't like the Iran war, right? I don't like it, right? If I thought that if Israel did this and we could prove it, then we'll get out of the Iran war. And that will help conservatives win elections in the future. Therefore, I'm just going to shoehorn the evidence in to say Israel did this shit and Tyler Robinson didn't. I'm sorry, that's not the way I can operate. I can't. Yeah, well, I have to say I'm going to try my best to go where the evidence takes me.
Well, and I was trying to explain this to Wick the last time I was talking with him, where I was like, why do you think, because he was complaining, as a leftist tends to, that like the right has already been eaten by MAGA or whatever their complaints are. And I was trying to tell him, like, well, look at me, Rob, and Andrew. We have very different philosophies on a lot of things. We disagree on a lot of things. Why are we all united on this particular fight? It's because we want to have a reasonable, evidence-following, politically, philosophically, ideologically consistent, viable right wing that's healthy and strong in the future. And this kind of endless conspiracy, cannibal, Ouroboros style stuff is terrible for the right. It's long-term. It's terrible for the right. And it's jeopardizing, and I have no particular connection or love to TPUSA specifically, because I don't really know people there, but it's jeopardizing the inroads that TPUSA made in college campuses, which was the thing the right has been trying to do forever. And this is just not the time to indulge in that sort of self-destructive nonsense. And it's, you know, so even if you thought that you didn't have strong feelings about the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk, which I think we all do, politically, this is a fight worth fighting. This is absolutely a fight that has to be fought right now, which is why, as you were saying earlier, you see people like Hassan and Z cheering on the sidelines when Candace is doing her thing and Barron's doing his thing, because they love it. They couldn't pay for opposition that good.
Yeah, it's actually more effective than any left-wing influencer could ever do.
Yeah.
You know, I've been fighting back against it for a long time. I was fighting against Nick Fuentes saying vote Democrat. I was fighting against that. Now I'm fighting against Candace. And basically, my guess is I see some Candace people in the chat. They are now claiming I'm Jewish. I guess at least one of them saying, oh, great. You think that person's voting Republican? You think the average Candace supporter is going to vote Republican now? Who believes that Trump personally on his desk has proof that the French Foreign Legion sent an Israeli man and a French-Canadian woman to assassinate Candace Owens? She literally said she has evidence that made it to Trump's desk, and he is intentionally not doing anything to protect Candace from that assassination attempt. Do you think the Candace followers are going to vote Republican? No, probably not. Which is why the left and people like Hassan and on F America are like, yay, keep going. Yeah. You guys are doing great. If Hassan tried to convince these people on the right, don't vote Republican. If Destiny tried to, if, you know, Harry Sisson tried to, the right would laugh at them. But when Candace Owens and Baron Coleman and these other people from the right say it, they're like, yes, that's right. We will abandon them.
Can somebody, if they haven't done it already, create an AI meme of Rob taking off his Normal America hat to reveal a Normal America yarmulke? This would really make me happy. So if somebody has the time and energy to create that meme, just, you know, food for thought.
Jefferson $2 says Ryan talked to Stelios, a Greek like Zinn. Weird.
That's true.
Another 2 says Tani On knew George Zinn is a local Utah weirdo. Yep. I don't know who Taniana is, but I know Zin's pretty
Local
infamous
weirdo.
locally. Yeah. Jabroni Big Time $5 says the conspiracy sloppers are always blob stinkies. Zach
Fair.
Gilpy $10 says, so if we know Zin was Greek, then we need to launch an investigation into Greek connection. I heard that Charlie's moving away from supporting the Greeks. Compelling.
Yeah.
I'll accept it. Dartho Moss, $5 says, gentlemen, stupid question, but I'm watching YouTube and I don't see any link to the call-in show. Mind providing some quick steps how to do it. On my YouTube, on the bottom, it should be pinned a StreamYard link. However, I do appreciate people want to call in. I strongly suspect we don't want you to call in, Dartho, because we are trying to keep the lines open specifically for opposition, for people that think Andrew lost. And you see, it's few and far between. We had a couple people trying to make like a devil's advocate position. One person was like, well, when it comes to like perception and rhetoric. But once more, we open the lines. We see the people in the chat. They're making the claims. They don't call in. So please, if you're in queue and your argument's going to be, well, actually, I think Andrew won. Thank you so much. But we'd like to talk to opposition. That's the point of this.
But you know what always happens when you say, all right, gang, we're going to wrap it up, and you take the pinned post down, then all of a sudden it's like a wave of spam. You know, they're like, oh my God, Candace is my queen. I was ready, but you took the pinned post down. It's weird that I started posting at 1 minute before the show was over.
Yeah,
But,
it's always that.
every time.
Alexander $5 says the parents' argument's compelling, but it's different from an argument from silence. Okay. Munchie X Ninja $10 says another curious thing, but Alex was against Candace initially, but then when everyone started doing the whole Jewish thing, he changed his mind. Jefferson $2 says a prior restraint appeal can reveal a gag order. Yeah. Alan Zetlin $5 says are you guys concerning a Candace fan will get on the jury when it goes to trial. Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. I do think that based off the Candace fans that I've talked to, that it would not be hard for the court to figure out who they are. They don't seem to be masterminds hiding their power levels.
Jefferson $2 says already some are picking apart the charges when on that case specifically, she says that Andrew was incorrect when he said murder as opposed to aggravated murder. Then the second count she lists is felony discharge of a firearm, which is actually a markedly different offense than discharge of a firearm that caused serious bodily injury. So in the same type of way that she claims Andrew was erroneous, in the very second charge she lists, she too was erroneous. Now, Candace claims to have studied this case almost more than anyone. It deeply personally affects her. How did she fuck up the second charge? Straight ripping. $2 says new grift idea. Tie Israel to Tupac. Easy money.
Easy money.
Andrew chugs beers low. 200 joules. Jefferson on your end. $2 says Ryan. I think Candace fits the bulldozer archetype.
Oh, I think she fits the bulldozer, but the guy at the wheels is drunk and it's just plowing down your neighborhood. That's the problem, right? Like it's not even targeted bulldozing. It's just bulldozing for the sake of money. Just endless.
And then our good friend Alexander, $100. Thank you. Says Rob, you're a meanie to the whip wheel with you joined night fellow Rob Peters. Thank you so much.
And Rob, sorry, I don't want to cut off the gratitude for the 100. That's a big no-no. But another thing about the Andrew, look, it's a good clip. She'll farm the clip. It is what it is. That can't stop that. But if we're going to be like hyper technical, murder is a lesser included charge for aggravated murder.
Correct.
If you charge someone with aggravated murder, you also charge them with murder. So Andrew wasn't even technically wrong. It's just I'm not going to claim that semantic argument is going to like counter the clip dunk that she's going to do now. But it was a silly semantic point to begin with, so it deserves a silly semantic refutation.
And then Watermelons, $5 says, on the plus side, the debate pushed Candace to support crazy position, like the guy that told Rob Tyler's granddad was the shooter. Yeah, someone last night was trying to imply that because the dad or the granddad's DNA theoretically could be on the rifle, that maybe they were the shooter. Hypothetically, it's possible.
I mean, it also, by the way, like the family gun had family DNA on it, therefore conspiracy. Right.
Birdie the dog, $20 says, I'll call in and say nice things about Ryan, but mean stuff to you, Rob. I appreciate that. And then
fair.
Richard Lamper, 7 months member, says, health have no fury like a woman scorned. Now, we have a bunch of people on the line, so we're going to try to be a little quicker. The first question I am going to ask you is, do you think that Andrew Wilson won or Candace won? And if you say I think Andrew won, I'm going to say, thanks so much for calling in. We got to get to someone else. So save yourself that. If you think Andrew won, just go ahead and calmly leave the chat. Okay? And I do apologize. I do promise I will do a call-in show, and the people like that want to call in and express that would be good. So I think that we said it. Did everyone follow directions? We shall see. Next up, we have Will. What's up, Will? Can you hear us, Will? Going once.
Bro.
Will?
Bro.
Okay.
That Will seems like the sort of guy who puts a period at the end of his name.
Weatherman, thanks so much for the 10. Says, show me your bleep, bro. Thank you.
Rob.
Now, I know this guy's, he called and debated me yesterday. So, Merlin, what's happening, man?
Yo, what's going on?
Thank you for calling back in.
Yeah, thanks. But we got to say, Andrew lost and he's currently still losing.
Okay. Can you explain why?
I'll say why he's still losing, and everyone can kind of agree. What's with this idea of leading people on with some sort of text message that's evidence that'll release it? Like, is he playing towards like a mocking Candace with all this evidence? Because if so, it's like, well, then you're just doing this so we tune into you to discuss kind of an element that doesn't go too much of anywhere. So I'm saying
now listen.
Well,
no, wait. Actually, I think this is a compelling point. It would be disgusting to profit off this by slowly dripping stuff and saying, stay tuned. You agree, right, Merlin?
Well, I would say if you're not already discussing the topic, like Andrew has his own lane where he discussed a multitude of things, but to then just say like, hey, I'm doing this genre, I'm going to take on this, topic, and I'm going to bring something from that topic that, you should stay tuned to what
So just to be clear, if Andrew would announce, by the way, the only thing I'm going to cover for the next 4 months is the Charlie Kirk killing, then it's okay for him to slow drip it.
No, I would say that's a double L for
Okay, well then what do you think about Candace Owens doing exactly that for 11 months?
I think it's different because Candace toured, like, imagine touring part of your personal life and then your friend dies. Right.
I don't think she was his friend. I think she's someone that was upset that she was basically excommunicated from his life, basically.
Okay.
And I think she was bitter at Erica Kirk and the rest of the people at Turning Point. And all of this, your feelings on it's okay for one person to do it, but not the other, is absurd. If she really loved Charlie so much, and if she really believes that Tyler Robinson was innocent, she would have even more of an incentive to just release the evidence and not slow drip it. Why? Give me a reason why she's slow dripping it.
I think the reason really is she doesn't really have too much confidence that Erica Kirk is telling the full truth.
What does that have to do with her slow dripping evidence?
I think it's really that she just wants to know who she can really trust in that, like, the space.
So just to be clear, and then I'll leave Ryan get it. Just to be clear, your theory is this. She is honest when she's saying things like, stay tuned, I have the unblurred receipt. Stay tuned, I have more video footage. Stay tuned, I have all this stuff. That's going to prove, let me make the case, that's going to prove this massive conspiracy theory, and it's going to free Tyler Robinson. But the reason she is slow dripping it is because she doesn't trust Erica Kirk. Can you explain how that linearly follows?
Okay, you're like mixing things up there. Okay, what I'm saying
your claim.
Is like
she's slow dripping because she doesn't trust Erica.
My claim is she's slow dripping to see like how much or who possibly does she know that probably betrayed Charlie. And here's the thing where I'm like, I can't. Andrew's taking the L because he brought up Erica, and even Ben Shapiro made it hard for Candace to even question things about Erica being somewhat involved. But here's why I'm skeptical. Okay, of her. One thing is because on that Jesse Waters,
we're just saying things and don't even.
No.
Those are words.
On that Jesse Waters
interview.
Questions.
Okay, on that Jesse Waters interview, she talks about the night before with Charlie. And in that night, she's saying that Charlie slept on his daughter's bed to get a good night's sleep before the tour. Obviously, they had an argument, okay? Obviously, they're going to have an who's going to you said you have children. Charlie's like tall as hell. Who's going to sleep on their child's bed?
Well, Erica did it. Israel and Erica did it. I'm convinced. But a husband had an argument with the wife. I'm convinced.
Yes, but then And
Whoa.
not only that,
Wait,
not only that,
but then the
one
wife
other-
said we weren't arguing the day before he got killed. Holy fuck.
Yes.
Holy
But
shit.
not
Call
only
the
that.
defense attorneys. Judge Graff must hear this compelling evidence. My goodness.
No. It's just that these little things probably sent Candace into areas where she's like, I can't believe everything.
Do you think Erica Kirk is complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk?
You know, from what I see from the evidence, I'm leaning there could be some motive, but I don't know. I'm just a regular person on the internet.
Because here's the thing. All the stuff you just said, I don't think it amounts to a hill of beans. But Andrew asked Candace if she thinks that Erica Kirk was complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk, and Candace walked it back. She said no.
No, she said she couldn't get into some of the stuff because, you know, they're trying to trip her up into some sort of litigation about this, like, you know, situation. But from my vantage, there's a lot to gain.
Hold on. No.
There's a lot to gain here.
Hold on. I was there. We played a clip of Candace saying Erica Kirk is complicit. And Andrew said, what's your evidence for that? And Candace said, no, you're inserting words. You're assuming I meant complicit in Charlie Kirk's death, but I didn't mean that. But if Candace doesn't mean that Erica Kirk is complicit in Charlie Kirk's death, and Candace is unwilling to provide any evidence to support it, then what the fuck are you talking about? Like they had an argument the night before. Who cares?
Right. She said complicit in the story that like Tyler's the guy. Case closed.
Yes. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
And
What's that have to do?
thing.
But how does them having an argument relate to that? Like if Erica is only complicit, let me finish. If Erica's only complicit in that she is spreading the story that Tyler Robinson committed the crime, but she is not complicit in his death. And by the way, being complicit in a cover-up would be complicit in his death. But if she's not complicit in his death, cover-up, this whole thing, then what the fuck does the argument or the sleeping in the child's bed have to do with anything?
Because you start a lie, you start lying about things the night before. Oh, he slept in his daughter's bed to get the best night's sleep before his tour. He was so happy to go. Like, okay, that sounds a little sus.
Let's assume that's true. Let's assume that she lied about him sleeping in her daughter's bed. So the fuck what?
Okay, and then it continues. It continues after that.
Where are you going with it? Where's it going?
From after that, you had let's say
Merlin. Wait, pause. Let's say you're about to give real quick, Merlin. You're about to give 3,000 examples of Erica Kirk being a lying motherfucker.
Yeah.
But at the end of that, you've already said, but I don't think she's complicit in his murder. So what does any of the... No, it seems like what you're doing is having your cake and eating it too. You're saying, I'm not saying she's complicit in the murder, but she's telling all these lies, which makes me think she's complicit in the murder. So you have to tell us, do you think these lies suggest to you and Candace that she's complicit in the murder? You said no. Are you now saying
I'm not speaking for Candace.
I'm speaking for you then.
Right. For me, as somebody who can see this, like just a regular person with the situation Charlie was in, the organization. If you guys are forgetting, he had done a Doge audit 1 week before he was killed. 1 week.
So the fuck what?
And then it stopped. A new CEO comes in.
No, start with a conclusion. You think you think Erica Kirk is complicit? Yes or no?
I mean, from my I'm not going to give a yes or no. I'm leaning towards she knows more than she's telling.
What I'm trying to do,
you know,
I'm trying to put some guardrails on the conversation because you're saying a bunch of stuff, but what I'm trying to figure out is, does that stuff lead to anything that is relevant to the murder of Charlie Kirk? If all you're pointing out is, I don't like Erica Kirk, that's fine.
I'm not, I don't have a view of her, yes or no. I think she's kind of cool, actually.
So you think that the things you're saying are going to be relevant to who killed Charlie Kirk?
What I'm saying is there's enough to where I could see in Candace's position, she's questioning everybody because she's gotten so many fibs and lies from people that it's okay for her to be skeptical and say, I think, you know, she might know more things. Hey, this guy taking video footage, the camera's down. I don't know, you know, oh, these text messages not being around and now they're around. There's all these things that for someone close to Charlie.
What does that mean? The text messages are around and not around. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, people discussed like, you know, the Andrew bringing up a text message and then previous time Erica saying nothing like that exists, right?
Okay, let's try this. First off, on that specific claim, Candace Owens herself said, after I talked to Erica, she explained this to me. She was looking at one device. She wasn't looking at the signal chats where these other messages with Security occurred. She says specifically, I accept, no problem there. Now, the Candace crew's back to that claim. But let's do this. Maybe I don't know what to do. Let's say I want you to engage with some hypotheticals with me for a minute here. Okay, you ready? Let's say that hypothetically, it is proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this gun that's being alleged was the gun that murdered Charlie Kirk. Would that be strong evidence that the state's case is true? Just a yes or no.
But this gun, that the gun and the bullet and everything?
This gun, the bullet, that's all the correct murder weapon. Yes.
Let's say it for this hypothetical, yes.
Okay, if it was proven that it is actually Tyler Robbins' DNA in the gun, would that go to strong evidence to prove the state's case?
No.
It wouldn't. If hypothetically this is the gun and that Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the gun, that wouldn't help prove the state's case.
No.
Okay,
It
you're
doesn't
delusional.
prove-
I'll continue. I'll continue.
Well, yeah.
I'll continue. If the confessions of Tyler Robinson are true and accurate, and they really are his confession, is that strong evidence to prove the state's case?
Okay, you're lawyers. Does he say
I'm not a
he
lawyer. I'm
shot-
asking. He
Charlie
says
Kirk.
it was me. He specifically says in the letter, he says he's picking up the rifle. Yes, he's strongly saying that it was him in the confession. He says it was me on the footage. If the confession is true, is that it really was him? Is that strong evidence that the state's case is true?
From my inexperience with law, I'm just saying, is that a proper confession to get
All right,
a
man. Hey,
conviction?
thanks so much. We appreciate the calling.
but before we get rid, just because I like doing it with these guys, can you pull this up? I don't think that enough people have looked at this. This is the note that Tyler Robinson left under Luna, Lance Twiggs' keyboard. In it, he wrote, Luna, if you are reading this per my text, because he said, look under your keyboard via an auto sent text, then I'm so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and sent an auto text. I'm likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I took it.
That could mean anything. Take him out to dinner. It could mean take him out to dinner. Take him out for coffee. You know?
And of course, in Utah, if he took him out for dinner and they had some drinks, he might go to jail for a long time. And that's why he's likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I don't know if I will have succeeded in taking out Charlie Kirk, but I'd hope to make it home to you. I wish we could have lived in a world where this did not feel necessary. I wish I could have stayed for you and lived our lives together. This is...
Hey, Merlin, if this is an accurate confession, do you think that's strong evidence that Tyler Robinson did it?
I'll give you yes in your hypothetical. Let's say yes.
Holy fuck! Thank you so much.
But
My
can
goodness.
I ask, Ryan?
No, you can't ask because I'm trying to go through a line of question and it takes 15 minutes to get you to admit what any reasonable person say. Sure, if those confessions are really his, that's strong evidence that he did this. Great, thank you. Now, let's try the opposite. If Erica Kirk lied about a fight with her husband the night before, is that strong evidence that she's somehow involved in the murder or a cover-up?
You're trying to make this a
Why can't you just answer? Why
thing.
can't you just answer?
I'll say no. Okay. Here.
Okay.
That's what you want.
If Erica Kirk lied about seeing a text message about him fearing for his life, is that strong evidence that she's involved in his murder?
I'll say no. I'll just
okay. Now do you see the issue? That's the point.
Yes.
So what you're pointing to is a bunch of externalities that don't prove anything. And by the way, a lot of the things you're saying are declarative statements that there's explanations for, or you're not accurately representing them. So,
cool.
I mean,
I get that.
Okay.
But let me ask Ryan a
Thank
question.
you.
Let me ask Ryan
and
a
Rob,
question.
can you pull up the share screen while he's doing that? But yeah, go ahead, Merlin.
I just want to ask you, in your experience from confessions, is that a confession that actually says I shot and killed somebody? Like in court,
does it use the words?
Like if I say, like even the guy in the crowd said he did it, right? Like how much of a confession to a crime, like does someone have to say?
I'll tell you this.
You know what I'm saying?
There's two questions. I'm going to try to do a good faith answer to that. there's two questions that's going to happen when it goes to trial. The first is, will the judge admit it into evidence? The answer is almost certainly yes. It will be admitted into evidence. And then the jury will see it. The second question is, what weight does the jury give it? And that's up to the jury. They decide if it's credible or not credible. But there's no such thing as like it's a confession in some magic sense that doesn't go to the jury. The only questions are, is it admitted into evidence? And does the jury find it credible? And what weight do they give it? That's what matters.
So then the question we have for you is, given what you just read and what Ryan's about to read, if you were on the jury and it was proven to you these were his messages, do you think these messages rise to the level of him admitting that he did this murder? Go ahead, read it, Ryan.
So this is another one where I get hung up, because people say like, oh, how could we know that it was Tyler Robinson in the security footage? But then he texts in his Discord message, he wrote to his group, "It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious." So, this is where it starts.
I'm going to take him out. He's evil. I'm sorry. I wish this didn't have to happen. I'm asking you, is that enough? Are these messages, if you were on the jury?
You're being too small-brained.
Let me finish. If you were on the jury and these were proven that these were messages written by Tyler Robinson, does the wording of these messages enough for you to say he's saying, I killed him?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you.
Of course.
I appreciate
Okay.
that.
But that's what you want me to say.
Because it's the truth. Because everyone reasonable would say.
You're framing it that way for me to accept it, man.
No, because what we're trying to do is we say, you can say, but I question.
Let me ask you one question before I go.
I promise I'll give you a chance. What we're trying to say is you have every right to say, but I question whether or not this was him. No problem. But we have to start from a point of agreement on what reality is. And so the agreement is, if this evidence was accurate, does that speak to you that he likely is confessing that he was the murderer? And it should take you instantaneous to be like, of course. However, I have questions about the evidence.
He can be the murderer.
That's more reasonable.
Right? He can be the person who did it. Doesn't mean that his algorithm wasn't influenced to get him to that point to make this sort of act, right? It doesn't mean that external sources didn't influence him or chop up his social media content.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yes, we do. His parents said he was radicalized.
Hold on. Are you on the right or the left?
See, I don't even get what that means, man.
I won't hide the ball.
I got a left and a right hand.
Here's why I'm asking you. Whenever I talk to somebody on the left, they're always endlessly say things like, well, yeah. I mean, clearly he raped and murdered that woman. But have you heard about how bad his childhood was?
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
I'll say this.
What about
I heard he followed Merlin J on social media. So lock him up. Lock up Merlin.
Systemic forces in
I would have loved to see Charlie run for president.
Hold on a second, and then I'll let you go, I swear. But Candace's position was he was a patsy. If he did it because of social media, he's not a patsy. He's a murderer with a social media addiction. That's a different thing than being a patsy.
Unless people are looking out for folks like this in the space with all our data to manipulate their social media to do things like this, acts of harm, generate revenue through clicks.
Do you have any evidence of this?
Yeah, there was that kid who went up to that Native American guy, and then social media amplified it, and he started a lawsuit, right? He became
the Covington kid. Wait a minute. Whoa, wait.
I don't know if it's
so. Wait a minute.
But you know what I'm saying.
Nicholas Sandman is somehow involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. This is a great one. Here we go.
You're jumping.
Here we go. Nathan Phillips, the keeper of the sacred pipe at the Covington. My goodness. Here we go. All right.
There's evidence. There's evidence of social media companies influencing
do you have
content to make
pending charges?
Yeah, I have pending charges. Yeah.
Okay. Because it sounds to me like you're setting up your defense. You're like, look, man.
No. I don't have anything.
It's not my fault.
I watched Ryan Mullally and Rob Noerr. I was radicalized.
I told them social media.
No, but we know that happens. We know that happens,
shit.
right?
Holy
we know
shit.
that happens. We know it's happening.
Hey, give me the
But
final
here's my
word,
last
man.
question.
Here's
my last
Nicholas
question.
Sandman did it. Let's go. Here we
No,
go.
here's my last question. Just because everyone's going after Candace for having her views, I just want to ask you guys: do you think that Charlie's security team believes the narrative?
Yes.
Yes.
And okay, so you think that was instant, or do you think initially they thought it was a bigger?
I have no
I have
idea.
no clue. I think that most people, what they do is they have initial opinions, and as more evidence come, they allow that evidence to influence what they believe. So I have no idea. If I talked to Brian Harple, he could have thought that the Japanese did it initially, and now he's like, I see the evidence, I believe it. Yes, I believe they believe the evidence.
Can I give you an example of how that works in real time? When I was watching the whole hearing with Andrew, one of the things Andrew was really focused on, because he's a gun guy, he was like, I need to see the round, because if they're telling me that it was a 30-06 full metal jacket and they show me a 30-06 full metal jacket, I'm going to be a lot less likely to believe that there's no exit wound. But then they showed a soft point, and Andrew's like, oh, okay. Because he was worried about that. That was not, I'm not saying that he believed it was a setup or anything, but I'm saying that was something that bothered him. And then he looked at the evidence and he updated his beliefs when you saw the evidence. And I think that's how sane people work, right? You're like, oh,
right. I'm trying to make sense of
here's
this.
a problem, but let's look at what the evidence actually shows.
Yeah. And I believe what that other lady said before. We want to see, like, you know, Charlie and Candace and even Andrew, people like Andrew. But we got to, like, if the content that Charlie was making got him actually killed, I don't think it's just like the content that's now being ran about Candace having ideas about Charlie being murdered. I think it's actually the same thing. People are using this to make Candace sort of this evil person.
She's doing something evil.
I wouldn't say it's evil, man. That's
She's accusing Erica Kirk, a grieving widow, of being complicit in her husband's murder with no evidence. She refuses to back. That's fucked up.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, who else does that all the time?
Who accuses grieving widows of murder with no evidence all the time?
I would say the internet will blame everybody for any crime. Like you said, they think Rob has an American Jew hat under his head, right? Like you think he's got a yarmulke under that.
That's true.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. If are you married? Do you have a girlfriend?
I have a girlfriend, but I'm not married.
Okay. How about your mom? You have a mom? Are you close to her?
She passed away.
Okay, but at one point you were close to
what
your
Rob's
mom.
about to do.
Right. Let's say that I all of a sudden get a huge audience, and I have 30,000 people watching a day, and millions of people that watch my channel, and I convince my audience that your mom is a molester that assaults children. All right. Now wait.
Okay.
And then finally, I just keep spreading it over and over. And then finally, someone confronts me and they say, Rob, that's a bold fucking claim. You're accusing this mother of that. Do you have evidence? And I say, nah, I just feel like it. Would you say that's pretty fucked up of me to do?
Like, yeah, it would be fucked up.
Okay, that's what we're saying.
Well, but that's not what Candace is doing.
Yes, you said she was complicit. Can you explain that? She said, I just mean complicit in Tyler Robinson. She backtracked. She refused to give the evidence.
You lump everything into one argument.
Okay, two things. When she said that that Erica was complicit, do you really believe that she meant complicit in saying it's Tyler Robinson and not complicit in covering up the murder?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Do you believe when she said go straight to jail that she meant straight to jail in Monopoly and not real jail?
Honestly, for that, I wasn't watching that episode, but I know how she does her comedy.
That episode, meaning the debate?
You watched the
when
debate.
She said the straight to jail, like she tries to be comedic, like, you know, she tries to make some things like funny, but I don't know. I didn't see that full.
Okay,
episode.
I think that I think I'll say this.
Can we go back? When Rob was accusing your mother of being a PDF, if he did it in a sing-songy voice with a clown nose, would that
she
be better?
should go to jail because she assaults children.
On that same thing,
yeah, everybody, you should contact Merlin's mom. She assaults the children.
Right. If you clip this,
no problem now.
No, but if you clip this and then you comment on it, like, look at Rob say this, look at Rob say this, but you're not giving the context.
What's the context? Give me the
You're
context. For example,
context
I
is
can
you're
play you a
using
clip
this-
where she says, yes or no. Did Candace say this at one point? That this Terrell guy panicked because because they set the shape charge up on the mic. But the way that Charlie was bet meant that the shape charge didn't go through in the same way. So he immediately called Erica because they were panicking because the murder didn't occur the way they want. What's the context of that?
Rob, you see, the thing is you're getting so upset about an episode that someone produced.
No. I'm getting upset about your
minute
willful
detail.
stupidity and your duplicitousness. That's what
I didn't
I'm
see
upset
that
about.
episode. I don't know what you're talking
if that's
about.
true, did you watch the debate? The clip was played in the debate.
I watched the debate. Yeah.
Okay, the clip was played.
So you
And
didn't
you guys
didn't
want me
see
to
the
tell
episode.
Andrew's
Why are
losing.
you explaining what she was doing in the episode?
I saw some of them. I didn't see all of them. The whole thing is you want me to say Andrew is winning or losing? He's losing because you guys are trying to make it like Candace is a bad person for having an alternative theory and making some claims that could be hurtful to a woman whose husband died. Right.
All right. Thanks,
Also-
Merlin. Thanks for the call, man. We appreciate it.
I have an alternative
She's
theory that Merlin's calling in because he's a pig fucker.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Thanks, Merlin.
Sure.
Enjoy those.
Is that
farm
harmful,
animals.
Merlin?
Pogs, man.
Pogs.
Yeah. Enjoy the farm animals. See you, Merlin. I mean, I don't know what to. It's just.
But by the way, my favorite part of this, it was a little subtle, but he goes, "You guys are lumping everything together as it like that's
a criticism." Yeah.
Because the thing is, what the Candace fans do is they try to take a case that's built on interlocking evidence, then pull it all apart and say, "Well, I have a question about this piece of evidence. Let's ignore all the other evidence." Just this one piece, and they atomize it, and then it's kind of like it's actually a little Pisco-ish, right? Like let's spend 15 hours doing this one dissection, and then you never see the full picture because we atomized everything. And then when you try to give them the full picture, they complain. Like, oh my God, you guys are showing me all the evidence? That's crazy. You're lumping it all together.
I'm supposed to debate someone I actually like, Tim Gordon, Monday, and he's going to make that dude's argument. Because his argument is Tyler Robinson did it, but Israel put him up to it. And I guess we're going to look for the evidence. Tim, if you're watching, I'm going to give you a little insight in my strategy. I'm going to say, bold claim, evidence? There's my strategy. And you're going to say, well, Israel was really pissed off at Charlie. I'll say, yeah, that sounds about right. Evidence that they set up, they communicated with Tyler Robinson, right? And evidence. And I bet he goes, well, they set up social media operations, and perhaps one of their operations picked up people in his Discord, and perhaps that then helped radicalize. Therefore, Israel's responsible. And I'm going to say, wow, that's a bold claim. Evidence? And he's going to say, I feel that's what happened. And I'm going to say, yeah, I think you have motivated reason of your dislike of Israel. I could name 30 other organizations that had motive to want Charlie taken out, including the ACLU, or like DI groups or trans groups or Democrats or Muslims. I could make the same claim. I could say, we know that CARE and other Muslim organizations hated Charlie, and we know they have an online presence. And so therefore I could say maybe possibly their online presence ran into Tyler Robinson, and maybe possibly they did this. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, it's ridiculous as it sounds. And by the way, Tim Gordon's a smart guy. Yeah. He's not, and I'm going to have to deal with that. And he says that the wording of the topic, by the way, is that it is, I'll read it exactly just so people can see what I'm talking about. It is, there's compelling reason to believe that Israel instigated / helped Tyler Robinson kill Charlie Kirk. And I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to, hypothetically, they could have put some shit on social media that Tyler Robinson engaged with, and then he took that and influenced him to kill Charlie. I don't know what to say.
That's at least an improvement. Like, I think earlier on, if I recall correctly, that prompt looked even more unfalsifiable. So I don't know, man. Like, it's tricky when you get these prompts that have like,
what does compelling mean? What does instigate mean?
Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, like I was offered a prompt at one point. There is / is not reason to believe in a soul / multiple assassin.
Yeah, that was the first prompt, and I was
like, I don't think I'm doing that because like that's basically like reason to believe is like the lowest possible standard.
Yeah.
And then
I'll take there's reason to believe. I'll take the affirmative. There's reason to believe there was a sole shooter.
Yeah, but then
how am I losing that debate? Like,
yeah,
the bar is so low. It's like, okay.
Yeah, some of these things are just odd, the way that people view them. Like, I mean, I've just never seen anybody grapple with the way the evidence interlocks. Like, okay, these bullets are carved, and he has a carved bullet in his house, and he has the Dremel, and he borrowed the Dremel, and he references the specific carvings in his confession. So, if in order for this to be a setup, that's one hell of a setup.
Mossad could do anything. The FBI could do anything. So anything you say is evidence, they'll just say, but the FBI planted that. The FBI did it. Okay, but that would mean that this person would have to be in on it. Yep, fine. But that would mean the parents would have to know they're being lied about and they're not coming forward. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean the defense would have to know and's refusing to bring that up. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean that the steakhouse owner that's saying this receipt, he doesn't have evidence, him's lying. Yep, that's fine. He's in on it too. But that would mean that the entire hospital that was emptied out, all the janitors, nurses, doctors would have to be in on it. Yep, that's fine. But that would mean that everyone that's UVU security that was there would have to be in on it. Yep, that's fine. Literally, it's like, because what they're like, all you need is, okay, we have motive and opportunity. And motive is just like, there's literally tens of thousands of people, organizations that have motive, right? Opportunity is just powerful organization. Israel, Iran, Democrats, Republicans, FBI, CIA, all of those, you could say they're so nebulously powerful that they have opportunity, right? That's it. And it's like, that's all we need. We don't need evidence. We just have to have motive, opportunity. If we have those, you can say Israel did it, Qatar did it, Iran did it, Japan did it, United Kingdom did it, Democrats did it, Republicans did it. And it's like, do you have any evidence for any of those claims?
Nope.
I have motive, I have opportunity. That's it. That's all I need. And you just shrug your shoulders. You're like, how can you convince someone out of that? How can you? I don't know, and it's frustrating as someone that's like.
I like the if they go too far down that road, you're like, well, Candace is a pretty powerful woman, you know.
Yeah, right.
So going down her motive and opportunity, because it's like, because you're right. There's so many people who qualify, you know.
And clearly she has the mind process for it, because all the things she's alleging would be involved in a cover-up, she's clearly thought of, which means she would think of getting on his Discord and faking messages, right?
Yeah. But did Merlin say he was facing charges when I asked? I thought he said
did.
Yeah.
I felt bad because I was like,
I think he was setting up his defense. Like, you know, it's like, hey, man, they can't convict you if the internet made you do it, right? Right?
Hey, if so, Merlin, kudos. I hope it wasn't a heinous charge, but if we can help get you out by saying, no, that's what I believe. I said it on this channel. Good for you. Real quick, Chip Boggs, member 3 months. Thank you. FDNY in year 1. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Thank you. Bazinga. 10 Jules says, press F on your side. Thank you. Crisco, $20 says, lost a lot of respect for you, Rob. You bullied that poor weed-smoking university student. Yeah, that guy ended, after he talked to me last night, we were going through things. He's like, I can't remember things. I smoke a lot of weed. I was like, okay.
All right. Fair.
Not a lot of people can disassemble a pew-pew and go up 2 flights of stairs and climb over a 3-foot wall. Been watching for 3,000 years. Yeah, he said that it was
well said.
Default assassin behavior to be able to assemble a rifle and walk up 2 flights of stairs.
Well, but he also did a crawl that a baby can.
Right. That's assassin crawls.
Yeah, that's how assassins crawl.
On your end, Lenny Grads, $5. She's not skeptical. She makes strong but wild, unjustifiable claims that she later walks back, like calling Erica a Black Widow. Yeah, but you don't know the context of that when she repeatedly called her a Black Widow. You don't know the context when she said she was complicit. I believe when she said Black Widow, she meant that she plays Marvel Rivals and plays the character Black Widow. That's what she meant when she said Black Widow. And when she said go to jail, she meant go to jail Monopoly. And when she said she's complicit, she meant that she's complicit in saying that it's Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, it's like the way Rob, when I describe you to my friends, I'm like, oh, I know this guy Rob. He's complicit in spreading his political messages.
Yes, Rob's complicit in asking us to go out for breakfast. That son of a bitch, he's complicit.
It's just the natural language.
Zach Ariel Thanks for being a member. Jefferson, you're in $2 says Utah doesn't have model confession instructions.
I don't know. I mean, I think that if you're asking the difference between like a confession taken by the police or like a de facto confession, the point I was making is merely that no matter how you get a confession, the question's always going to be, is it admissible? And what weight does the jury give it? There might be Utah jury instructions, Jefferson. I'm not a Utah attorney. I wouldn't want to speak on that.
Leningrad, $5 says, yeah, this is open and shut with the confessions. Wasn't aware of from the surveillance footage. It was me. That one solved so much. It's worse than that, right? Because they'll say, well, he faked that. That's fake. That's not really him. But before that, when the footage first came out, the photos first came out, his friends start on him. And they're like, holy shit, that looks like you. And he's like, LOL. And they're like, oh my God, haha, Tyler's the murderer. And then the next day, he's like, yeah, it was me. Right? So the whole argument, not only is it he's admitting that it was him, but it also shows that his friends saw the photos and was like, that looks like Tyler Robinson. Just like Lance Twigg said, that looks like Tyler Robinson. Just like Mom and Dad said, that looks like Tyler Robinson. And Tyler Robinson said, that's me in the photos, and I took out Charlie. Like,
yeah, and by the way, the jury's also going to hear a law enforcement officer say, "I looked at the photos; it looked like Tyler Robinson," and they're going to hear a TPUSA witness who come up and say, "Tyler Robinson came up to me and asked me about the setup and was chatting to me while we were getting the tent set up." And while all this is happening, there's going to be the picture. And Tyler Robinson's going to be sitting right fucking there, and it looks a lot like the picture.
Plus, they have his fucking license plate in the car and a partial plate at another time.
Yeah.
So all of these people have to be in on it. Lance Twiggs has to be on. These random friends, either they had to be made up by the feds or they're in on it. The parents, either that had to be made up, as we've talked, or they're in on it. The Turning Point person that said, I talked to Tyler Robinson, they're in on it. The police officer that said, I saw Tyler, he's in on it. Like, you're starting to see the issue here. World Radio, 5 months a member for you, says 5 months already, totally worth it. And then gives 10 memberships.
Yes, that's what I like to see.
Leningrad.
Thank you, World Radio. Very much appreciated, buddy.
$10 says, where's my armchair psychology? People don't want to grapple with how seemingly easy it was for Robinson to do this on its own. It's scarier than any conspiracy, actually. That's absolutely true. The truth is we have a real problem, particularly on the left, with people that have been radicalized to commit violent acts. And we see this. This isn't an unusual thing. For example, remember when a left-winger, and I think it was in Dallas, climbed on top of a building and shot at ICE agents and ended up killing 2? Like, it's that simple. It really is. It's fucking scary. It is.
Well, I mean, look, can you share screen for a second?
Yeah.
Like, why did he wrote, why did I do it? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated.
That could mean anything.
It could mean anything. But like, you know, when people say like, well, if you describe someone like Charlie Kirk as a monger of hate and a fascist or whatever other terminology, and then he's killed by someone who says, I had enough of his hatred, some hate can't be negotiated out, and carves "Hey Fascist Catch" on one of the cartridges. It's like, at what point are you going to say, I think that there might be some political connection here? Like,
but it's my belief that a bullet couldn't do that. It's my belief. It's my belief that it's here. I'm so sorry to the callers. I had a person reach out to me and say, I want you, will you put my question on screen? Now, I'll admit I was a bit of a prick to this person, but let me see. All right, you ready? He's like, can you, he kept, hey, I have a question. Can you say my name and read my question on screen? Okay, here we go. This is on X. This is Whiskey Devil. I promised him I would read this. I'll skip the introduction. He says, I don't ever watch Candace, but if the topic of the debate is Tyler Robinson a patsy, can you be honest with yourself and say Candace has no evidence, but Andrew can refer to the official Turning Point Fed narrative? I know nothing about Candace. I know Charlie was a sweetheart. The drop fire clips and Turning Point can't reproduce. We just want our little brother's real killer put to justice. What really should have happened is independent journalists should have tried to find some Tyler text. Okay, so far we have one question. Why can Andrew rely on the Fed's argument? Care to respond?
he's relying on the evidence that was presented in court, by the way, not by the feds. Like, this is I know this is low hanging fruit. This is the thing that most confuses me. The federal government is not trying this case. It's the state of Utah. The state of Utah put on a whole bunch of evidence. Andrew and I sat for a week and watched it. We watched the whole thing. He and I you can watch the streams. We watched the whole thing together to see what the evidence was, and we both found it very convincing. That's why he says that he finds the evidence very convincing, because he spent 40 hours of his life watching it.
Okay. All right. Now let's get to his real problem. So now we're going to get into his problems with the official theory. This was what was so pressing. He had to reach out to me. You ready? What should have happened was independent journalists should have tried to find some of Tyler's text. Question 1. This is why this person doubts the official story. You ready? Question 1. And I'm quoting. Does he text like a weirdo?
Okay.
This person believes that the text he sees that allegedly are confessions from Tyler Robinson are, quote, weird. Okay? There's compelling reason to not believe the state story, number 1. Next, is there a gunsmith that ordered the ugly furniture for the World War II rifle? And why would the family do that to the antique? The family made this gun ugly. So therefore, the state's case has to be false. And I'm just like, what? And he's like, now be brutally honest. What do you think? And I'm like, you want me to be brutally honest? I mean, and then he later's like, well, here's the problem, right? So he clarifies. You ready? So here's his real problem. If you go on to address her points instead of, I shouldn't address her points, okay? Because I tried to say, well, here's what Candace is saying. He goes, if the question is he a patsy for the feds? I'm not saying you can't use evidence supplied by a Fed or mainstream. What he's saying is, if the topic is he a patsy, you're not allowed to use evidence from the feds or from the mainstream. So if I say, I think you're a Fed, you can't provide me evidence to disprove that because you're biased, nor can I use like federal documents, etc., because those are federal documents. So in other words, you would somehow have to prove, in order to prove that Candace doesn't have to make any affirmative claims that he's being set up by the feds, you have to disprove the hypothetical by providing evidence that wasn't from the mainstream.
Well, Rob,
that's the burden that's been set out.
But, by the way, one very funny point and serious point about that. I'll do serious. One, Andrew provided a text message not provided by the mainstream as evidence of Charlie's fear that the left was going to kill him.
That's the turning. No, that's Fed turning point. That qualifies as mainstream. Okay. Can't do that.
I don't know if I qualify as mainstream with my sub 6,000 subs. But Rob, breaking news. I have this piece of evidence. It turns out that Tyler Robinson did it, and I can tell because see, this little stick figure man. He said Tyler Robinson did it. And I'm not part of the mainstream. I found this piece of evidence. Now, you might not find my evidence compelling. You might think that this is very weak evidence, but it's not from the mainstream. It's not from the Fed narrative. Now, you might say, well, God, why don't you use more compelling evidence? To which I might say, oh, well, because unfortunately, the state and the prosecution, they don't share with me very nicely, Rob. They gobbled up all the good evidence and they used it in their case. But you said I wasn't allowed to use any of that. So now I'm stuck with the bad, useless evidence because I'm not allowed to use the evidence that the prosecutors are using because it's too convincing.
So, Whiskey Devil, I hope it was everything you wanted. You wanted me to read your question. Okay. I promise I'm going to run through these real quick, though. Late Boomer says, a lot of people think you lost the debate solely based on your unpleasant voice, Rob, just to say. And that's a valid claim, right? But I'm going to reject the claim because I think you have a pussy-sounding name, Late Boomer. So there. I reject because you sound like a pussy. Next, we got Two Wills. Number 60 months says, laughing my ass off. Great stream. Thanks for the laugh, Merlin. Watermelons, $5 says, sent that Candace supporters Andrew's going crazy position. Then Merlin comes on. It couldn't have timed the super chat better. Yep. World Radio, $10 says, people aren't going to go after her views, opinions, or her ideas. They're upset she's espousing her views in a defamatory manner. We called out. She uses proxies to inform her assertion without evidence. Yep. Zach Ariel again, or however, Zacharol. $10. Whatever. It's spelled weird. It's not. You fuckers. Anyways, $10 says, gonna be so embarrassing for you guys when the defense calls Israel.
We call Israel. Who? Everybody.
The whole country. Every Jew must come in. Kyle Rode the Dinosaur. $10. Thank you, man. Single Dads Club, $10 says, same type of smooth brain logic is going into sports as well, where there are clear great moves or not, like the NFL draft. People will find some damn conspiracy to satisfy the nuts. Yep. Osmo, $5 says, it's not the demand for evidence that hits. It's the long, awkward prattle and silence after. Good luck in the debate, Rob. Thank you. Robert Jenkins, $2 says, appreciate you both. Collins are the best. Thank you. Jefferson, $2 says, was mocking Merlin's confession phrasing argument. Dave, thank you so much. $2 says, that was the debate we all wanted Friday. Yep. Kevin Faulkner, 5 gifted memberships to your channel. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Daniel Graves, $5 says, it's not insane or crazy to have an opinion that he may have been influenced by a third party, but at least come to the table with evidence. Yeah, influence is one thing. I don't put that to the level of instigating. For example, like Israel could put out a bunch of shit that's just like from Netanyahu's own personal account and saying, Charlie's a piece of shit. We hate him now. And if someone reads that and is like, yeah, I'm going to take Charlie out, would you really say, aha, Israel's responsible? Like at some point, it's like, wait, what?
I didn't like this argument when it was people saying you can't play Grand Theft Auto because it's going to make you a mass
Correct.
Murderer. You know,
That's
like
exactly the same type
I hear that's why I asked him, is he a leftist? Because the only person I hear making this is people like Destiny who'll say like, you are the sum total of your experiences. You're not like a person with agency and free will. On the right, people tend to believe that we have free will and that we're responsible for what we do. And I think that's a healthier worldview.
Grassroots Hegemon, 250 joules, clapping seal for you. FDNY,
Thanks,
$2 for you, says, why wouldn't they have had Robinson unalive? If he takes himself out, that'll be more part of the conspiracy.
Well, they're already calling that shot because if he, honestly, the kid's facing the death penalty. It looks like overwhelmingly likely he's going to be convicted. He's going to be on suicide watch, and you know how ghoulish these folks are. Like if they can. They don't have to be right very often. They just have to be right 1 out of 1,000. So if they can just call that shot, there you go.
And then real quick, we got Daniel Graves, $5 says, also, it doesn't mean he's off the hook for what he did. I don't understand how they can't understand this. Love you both. Keep cooking them. Thank you. And lastly, long live Liberty, $5 says, an RFK voice, Smoky Man bad. Thanks for the membership, Grifters.
Smoky Man bad.
Will S. Will, do you think Andrew lost the debate? Hello. This is the second Will we've had that sound's not working. Check your mic setting real quick, man. Will? All right, we're going to move on then. Fondian, what's up, man? Do you think Andrew lost the debate?
I think he won on facts, but on optics, he got his ass handed to him.
Okay, fair enough. It's a defensible position, I think. I don't think it's as bad as you say, but fair enough. Go ahead. We'll let you make your case.
Okay. Now, there were certain points in the debate that really made him look bad, in my personal opinion. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the Candace fans are going to focus on that and say that's everything.
Like, can you give us an example? I think I know.
Calling the phone issue.
Yeah.
When he called.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna call this one out, right? Andrew's saying murder instead of aggravated murder. I don't really give a shit. Her being able to recall kind of correctly 7 of them, but the phone does make it worse. I wouldn't have done it. I agree with that, because when you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's suspicious, because then it makes it look like she just did something incredible. She recalled this incredible detail.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's fair to say that she got good clips out of that section. Like on substance, I don't think it means anything, but in terms of clips,
exactly.
She clip farmed. She got good clips that section for sure.
Well, that's kind of my point. That's why I was talking about optics. When And that's a lot of what Candace fans are going by are going to be feeling and optics. They're not looking at the actual facts.
But they were going to do that anyways. Would you agree?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that kind of messed him up. The whole women or I don't know if I can say it on YouTube, but the R word thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of a kind of a bad optic.
Yeah, but there's nothing you could do in the fact that that's Andrew's position that he said.
Oh,
and look,
again, I fully agree.
Let me say this, right? Like, I think if Andrew gave a perfect debate performance, which is impossible, but let's just say hypothetically, a team of 30 people like came up with like literally the best answer and the best performance in every way against every meta claim, like in a lab. I don't think it changes 99% of Candace's audience. They're going to say the same thing. Well, Andrew's a smoky man. He couldn't open a pickle jar. What's that?
Yeah. I think it would have swayed more people, though.
Maybe.
Not a lot of them, but more.
Yeah. I will say this. I don't know how much the needle would have moved even in a perfect performance. But if your point is quite simply, Andrew made a mistake, optically, he could have looked better here. You get no complaint here. I agree. Yep. But I don't think anyone would be expected to not make any sort of optic mistake in a 3-hour conversation.
Exactly.
You know? So.
And they're calling up the charges and all that. And in reality, it's not relevant. However, this group, as you have talked to and heard yourself, they're going to say that that's everything. Because there's nothing else they can really hang on.
I agree.
Well, but I think you should think about it in terms of time horizons. And here's what I mean by that. If you looked at polls that were taken, not of Candace's audience, but of like normie audiences during the debate, Andrew was overwhelmingly winning. After the debate, he starts losing on all those polls because Candace's audience is huge and they zerg out, right? But what about the next time horizon? Because we all know this is the Zerg moment. This is when the Candace antibodies are kicking in. It's all over the internet, the clips, blah, blah, blah. But I think my prediction is in 6 months, what we're going to see is the same thing that happened when Andrew started talking about force doctrine. And all of a sudden you started seeing people all over the internet copying it. And it was an argument that they could deploy and they could use, and they started using it, right? I think you're going to start seeing people use the argument that Rob's been using, which is like, that's nice, where's your evidence? That's nice, where's your evidence? That's nice, where's your evidence? Because I in the long run, I think that's going to be the takeaway. So I think right now I agree with you on optics, but I'm not sure it's going to stay that way, I guess what I'm saying.
Oh, I can see your point there.
Yeah,
the
I think it might
is,
age well.
Like I said, when you're talking to folks that are in that persuasion, like I said, they are only going to see optics. Anything of substance, unless it's like one little point, they're going to forget. They're only going to focus on one thing.
I agree. I largely do. But hey, Fondian, thanks so much for the call. I think it's a reasonable interpretation. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, he lost on optics, but he won on facts.
All right, man. You take it easy. Matt Willie? $10 says, Rob, on the Candace Monopoly reference, her next sentence in that clip was at least for questioning. Yeah, I know. She isn't making a Monopoly references. She's accusing Erica.
Whoa. She wasn't making a Monopoly reference, Rob? That's crazy.
So fucking stupid.
Rob,
oh, look, it's
Rob,
our friend Alan.
Hold on. Before you read this, Rob, you are complicit in slandering Candace Owens for saying that she wasn't making Monopoly reference. Sorry, I didn't want to break your rhythm with Alishness, your favorite friend.
Oh, Alishness. $5. Real quick, did you read that yet?
Oh, hold on. I'm ready.
All right, you didn't read that yet, right?
No, not yet.
All right, prediction. Who do you think Alishness won the debate on substance?
Oh, well, Destiny thinks Candace won, so she's going to think Candace won.
Okay, let's check it out. Alishness, $5 says, why is it so hard for people to accept she won the debate based on the merit of her arguments, not just optics? Andrew showed up unprepared. Thanks for the 5, Alishness. Lenny, it's funny. Everybody, people say that, and then I'm like, oh, cool. Can you provide one piece of evidence that she had, that there's overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy? No, they can't do it. Lenny Grant. Now the next thing Alice will say, yeah, I can, but you won't let me call in because she can't call in because I don't even know why she's still out in your chat. Fed post bullshit. Anyways, Lenny Grant, $5, but thanks for the 5. Lenny Grant, $5 says, it's 100% false, outright slanderous lie to say Andrew can't open pickle jars. It was an olive jar. That is true.
Hey, there you go.
Nailed it. All right.
You're complicit in that.
Here we go. I'm going to try Will again. Who was in line. So, Will, can you hear me?
Can you
Will
hear
with
me?
a period.
Yeah, I think I heard you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know why. So
Do you think Andrew lost the debate?
yes, I do think he lost the debate in the sense that I think that he could have brought up more damaging evidence for Tyler Robinson, and he just didn't do it.
But now wait a minute. Just to be clear, that's a fair claim, but that doesn't mean he lost the debate. Saying you could have done better doesn't mean you lost. So compare that. You think that Candace defended her position more, that there's overwhelming evidence that he's a patsy.
I can't defend her. Really, the reason I wanted to come on was because I was going to ask you why did you not tell Andrew to bring up and hold Candace to the fact that the state had the evidence of Tyler Robinson texting Lance Twiggs before he tried, or as he's trying to retrieve his rifle?
The texts are all faked. Lance Twiggs wrote the text.
But
Andrew brought up the text. He said they're all fake.
At least trying to convince the audience, because it was a very good gotcha when you brought up the cameras. And
because I'll explain
really
why.
Did love that.
I'll explain why. Right. First off, why didn't I tell him? Because I couldn't talk to him. That's one. Secondly, when it comes to this point specific, or the points like this specifically, Candace talked almost 2-1 to Andrew, right? Andrew's like, I find the confessions compelling. And then she rambles on. These could be fake. They could be Lance Twiggs. And then you're like, what he should have been was like, pause. Let me outline specifically each way he confessed. To which her argument's going to be like, I don't give a shit. Each of the confessions were written by Lance Twiggs. You're right. If he had more time, right, and was like, I'm going to outline in critical detail the entire state's case. Here is every word he said of every confession. To you and me in the audience, we're like, damn, that's compelling. To her and her audience, and it's just, okay, we used to call this in policy debate. We'd say, group all of those arguments. My answer is, all fake. So if it was me, I did it, is just dispensed up by Candace and her audience saying, that's fake, Lance Twiggs wrote it. I don't think the less compelling, I'm here for my rifle, all of a sudden moves the needle. She's just going to say, that too is fake.
Well, no. Do you know what text I'm referring to, though?
You're referring to the text where he says, I'm sitting outside, I see the bomb-sniffing dogs, I'm hoping they don't find the gun. That's less damning than, it was me, I did it.
No. Is that all the context to what you think I'm talking about?
Yes, I think. Well, no,
Okay.
I'm assuming you're gonna say this lines up with what the police were doing at the time, or
it
something.
corroborates the other evidence.
Listen, because I don't know how the hell you guys don't know about this. How is it? Go in the indictment and read the text messages. Robinson literally texts Twiggs saying, as he's trying to retrieve the rifle, after he said, there's a squad car right by it. I probably won't be able to get it. He literally
Isn't that what you just said?
Yes, but you didn't let me finish. Right after that, he specifically says, if I see and this is the quote from the meme on the engraved bullet. If I see
notices bulge,
you woo on Fox News, I'm going to have a stroke. How is that not the most damaging evidence you could hold to account?
If you believe, I think saying I killed him is more damaging than saying if I see a bulge, I'll die. I think that the former is far more convincing that he did it. And if the answer to the former is all of these texts are faked, for example, in the specific message you're talking about, Candace actually, believe it or not, has a stronger claim to dispense with that, because she says in the specific timeline he couldn't have sent that because he was at a steakhouse in Panguch. And that's not the case with some of the other ones. But in that one specifically, we know that that's fake because we have a receipt. I'm not disputing that it's like, the engraved bullet, there's a similar message on the text. I'm not saying that that's not some sort of evidence. I just don't know that it's any more compelling evidence than that was me. When the explanation that you're trying to defend against is, The feds said all of the, or hell, not even the feds. Lance Twiggs could have done the engraving. His hand was on the Dremel. Lance Twiggs did all the Discord. So if that's the case, would Lance Twiggs know what he engraved on the Dremel?
Well, I understand the speculation you're giving to basically be the devil's advocate, or at least Candace's advocate. I understand that. But I think from like a perspective of people who weren't aware of the case fully, I think that mentioning those things would have been so damaging to the reputation that she has built up, which is either Erica and TPUSA are complicit in the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, or if it's Israel and the French Legion that did it.
I'll just say real quick, if I had to bring up a bunch of things that I would have rather introduced in evidence, I'd have probably put 14, 15 things above that. But sure, that's something that I would have added. You know?
I think Rob and I are both in agreement that, like, in terms of our debate styles, like I would have gone in hard on the state's evidence because that's how I prefer to debate. Mm-hmm. But it's not my money to spend, you know. And like for Andrew's perspective, and I think this is a fair point, what he really wanted to show was that Candace had no evidence for her claims. That her claims, Israel did it, Erica Kirk, like all these conspiracies she's coming up with, there's no evidence for these things. And I think the real risk is, like, see how we got kind of bogged down in details and we're going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. You lay out 15, 18 pieces of evidence, and then Candace says, well, it's not fair for you to lay out 18 pieces of evidence and then I don't get to talk about them. So now you've got to talk about 18 pieces of evidence, and now you're in the fucking Pisco 11-hour trap, except 4 hours in, she's going to say, I'm pregnant. I don't want to do this anymore. Debate over. And you're going to say, I paid $300,000 and I never got to talk about your total lack of evidence for your claims. And she's going to say, oh, that's a shame. We're done. So I think there's a real risk for Andrew getting bogged down in litigating these details where he can't actually get a win. And where he could get a win was proving that she had no evidence for her claims. So he made the strategic decision to move more quickly over the first prompt and get to the second prompt when he was able to. Now, that's a matter of strategy, but I could see why he did it, given the extraordinary lengths he had to go to get the debate in the first place.
And just to let you know, we didn't have communication with Andrew during while he's in the studio debating. But we did. Sorry. There were breaks, that's what the earpiece and we did say no.
That's just so you could hear the clips.
The earpiece was given by Candace's teams to Patrick, Bet David, Candace, and Andrew, merely so they could hear the clips. So at least on our end, we were unable to communicate with Andrew. Now, when they took a break, we'd be able to. And after the second break, me and Ryan were like, "Okay, here's more state's evidence." And Andrew said, "Listen, I'm going to say that's my case for the state. I talked about the gun. I talked about the confession. I think that's the best evidence. I could do more on it. I want to get to her claims. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move on to her claims because otherwise I'm not going to have time to hold her accountable for the things she said." So that, and again, me and Ryan were both like, man, we'd be here all day. We'd try to stay. But his point was, I'm never going to I paid and just so people know, Andrew paid $300,000 because he wanted to have her answer for her claims. Part of her condition, the original debate acceptance was, I'll debate you on your claim that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did it. That's all she wanted to talk about. When Andrew debated Stu Peters, that's all Stu Peters wanted to talk about. They don't want to discuss their claims. So Andrew could have just as well walked in and said, yep, you're right, the state case is bullshit. Anyways, on to your claims. Because he didn't give a shit in the context of what his agenda was. And given that it was his $300,000, who the fuck am I to disagree? You know, it's like, all we could do is say, yeah, okay, fair enough. And I'll bet I would have defended the state's case better and not got to her claims. Yep. That's probably would have happened. Yeah. And then people would have been like, Rob, you didn't even ask her about saying Erica Kirk should be in jail. You didn't even ask her where her proof is that Israel did it. You didn't even ask her about the French Foreign Legion. And I'd say, well, I thought I was doing a good job defending the state's case. And she would have just said, oh, that's bullshit. All the evidence is faked anyways. And then optically, what are people saying? Rob knew he couldn't challenge Candace's claims. That's why he stayed away. You see what I mean? So it's kind of like you're damned if you do, damned. And the other thing to remember here is, you know that Merlin guy? Were you listening when that Merlin guy called in?
Yeah, a little bit of him, yeah.
Okay. Candace is even worse than him, which is there are people that are unwilling to, like, you have a chain of an argument, right? You'll be like, the argument I'm making is very simple with him. with Andrew's evidence that he's citing, if it's hypothetically true, you'd say very compelling that the state's case is right. With the evidence he's talking about, if hypothetically true, we'd say that doesn't prove anything. That proves a husband and wife fought. So do you see? But instead, it takes 15 minutes to get through because he's like, what do you mean hypothetical? I don't know what that means. Well, is that evidence when he says it was me? I couldn't stand the hate. Is that evidence? Right now, it's like, what the fuck? You have to spend 15 minutes. That's what Candace does.
What that
everything.
is?
For example,
that's a breakdown in conversation.
Well, but it's intentional. It's intentional.
A weaponized breakdown in conversation.
Right. And like, for example, I should even bring up the clip. When you get to the end, when Andrew's, or not the end, but the second half, where Andrew's like, okay, I want to ask you questions. I'll make it as painless as possible. They're not going to be loaded. I'm just going to ask you some questions. What he wants to ask is like, do you think Israel did it? Do you think French Foreign Legion did it? Do you think Mormon beekeepers did it? Do you think Erica Kirk's complicit? Do you think Andrew Colville's got? That's what he wanted to do. Get her on record and then say, okay, now let's go one by one. Where's your evidence? You said you think Mormon beekeepers did it. Can you provide evidence for that claim? But instead he says, hey, I'm going to make this painless. It'll be simple yes, no questions. If you could please engage. And she goes, I want to stop right here. In the negotiations for this debate, and on and on and on, she rambles. Before he even gets to ask one fucking question. So the more he spent on, okay, here's the defense, here's the state, she's just going to yammer on and on and on and on and on, saying nothing basically. Well, it could be this, it could be that. And then he's not going to get his opportunity. So I agree, even within that framework, are there things he could have said better? Yeah, but I can say that about every debate I've ever done. So Andrew gave himself a 7 out of 10. So I think he acknowledges, there are points I could have made better, but ultimately I think he accomplished his goal.
Yeah, I think so too. So I don't think he lost the debate, truthfully. I just really wanted to ask because I thought that was like the most just damaged, like basically the smoking gun in my eyes, because he's acknowledging, even though you might say Candace is going to say, oh, well, that's just speculation because he's at this steakhouse. But like, even if the state, I feel like it holds more weight if the state is saying in the indictment that they have these messages that they're willing to document it on there. It's like unless you're going to name me any other times where states have just blatantly made up messages like that.
Well,
you don't know about the Jews, man. Yeah. The Jews can force the state to do anything.
It's actually worse than that, Will, because it's not just it's like the message corroborates the carvings. The carvings corroborate Lance Twiggs's testimony. Lance Twiggs's testimony corroborates the messages. The messages corroborate the location of the rifle. The location of the rifle is corroborated by 2 independent pieces of video evidence. The messages are further corroborated by the video evidence of him coming back to try to retrieve the rifle, which is corroborated by the partial plate run by his car. Like all the evidence interlocks, right? And this is why when you debate people on the other side of this, they always want to atomize it and take it apart. Because if you're ever given the opportunity to put the pieces of evidence together, you start seeing why we call it overwhelming. Because you couldn't just fake one piece. You'd have to fake everything. It would have to be this huge, sprawling conspiracy to get anywhere near this, because all the evidence is interlocking.
Yeah. All right, fellas. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Thank you for the conversation.
Hey. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I bumped a button. Thank you, Will. I appreciate it. Now, I have a feeling pretty much everyone else in our chat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 4 of these 5 cannot follow directions. 4 of these 5 are going to say Andrew won. And when we specifically said the most important thing is we just want calls from people that think that Andrew lost. So now at least 2 of these 4 are going to try to cleverly bullshit us and be like, well, in this sense, Andrew lost. I have a feeling. But
wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Breaking news, Rob. I have damaging evidence that I'd like to put on screen, courtesy of my moderator, Zero Fucks.
Uh-oh.
Damaging evidence. Now, for all of you out there who are wondering about Dinogate, who are wondering how come your whip songs don't get played, who are wondering how come Rob keeps siding with Andrew, Zero Fucks has finally proved he cracked the case.
No!
It's the Crucible yarmulke.
Oh my God.
The Crucible yarmulke, Rob.
No!
It's you and Andrew and the tiny hats all together.
Oy vey!
They
No!
got you.
All right. You sons of... Don't... Look, Candace people are watching, like, clip it, you know. So here, $10. Thanks for the super sticker, man. Old Joe, $5 says, great exchange on the PBD podcast when Adam made Vinny distance himself from Candace conspiracies as Andrew suddenly shifted the zeitgeist. I think it's starting to... Listen, this is funny. You know who Dan Blazarian is?
Mm-hmm.
He's like sort of a white nationalist. He's running for Congress.
Yeah, sort of.
He hopped on the space last night that I was on. And he's like, oh, yeah, Andrew lost. You know, I watched the debate and blah, blah, blah. So he goes on about it. And I was like, you watched the debate? He's like, yeah. I was like, can you tell me what the topic was? He's like, well, you know, state's case and, you know, some things Candace said. So I was like, well, they were both arguing overwhelming. I was like, can you provide me one piece of evidence she gave that Tyler Robinson was a patsy? And he's like, well, when you look at it like that, wow, she did terribly. She's a grifter. I'm like, okay. It was pretty funny. But Lysol operator, $5 says, Rob, I honestly expected Andrew to say, I changed my mind. I don't think the state's case is good. Convince me of your claims. Also think that. It was a theory that we had. It was just like, yep, okay. You're right. State's case is bullshit. Anyways, prove Israel did it. Right? Like, you know, like it was a thought. But all right, here we go. Ranger and Rogue up next. What's up, sir?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. You think Andrew lost?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I thought for sure you wouldn't think that, but go ahead. Good.
No. First and foremost, I mean, good to see you, Rob. Congrats.
Yes, of course. Always good to hear from you, man. Yeah.
So I'm in this rare camp where I had a bias towards Andrew. I've watched a ton of Andrew's content for years. I mean, we've been on Hippie Dippy together when he's back as BPF, and
remember that, yeah.
I had a bias towards Andrew. I always do. I think he's one of the best debaters in the world. I think that he did lose this debate, and mainly because. So, for instance, you were a collegiate debater.
Mm-hmm.
The first hour of the debate, I think Andrew lost to himself. And it set the tempo for the rest of the debate. It doesn't matter if Andrew smashed her in hours 2, 3, and 4. The first hour of the debate, I felt like Andrew was overly pedantic regarding the fingerprints being degraded. And this was just, as you know, the public opinion that's impartial is going to slant in the way of the tempo that the first hour of the debate is going to be. And that's why I kind of feel like he got blown out by himself, not Candace. Candace didn't beat him. He lost to himself in the first hour because he kept repeatedly saying, so what? Every time Candace said Tyler's prints weren't the most prominent on the rifle.
Maybe I have a misunderstanding of what the word pedantic means, but I understand what you're saying. I think he should have handled it better. For the record, I did send in a fact check on this, which didn't get presented, which again, I'm not, look, that's a loser's game to bitch about the moderation or something, so I'm not doing that. But I did recognize this as, it's a simple answer. Degraded DNA means nothing. He should have said, so what? That means nothing. He still had the majority of DNA. Degraded DNA doesn't mean that you weren't the person. I just disagree with you that sets the tone. For example, it's clear that he knows much more when he's talking about the bullet. It's clear that she won't stake a position on whether or not she thinks it's a bullet. It's clear that if she thinks that it's another gun, that she would claim that any other gun would also be expected to have a through and through and be a perforating bullet. So I don't think that it's as damaging as you're claiming here. That then means that we should that we ignore the fact that she provides zero evidence for any of her claims, in my opinion.
I wish she had been more pedantic because she was talking about DNA like it was fingerprints.
Right.
So I kind of wish she'd been more petty on that point if I was gonna give a criticism.
So a few things. When this first happened, right, all the right-wingers started saying it was a palm gun, it was an explosive, it was a hand signal, like a third baseman, it was like all this crazy stuff. Mm-hmm. And I spent over 100 hours making a 45-minute YouTube video that got throttled by YouTube, by the way, debunking all of these right-wing conspiracies around the murder. And I was immediately attacked by the right. Yet again, I'm politically homeless for objectively viewing things.
You bastard.
And there's it's not a binary, it's a percentage chance. Is it going to rain today? There's a 40% chance it's going to rain today. It's not an absolute yes or no, it's going to rain today, right? And a lot of people just can't comprehend that the spectrum. Candace took a huge fucking L saying 0%. That's
Huge L.
insane. Anyone that says an absolute on anything, and I agree with Andrew with the 70 to 80% that he was the shooter. But in my video, which I highly recommend you watch, towards the end of it,
I'm just kidding.
Either Tyler Robinson took the shot or somebody from his direction took the shot, potentially with a smaller caliber. There was also a sniper pad found on a separate roof behind Tyler's position and a spent casing, which they said was irrelevant to the case, and it's still being litigated. But this is also something significant. The reason why
it wasn't a spent casing.
It was a full casing.
The
223.
One of the police officers racked their gun, and the 223 got discharged. Discharged because it's a full casing. It wasn't fired.
I was misremembering. You're correct. But I think the reason why it's so significant that his prints weren't the most prominent, because again, he's the person that dragged it there, went up to the rooftop.
You're mistaken. They were the most prominent.
They weren't prints. It's DNA, not fingerprints, and it was the most prominent.
Oh, it was the most prominent.
Correct.
During the debate, Candace kept claiming that they weren't the most prominent.
Candace was wrong.
She's mistaken, and Andrew mentioned that. There is two separate claims. There is prominence of DNA, and then there is degradation of DNA. So, for example, let's say that my DNA is on 90. I have 99% of all the DNA of the gun is mine, and 1% is Ryan. But my 99 is degraded more than his 1%. That would mean that I have the majority of the DNA on the gun, but it's also the most degraded. The degradation of DNA, by the way, does not speak whatsoever to who the last person was to touch it. So what laymen think is, well, if the DNA is more degraded from Rob, that means he must have handled the weapon way back in the past. That's why it's degraded. But that's not the way it works. Sometimes that can have an effect. Other times it's the type of DNA. Was it sweat? Was it saliva? Was it blood? Was it like skin from like where on the weapon? So all of that. So basically the medical literature shows that you could read very little into whether or not the timing of someone handling something based on the degradation of the DNA. All the DNA is there to prove is the people whose DNA are there handled the weapon. It doesn't say when. It can't speak to that. It just says these people handled, whether it's degraded or not. That's what it speaks to.
And on every piece of evidence that they did testing, Tyler Robinson was the major contributor to the DNA. To be clear, on the rifle, there were 4. I can't remember if it's 4 or 5. I think it's 4. I think it's 4. Might be 5 unknown contributors. Or
we have 4 unknown and his dad.
That's it. It's 4 unknowns and his dad. Yeah, that's and then on the screwdriver and the rifle, we know Lance Twiggs is also a contributor, but Tyler is the major contributor. And for each of them, the expert testified that it was at least 1 trillion to 1 times more likely that Tyler Robinson was the major contributor than someone else.
Of course,
so and that's taking degradation into account. Like she factored that in.
So let me just say my piece. So on one hand, I totally understand because it's a century-old rifle. That rifle has probably been touched by hundreds of people, right? It's been passed down. It's a surplus rifle, but at the same time, the rifle. And again, he had his hands all over it for a long period of time. He got off the roof, disassembled it, planted it. Now, hypothetically, let's say if someone else were to plant it, right? I think it's kind of concerning that the rifle was planted on a property that was owned by 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owned 2.5 million shares of Palantir, right? So, and I'm not saying that this is like proof of anything, but
why does that matter about anything?
Why is that concerning?
It's concerning because it's tied to the most powerful people in the world that could potentially.
Wait, real. If Palantir wanted to frame me, would it be possible for them to go to this field next door that's not owned by Palantir?
I think that it would. It's not that definitive proof, but I'm just saying that the.
But
other
I don't think it's not.
Not definitive
no, it's
proof.
not. It's not proof. It's not evidence of anything.
It's not evidence, but it's something to look into. I mean, it's like detective work, right? You have a lead, you look into the lead. I wouldn't say that it's nothing. I wouldn't say that it's everything, right?
No,
it's
I would say it's nothing. No. I would say it's nothing.
The thing is, it's not like there's wooded areas all over. Like there's a wooded area by Candace, right? And then he dropped off the rifle in the wooded area where people wouldn't see him, right? Because he doesn't want to drop it off where everyone's looking at him. And he scouted it out. There's surveillance of him scouting it out in the morning. I don't think he was like, oh, I scouted out. Like, so just to be clear, if what the state has represented is that there's surveillance footage of him, which we haven't seen yet, but they've represented they have it, checking out the wooded area in the morning before the shot. And then afterwards, he hops off the building and runs to the wooded area where he dropped off the gun, which he later described as his drop zone, because he had figured out where he was going to leave the gun so that he could, leave the area and not be very suspicious carrying a rifle. So I guess my question is, like, what about Palantir's ownership is relevant to that? It seems like the relevant piece to me is that it was a convenient wooded area.
I mean, Palantir is one of the scariest companies on the earth. I think we all know that.
But if Palantir didn't own it, it would still be a wooded area that would be a good place to drop off the gun, right?
And I would, that just bolsters the argument. I would say that it's possible that somebody else could have planted the rifle after Tyler took the shot. Let's just say, hypothetically, Tyler takes the shot, gets off the roof, throws the rifle somewhere, someone else picks it up, plants it somewhere else. These are things that do need to be explored.
Now, wait, just to be clear, maybe I could give you this as the smallest of importance. I hesitate to even say that, but maybe if there's 8 wooded areas and it just so happens to be in the one owned by Palantir, maybe you have something. But where there's like basically any moron would look and say, okay, if I needed to get away and drop a weapon, where would I do it? There, the woods. Okay, like that, the Palantir connection. Secondly, I'm going to need proof that this is owned by Palantir.
Yeah, sure. I can give you proof.
Yeah, but I guess
just put it in the private chat there. That's fine.
It's not owned by Palantir. It's owned by 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who's owned by a guy that owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir. He has a very large stake and say in Palantir.
It's owned by, what was the exact owner?
683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir, over 2.5 million shares. So it's not like he's a nobody when it comes to the realm of Palantir.
Okay, can put the evidence in the private chat.
I just did. Let me find his name. It's
no. You just typed that out. You didn't put evidence. You just typed it out.
I could pull up the.
You said it. What you wrote, just so people know, is 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million. But that's not proof of that's you restating the claim in text form. I need an article, some sort of proof.
I can read the SEC filing
because I'm looking it up and everything I'm reading saying that's bullshit.
Sure, and while you're doing that, again, I guess I maybe I just don't have enough conspiracy brain. Maybe this is my failing, that I just don't understand why this would seem like a relevant detail. Like, it's not like you need Palantir's permission to access this wooded area, right? There's video of him with the rifle going to the wooded area. So I guess because there's video of him crossing the street with the rifle to the wooded area, your contention is that he left the wooded area still carrying the rifle, and then someone else brought it back to the wooded area?
Tyler didn't do it. This was all a setup by shadowy figures connected to Palantir.
I'm trying to figure out
my stance overwhelmingly is that Tyler most likely took the shot. I'm like 80 to 90% positive that Tyler took that shot.
Which is, I think we all, that's to me, that's overwhelming, by the way.
The other small percentage chance that he didn't take the shot, somebody else took the shot from a different roof in the same direction. Ballistically speaking, when you're talking about ballistic coefficient, when you're talking about a 30 cal, when you're talking about a 30-06, and then it's something that is foot-pounds of energy. The difference between a 30 Winchester and a 30-06 is 1,000 foot-pounds of pressure versus 3,000 foot-pounds of pressure. So, right, or a core-locked bullet, right, as the bullet that was actually shown, which I was waiting for that bullet to come out, which is why I was immediately saying, like, everyone shut the fuck up when this first came out, because they're like, no, 30-06, don't do this. And I don't care how many YouTube videos are out there of rednecks shooting like full pigs and stuff. See the pig explodes. The 30-06 would just go through his neck. It's just not how ballistics work. I was also a combat medic in the Army. I've seen bullets do really weird shit, dude. A bullet can enter your back and shoot out your ass.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all this. It's all good, right? But I don't know where we get to like the 20%. Like first, even if Palantir would own this, I don't think it speaks to anything. Second, I don't believe a capital company that's owned by a guy who has shares of. I don't believe they own it. I don't see any evidence that I've searched 2 AIs and I've done a Brave search, And everything I'm reading is like, no. So I don't believe that. I fail to see any
Rob,
connection whatsoever.
Even on his claim, it's not Palantir. It's a guy who owns stock in Palantir.
Right. Someone in the chat just said they own 300 shares of Palantir. They're wondering now if they're on the hook.
Yeah, I also have a few hundred shares of Palantir, but
or are you what are we talking about?
Right, but when you have a publicly traded company, hold on, me day trading has absolutely no bearing on this. If you understand the stock market,
why does your ownership of Palantir have no bearing on anything? But this guy's ownership of Palantir is critical.
I'm a nobody, and I can't say anything to Palantir that would sway any of their movements or the direction in their company. When you have 2.5 million shares, yes, you have way more of a say in the company.
So, okay.
But wait, what you provided, I'm just going to read this.
Sure.
This is what you provided. You pro 683 Capital Management, which is owned by a hedge fund who owns 2.5 million shares of Palantir. Okay. I'm like, well, that's not really proof. That's just you typing that out. You say, okay, I'll provide proof. Then you type out, let me finish. Then you type out the next thing. You say, Ari Zweiman is the managing member, founder of 683 Capital Management and related 683 Capital Partners. Okay. A New York-based hedge fund headquartered in New York. Great. Then you type, public SEC filings show the fund has held a large put position on Palantir Technology in recent quarters. Examples include 2.3 to 2.4 million shares underlying the puts, a bunch of shares valued in $280 to $414 million range. So what you've done is you've said, without providing evidence, this company owns the land. And then you're like, this guy is a manager there. And this guy has stock in Palantir. But you haven't provided evidence that this guy owns the land. That's what I'm asking for.
It's so again, 683 Capital is owned by him.
But you don't have evidence that
683
No. Show me that. That's what I'm asking for. Show me the proof that they own the land. That's what I'm asking for.
I'm trying to find the address because it's been scrubbed everywhere.
Wait.
I'm also.
You're not going to claim if we can't find the evidence that it's been scrubbed.
Hold on. First, I'm not saying that it's definitive proof. I'm saying that it's worth looking into.
Okay,
right?
But I disagree that it's worth looking into. I think who owned this land is irrelevant unless we have some other piece of evidence. Just saying, isn't that weird that a wealthy man who owns shares in a company that I think is really shitty owns this land? No, that's not that weird. But I guess the first step before we get to that is, okay, can we see that guy? What if he doesn't own it? What would you say?
I would say that it's still worth looking into because there's multiple sets of prints.
Wait. So if this Palantir dude doesn't own it, it's still worth looking into Palantir?
No, not Palantir. It's still worth looking into the multiple sets of DNA on the rifle to see if anyone else was involved. There's no doubt that Tyler Robinson handled that firearm the majority of the time.
What do you mean look into, though?
But investigate.
Right. So let's say that. So, okay. Here, let me explain what the court filing says.
And can I pull this up when you have a chance?
Yeah.
Go,
to my understanding, what the court filing says is this, that there were people that they specifically were testing their DNA to roll out. For example, people that would be in the homes. So they checked Lance Twig's DNA on everything. They checked Tyler Robinson's. They checked Tyler Robinson's father. On the gun, there's no reporting they found Lance Twig's DNA, which we could assume they didn't because they used him and found his profile. Yeah. They were testing for him on the towel, on the screwdriver. So the only persons named on the rifle were Tyler Robinson and his dad, Mike Robinson or Mark Robinson? Mark Robinson, I think is his dad's name. Okay. When you say look into, presumably what you mean is, hey, Mark Robinson, do you have an alibi? I think they did that. I think they were like, we're going to make sure that Mark Robinson wasn't here.
What I'm trying to allude to is that if he did have a handler, hypothetically, that there would be more than one set of DNA on that rifle. It would be more than likely that DNA would have multiple people's traces on it.
But okay, do you think a family heirloom gun would have multiple traces of DNA?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then what you're saying is, of course, we would completely reasonably expect this DNA to have multiple sources of DNA. But if it has multiple sources of DNA, then we must somehow do some further investigation than what they're already doing, getting alibis and everything from everyone whose DNA they see. what further do you want? What should they do further to Matt Robinson?
I mean, I guess that's up to the government to actually investigate it and not allow like a crime scene to get completely demolished.
The crime scene wasn't demolished.
They repaved it. What do you mean?
It was no longer a crime scene when they
and also
repaved it.
the rifle wasn't found in that area, so it
Correct.
has nothing to do with the rifle. But
right, but the projectile was found there because it was found inside of Charlie, and there could have been additional fragments of that bullet.
Okay, how many days should they have kept it as a crime scene?
Federal investigations. I mean, a crime scene. At least a few weeks.
No, that's not normal at all. Sandy Hook was 72 hours.
Yeah,
and how many people died
normally
there?
only a few days. Yeah, but going back to the Palantir Forest thing.
Sure.
Here's where I get lost with this, and maybe I'm just being not conspiracy brained enough. So this is the road where surveillance footage showed, and I know it's very zoomed out, so you can't really see the guy, but basically, like after hops off the roof, the figure in the black hoodie, who I think we believe is Tyler Robinson, but that's what they're going to try to prove in court. He crosses this street, right, and then this is the wooded area where the gun was found. Now, this isn't like a deep forest. Like if you look on the side here, no more trees. There's a building up here, right? This is all very sparse coverage. When I look at this, my first thought isn't like, if I just shot somebody, I should check if Palantir owns these trees. My first thought is like, holy shit, I need somewhere to hide my gun. And when he scoped out the surroundings and they have surveillance of him coming into this area, he's like, well, that's a good place to leave a gun because it's the only place that I'm concealed and private where I could cross the road.
That's under the assumption that he doesn't have a handler.
But would you acknowledge this? Any murder that's ever occurred could theoretically have had a handler.
Yes.
Okay. So then what do we do about this? Every single murder ever, we have dead to rights. I did it. We have a video of them doing it. We have the blood. You're like, but there could be a handler. So what do we do about that? What does the normal course of investigations look like now? We have to keep crime scenes open for weeks. We are looking into, what does that look like? How are we looking for a handler in every murder ever now?
And also, just to be totally clear, if he killed Charlie Kirk and he had a handler, he's not a patsy. He's the murderer.
He's a useful idiot. Yeah.
Well, okay, hold on.
It's a murder.
If you're to be clear, the state could take him to trial, convict him of murder, and put him to death, and then 5 years later find out that there was somebody else involved and charge them with murder too. Like, it's not like the state's not trying to rule out the theoretical possibility of other people being involved. That's just not something the state has to do. But Candace's argument was that he's a patsy. If he's the murderer, he's not a patsy.
No, I think George Zinn is the patsy. I don't think that Tyler Robinson is the patsy. I think Tyler Robinson most likely pulled the trigger.
Okay, so then we agree that Candace is completely wrong.
Yeah. No. We're off into the weeds. We've been off into the weeds. I'm not agreeing with Candace. That's why I even said that Andrew lost to himself in the first hour, because he was harping on the fact that the degradation of the DNA wasn't important. I felt that it was very important.
But again, so then what you're saying is, because of arguments that weren't made into the debate, of assumptions you have, that up to and including that some dude that owns Palantir stock owns this land, and that there could be a handler, so therefore there needs to be some increased level of investigation because of degraded DNA, because of your preconceived beliefs that you're well, I think he lost because he didn't address beliefs that I've only heard you make.
I have a bias, and I can admit my bias. My bias is that we have an unchecked fourth branch of government, which is the intelligence community. And when there are so many coincidences around the intelligence community, around so many similar things like JFK, like Waco, like Ruby Ridge, and all of these things that at the time I would have been called a kook to have believed any of these things. But then after 30 days of congressional hearings and investigations, the truth finally came to light that they were absolutely in the wrong. And
are you Tyler Robinson's handler?
I think he is. The feds could set that up.
Yeah,
and it would make sense that you would call in to cast doubt about yourself.
and look,
don't laugh. He's dead.
I agree with him. We have an unchecked fourth branch of government that needs to be reined in.
Yep.
And look, this is exactly what a Fed would do. They'd call in. They'd make sure that we're looking everywhere but the right place.
I'm the opposite, right? Because I've debunked a majority of the conspiracies around this.
So you'd like us to believe.
Yeah, true. Brian,
but you see the problem, what you're doing is you're saying this. There have been bad shit that the federal government's done before. Great. Therefore, in this particular murder, I demand more of an investigation. Okay, what was the investigation that was done? Well, I don't know. Okay, well, what are you demanding? Well, I don't know. Well, why? Well, because there was multiple people's DNA in the gun. But you would agree that's not suspicious because you expect that. Yeah. Well, because I think Palantir owned this land. Okay, but do you have any proof of that? No. Okay, and if Palantir didn't own it, would that change anything for you? No. So I don't know what to do with this.
Right, because it's correlative. It's not causation. I'm not saying definitively that Palantir.
But there is no correlation. I don't see the correlation.
The correlation is the fact that there is a possibility that Tyler did not plant that rifle. And
yes, but that's true regardless if Palantir ever exists or not, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you said yourself you own Palantir stock. My
whichever handle
better and better.
Yeah, I also own Google. I own.
Oh my God, Google.
Yeah, I know. I believe it or not.
But do you see the issue here? Right? What you're saying is, this is basically what you're saying. I think that the government could be powerful. So therefore, I don't trust anything ever. Ever. And no matter what, I would heavily suspect, correct me if I'm wrong, and Ryan, you can weigh in on this if you want. No matter what this investigation looked like, you're still going to be like, I'm not convinced. No matter what, they could have not paved over for 5 years and had agents there every day searching the ground. You'd be like, I'm not convinced. That doesn't convince me.
Rob, you know as well as I know that court cases are very nuanced. It depends where they're being held. The expert witnesses that get called, whether they're credible or not, which is subjective. There's a lot of nuance. So I overwhelmingly, whatever the court case is, I'm going to believe the majority of it. But yeah, I'll definitely have gripes with certain instances within the court case.
But you would anyways, is all I'm saying. There would be no satisfying those gripes.
Rob, do you believe that President Trump is able to tell the CIA director something and then they would have to listen?
Yeah, sure.
I don't believe that. I don't.
Theoretically, okay, the way you phrase that, I don't believe any person ever in the history of the world could tell any other person in the history of the world something and they would have to listen. Even through penalty of death, they could say, no, I don't listen. So in that sense, you are correct. That yes, I can't definitively say that the president and or anyone else could tell the CIA leader and or anyone else something that they would, quote, have to listen. I guess, yeah. So what's the relevancy to what we're discussing?
Do you think that it's alarming that our most powerful branch, the executive branch, is basically has a branch above it that doesn't have to listen to it?
Stop. Whoa. Rob said nothing of the kind.
No, I'm asking.
Okay. Do you believe that I could say anything and that Ryan would have to listen?
No, he doesn't have to. But again,
okay. Can you name any human being in the history of the world that if said something to someone that any other human being would have to listen? Can you name any combination of that?
Right. We're not talking about individual citizens. We're talking about nation states weaponizing imprisonment.
Can you name any nation state ever that could have told someone something and they have to do it?
So the president has the power to fire the head of the CIA. That's his power. So what is your evidence that the head of the CIA is not beholden to the president?
I think that it goes beyond just the director of the CIA. I mean, Rob, you should know this better than anyone with like the Hunter Biden laptop, right? With all the earmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. I don't believe that anyone in the intelligence community ever actually retires. They're just in the intelligence community.
Look, I'll
forever.
say this: if you're asking the theoretical question, are there people involved in the deep state that have a reason to sabotage elected leaders? Sure. Okay. Yes. And now tie that into Palantir owning wooded land, degraded DNA on a rifle, you not being satisfied with an investigation.
Well, look at Butler, for instance. Okay, what happened to Cheadle?
Holy shit, my guy.
She went in front of Congress, and then what did she say? Nothing. She said nothing the entire time.
I hope that you tie in the Covington kids in this as well. Let's bring it full circle.
No. What I'm saying is that there's no justice. There's no checks and balances when it comes to these intelligence agencies, whether it's the FBI, the DEA, the CIA.
But doesn't that
can I just say this?
Doesn't that prove and simultaneously disprove all theories equally? Like the point I was making earlier with the tongue-in-cheek joke that I think you're his handler is like the argument you're making is so sweeping that it is evidence for and against every proposition.
I'll say this, right? I think that
I'm
let's
sorry,
go to
I
my
didn't fully
buddy
understand
Alex
that.
Jones, right?
Sure.
Now, some of this, you're going to put a conspiracy theory on this as well, but let's just say this. I do believe at some point when Alex gives a mea culpa on Joe Rogan about Sandy Hook, I believe that he's speaking honestly to a degree. And what he says is, I just got so into the conspiracy theories that everything became a conspiracy theory. So every murder, the parent was lying about their kid dying and the deep state was involved in everything. Sometimes a guy just kills another guy, and it's not that the body is fake and that the CIA did it. Sometimes that just happens. And I'm afraid that you may be at that point where there's no evidence that won't convince you ever of anything because there is this all-powerful deep state that could do everything to the point where some guy who owns stock in Palantir and some degraded DNA means that there has to be more of an investigation than you know what's occurred already. It just seems we're entering the realm of, I don't know that anything wouldn't be a conspiracy at that point. I think
I believe in objectivity. So if someone presented me with objective evidence and not just like circumstantial evidence, then yes, I would have absolutely changed my mind immediately on the spot.
What form of objective evidence could you accept at this point?
Most conservatives, most right-wingers do not trust the government.
No. My question is, give me the objective evidence that it would take for you to say, I think Tyler did it and he didn't have a handler. Go ahead.
That'd be really difficult. Yeah, I mean,
it's not possible. Tyler could admit, I did it. I didn't have a handler, and you'd say that's exactly what he would say if he had a handler.
And Rob, it's actually worse than that. If he pleads guilty, it doesn't remove the possibility of a handler, and if he goes to trial and is convicted of murder, that doesn't remove the possibility of a handler.
There is no evidence.
There is no way to actually. It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I do agree. I agree.
But then how could you say, no, I'm not in danger of becoming too conspiracy brain because I believe in objective evidence, and then say, but I agree, there is no objective evidence that would change my mind?
Well, Rob, look at like anything, dude. Look at 9/11, right? Like there's a ton of like weird things that happened in and around 9/11, like the passports being found, even though the planes like blew up into the buildings, but the passports were found on the ground, right? Like it doesn't make sense. There's certain things that just don't make sense. And when you look at these things, it's not definitive proof, but it is.
What doesn't make sense here?
What doesn't make sense here is the fact that there are a lot of things associated with it. First and foremost, there was George Zinn, who stood up immediately. Anytime there's a shooting at a college campus, everyone immediately thinks it's a mass shooting. How did he know that it was one bullet that was going to be fired off? And I have video footage of this where everyone.
First off, how do you know he knew it was one bullet?
Because he stood up and walked towards Charlie Kirk.
So?
While everyone else hit the deck.
So? That doesn't mean that he knew it was one bullet. Maybe he's fucking a crazy man, and even if more bullets were going to fly, he would still be fine with that.
The kind of crazy man who likes to take credit for things he didn't do and possesses CSAM, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the dude is fucking nuts, and he has a long
history.
Yeah,
so you can't say he knew there would only be one bullet. You can't say that. You don't know that.
No, but it's an insinuation from him walking towards the danger. Nobody walks towards a bullet being fired.
No, that's walking away from the bullet being fired if he's walking towards Charlie because the bullet would have been behind him.
Walking towards the impact.
Okay, walking towards the impact.
The danger zone.
I got to be honest. I think you might be full of shit even about this. I'm willing to look at it, but I'm left skeptical after your claim of some dude from 683 Management owning this, and I keep looking. I ain't finding shit. So when you make a claim like that and it turns out to be... I can't find the evidence. Now it makes it difficult for me when you make other... Well, George Zinn walked towards... How many seconds after the shooting did George Zinn walk towards Charlie Kirk?
Seconds. Everyone hit the deck. I have video footage of this, and I even put it in my video.
I don't know that I believe you. Do you have footage do you have proof that Palantir owns this land?
Hold on. Stop. Give me 1 second. Ryan, just shut the fuck up for a second. I'm debating two people. Hold on, because you're asking me to basically substantiate a claim while I'm debating two people. No, I cannot also look up SEC filings while I'm also debating two different people, right? So please continue.
Okay.
Tranquilo, brother. Tranquilo. The simple point I was going to make is assuming that he did walk forwards. How is that? I guess my logical first take would be he was trying to get a picture because he could sell it.
His hands were up.
Or he was interested in what was happening and he wanted to see what was happening. Like there's a lot of reasons why, or hell, he's a good Samaritan and he wants to help. There's a lot of reasons why someone would go towards a shooting rather than away from it. I don't think that makes them part of a larger conspiracy by default.
I just to be clear, I'm looking up that the SEC would not even have these type of files that you're suggesting, that actually the land ownership would be recorded in the Utah County books, not the SEC. Can you prove to me that the SEC filings would show that this gentleman owns this strip of land?
I can show you that the piece of property was owned by an LLC that is owned by a trust fund or a hedge fund. I'm sorry, that is owned by a man that owns 2.5 million shares.
But you said because you have the SEC filing.
Yeah, yes, of him purchasing the 2.5 million.
Okay, show me.
And yes,
I'm reading an SEC
I will get that
filing.
information for you.
No. Wait, you have an SEC filing of him purchasing stocks.
A Palantir, yeah.
Correct.
That's not the question. The question is, you keep going back to that. We want proof that he owns the land. Where is the proof he owns the land? SEC filing's not going to have proof of land ownership. And again, like what you just point to is things that you find that are, I find it odd that George Zinn walked in a certain direction. Therefore, I'll never believe anything about this case. I always believe there could have been a handler. Okay?
Well, he said it was unfalsifiable earlier, so that by definition, there's nothing.
I do agree with logically what you were saying when it's unfalsifiable, but again, it's like JFK, for instance, right? For the longest time, that was just like some crazy guy on a rooftop.
You keep going back. But OJ murdered someone, so that disproves your claim.
No, but what I'm saying is that every time the government does something, they always have the same track record where it's like deny. 60 years later, there's a records release.
Okay,
like, we did it, but we don't do it anymore.
Just to be clear, it rained here yesterday. I think the government did it. You agree?
Are you saying that they manipulate the weather?
Yes, I think the government yesterday specifically manipulated the weather in my county to make it rain because they're out to get me. They knew I wanted to hang out outside.
Are you saying that they control the weather?
Yes, I'm saying that they controlled the weather and made it rain outside my home yesterday.
I would ask you for proof.
Well, that's absurd. Don't you know about JFK? Don't you know about what they did at JFK? I mean, clearly, this is the same pattern. They'll deny it. If you ask the government, they'll deny. But just like in JFK, we'll later find out that it was true.
Rob, there's an out-of-control fourth branch of government.
Right.
I wouldn't immediately say, Rob, you're a fucking quack. I would ask for why you believe this. And then
sometimes you should say you're a fucking quack. Sometimes you should. Sometimes you should be like, that's an extraordinary claim. That's so unbelievable. I think the feds created a time machine and went back in time and had me eat junk food. They made it appealing on the commercials, so I would eat junk food. So today I'd be a fat fuck.
No, I think it's just pattern recognition.
That's what you don't know about JFK?
Me trying to bring up an analogy doesn't mean that I'm tying JFK to this.
The point I'm trying to make is, when you get put down in something like, yeah, but this is non-falsifiable, it doesn't make sense. You're like, yeah, but what about JFK? Same pattern. JFK people would be like, no, I don't think it was the government. By the way, that's not true. People right out of the gate started to blame the government, the mafia, the Cubans. People were right at the time were accusing other people. But you're like, look at that. They denied. And now we know it was them. We don't even know it was them definitively. But even if we accept it was, you point to that example or a handful of other examples and say, therefore, anything's possible. The government could be involved in doing anything. And when we're like, well, wait a minute, can we see proof? Do you have any evidence? You're like, oh, JFK, same pattern.
I mean, you're asking me to get proof from the literal cell.
But not proof, evidence.
Do you think that they would be a very proficient central intelligence agency if the proof was just out there and readily available?
Evidence.
This is where conspiracies actually come from.
Okay, wait. Okay, then I think that what you just said proves that every theory you're talking about is bullshit. Because if it is true they're so powerful, they would have never allowed evidence to show their corruption be revealed. So how could you find evidence that they're corrupt? They're so all-powerful, they would never reveal that to you. So everything you think about the government being corrupt is actually a lie. That's just shit that they've purposely leaked to you. You don't know the truth.
Okay. How about the fact that George Zinn, when he was at the hospital, he said that someone paid him to do it?
I would like proof of the Palantir guy owning the land.
Yes, and I will provide that for you. I can't do it live because I need to actually look into this. I need to Google map the actual address because no AI is going to tell me the address of where the rifle was planted.
Wait, you sure about that?
I just used Grok, ChatGPT, and Perplexity.
If you don't know the address, how do you know who owns it?
Because this is over a year ago now, and when this happened,
you're just saying you forgot
into it.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't forget. I just there's pertinent information, and then there's compartmentalized information. A specific address is not pertinent information.
Dude, it's not a gotcha. I'm just saying, like, you forgot. I'm not trying to trick you up. I forget stuff all the time.
It's kind of
there's not going to be a street address for like a plot of forest. It's not like 723 Maple Street, right?
It was the backyard of a property of a house.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's backyard of something. But okay. So what is the probability you put on this handler theory?
The other smaller percentage that he didn't take the shot. I think that there potentially could have been a second shooter.
All right.
But what percentage chance? That's what he's asking.
Percentage chance on a handler. That is difficult to substantiate. I would say under 50% for sure. I don't know an exact number. It's a good question. It's entirely possible that he's just a radical fucking leftist lunatic, right?
But I thought you were going to be like 0.003%. And you said under 50.
That's my baseline, right? I'm telling you right now that I can't substantiate like a percentage chance. That's like that's a lot to ponder. What percentage chance that he had a handler? Maybe 10%, 20%. I don't know.
So generally, do you? I mean, this is just a maxim that I take for granted, but I've made just double checking. Do you subscribe to the theory that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence?
Yeah, but there's nuance.
Okay, so like the more likely an explanation is, the more then you accept lesser evidence, like on terms of Bayesian logic. But the more complicated an explanation is, the more specific the claim is, the more evidence they would need. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
So where this gets tricky is that you're advocating for a theory that is both very complex, kind of vague, and doesn't have any specific substantiating evidence for it, which is why I was asking what percentage you were pegging it at. Because, and this is why I think Rob was expecting you to say a very low number. Because like, if you're saying like, oh, the Palantir thing, that's weird. And I know it's unfalsifiable, but you can't prove there wasn't a handler. I know it's unfalsifiable. And, I don't really trust the CIA. And you put those things together, that if you took those data points and you said, yeah, there's like a 0.0001% chance that something weird happened here because of this generalized weirdness, that sounds reasonable. But if you say it's 50% or like 49%, that's a lot.
Here's what I found. So you're like 2% correct. You ready?
Sure.
There's no official street address for the exact bush. Then it says the neighbor let me finish. The neighbor KSL interviewed Morgan Vandegrift, in publicly associated with 683 West 925 South Orem, Utah 84050. That house is also tied to 683 Properties LLC. This is where the term 683 comes from. This is a local LLC, no affiliation to 683 Capital Management in New York. Vandegrift said his backyard borders on the wooded strip. He did not say the police was found in his yard. These are different companies. The only overlap is the number 683. 683 Properties LLC is a Utah LLC formed October 7, 2019. The deed of the owner, it gives the exact address, September 20 special warranty deed, Morgan Vandegrift and Jessica Judd Vandegrift. That's the owner's mailing address, same of the house. 683 Capital Management is an LLC out of Delaware. SEC registered. Its office is 1700 Broadway Suite, New York. Its managing member, R.E. Zwyman. So the only connection is that the address for the LLC is 683. One is a local one owned by a rather modest local guy who owns a home there. The other is this Zwyman guy. There is no connection that I can see. Where is it that you've... Correct.
Okay. So maybe my facts are incorrect on that. But I just want to point out that we are so far into the weeds here because initially when I came into this call, I literally said that the premise of the argument was the first hour of the tempo being on Candace's side because Andrew lost to Andrew because he discredited the degradation of the DNA.
But again, we get there one step at a time, right? Is what happens. You're like, because the degradation of DNA, and we're like, well, here's what was said. And you were like, yeah, but that means that there could have been a handler. And I'm like, oh, okay, how are we getting there? And you're like, well, because this was owned by Palantir. And I was like, what? And you're like, well, not by Palantir, but by a guy that works at a company that has shares in Palantir. And I'm like, oh, but why would that matter? And by the way, is that true? And so what happens is we could outline here's a bunch of things we think are weird. This and this and this and this. And then we step by step go through and like, actually, you're incorrect about that. Okay, but what about this? I don't see how that matters whatsoever. Okay, but what about this? And so then when we go back and we look at like the first claim, we're like, actually, that wasn't true. Being like, well, we're way afield now. We're way afield of where I want to be. Right, because you use this as evidence to suggest why Andrew lost the debate, because this was an important factoid, that the fact that he didn't address the degradation of the DNA that you wanted, this factoid about Palantir possibly showed that Andrew lost himself because there was possibly a handler.
Palantir is irrelevant. I'm just saying that even if it was a handler, it doesn't matter. If it was, hold on, listen, hold on, relax. Dude, again, you guys are harping on the fact that I said Palantir. I'm just saying something tangential to the issue. If it was a handler from fucking Egypt or Argentina or anywhere else in the world, it doesn't matter who the fucking handler could have been his dad for all I know.
Then why did you mention
Why the fuck were you
Palantir?
talking about it?
Right, because I'm just like I'm stating fucking facts that are relating to the case. If you correct me and you have evidence that it doesn't link to Ari Shafir or whatever the fuck the guy's name is, then I stand corrected. I'm not a bigot.
Again, you're misstating what happened. We were like, why would it matter that it was Palantir? And you said because they're like the most evil fucking corporation in the world.
Yes.
So now you're like, who gives a fuck about Palantir? You made it a point, not us. Then we meticulously looked through and it looks like that's not the case. You're like, who gives a fuck? Palantir never mattered.
By the way, this is if anybody needed a better understanding of why Andrew was reluctant to go deep in the weeds on the evidence in the first hour and a half, this is the best possible explanation. No, by the way, Ranger Rogue, I'm no hate. I'm just saying, like, you go deep in the weeds, an hour later, you're like, what the fuck happened? Where are we? And what's going on here? And why aren't we talking about Candace's claims? You can get lost in the sauce pretty easily on this stuff. But yeah, I mean, we've been talking about Palantir because that's what we were talking about, apparently.
Right, but we're 5 layers removed. And when I was talking about layer 1, you guys were harping on layer 4. And
No. We said, why does layer 1 matter? And you were like, because of layer 2. And we're like, actually, it doesn't. Let me explain how DNA degradation works. And actually, Andrew talked about this. And you're like, yeah, but there could have been multiple DNA. So those people need to be checked out. And we're like, but they were checked out. And you're like, yeah, but if there was a handler, there'd be multiple DNA. And we said, but wouldn't you expect multiple DNA anyways, based on the official story of this gun? And you were like, yeah, but they found it in these woods that were owned by Palantir. And I was like, well, why would that matter? And you're like, because they're an evil fucking corporation. And then I'm like, actually, they're not owned by Palantir. And you're like, why the fuck are we talking about this?
Yes, Rob, I'm good faith, dude. And I'm not
saying you're not.
And if you give me objective information, I'll immediately change my mind.
But
right?
That's not what I. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're bad faith. What I'm saying is you have a non-falsifiable position and you keep weaving more layers to it. And so what we're trying to do is go, let's start at the first layer. And then you're like, yeah, but layer 2 responds to that. And we're like, okay, let's go to layer 2. And you're like, yeah, but layer 3 responds to that. And I'm like, okay, let's go to layer 3. And you're like, layer 4 responds to that this is owned by Palantir. And then we're like, it's not. And you're like, why are we talking about layer 4? Because we talked about layer 1, 2, and 3, and then you said 4 was somehow important to that, and so we're talking about layer 4 because that's where they're at. Now you're like, but layer 4 never mattered because of layer 1. And I'm like, right, but we already addressed layer 1.
I'm not saying that it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that it's part of pattern recognition. When you have a lot of coincidences or happenstances that occur, I mean, you have to admit that a red flag goes up, and you're like, okay, well, there's a lot of coincidences all happening at once. It's kind of like the guy with the pellet rifle, just like biking down the street that the cops immediately detained. Nobody carries a pellet gun or a rifle anywhere near a college campus. Good, thanks to the Democrats in 1990, we have the Gun-Free School Zone Act, where you're rolling the dice on a felony. Nobody plinks squirrels with a pellet gun outside. But
it's an open carry campus.
Yeah, not only could you have a pellet gun, you could actually have a real gun.
Oh, I didn't know that. So, but I'm just saying, right? You can shake you can rub your head all you want, but also like that's one part. The other part is George Zinn, right? Moving forward immediately saying that it was him, and when he was at the hospital, someone claimed that he claimed that he was paid to actually do this.
All right, man. Hey, there's other people in the call. Ranger, I do like you, man.
Yeah,
I do appreciate you calling
Ranger.
in. I do. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Take it easy. Yep.
Whoa. Rob, I'm gonna have to bail after we catch up on supers, but
okay.
Yeah, it's
I'll stick around. If anyone wants to stick around in the chat, I'll try to talk to some of you up here. Let's do the supers real fast. Jefferson, $2 in your end says Candace, no evidence will slowly metastasize.
I hope so. I'm still like digesting that conversation we just had. By the way, I'm mentally catching up.
I do want to be clear. I like Ranger Road.
I know he seems like a nice guy. I enjoy.
And I'm not saying he's bad faith. I'm not saying that.
No.
I'm just saying that I think it's illustrative of we've had several calls tonight.
Palantir.
Like,
why are we talking about Palantir? It's like, why are we talking about Palantir?
I've told this story.
He's like
before.
a nice guy.
I've told this story before. It reminds me of this. I have a person that I really like. Way back, this is forever ago. Pittsburgh Pirates had this pitcher, Paul Maholm, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm driving with this dude, and this dude looks at me and he's like, the Pirates should get rid of that pitcher, Paul Maholm. And I'm like, why? He's their best pitcher. He's like their ace. He's like, well, he doesn't have a good fastball. And I'm like, well, who gives a shit? He's got a good curveball. His ERA is really good. He's won the most games. He's clearly their best pitcher. Why would you get rid of him just because you could utilize many pitches to be successful just because you don't have one? And we proceed to have this argument. Now it's about 20 minutes to our destination. And the last line, when we get out of the car at our destination, is he looks at me and goes, so why the fuck would you want to trade Paul Maholm? And I was like, I don't. My argument was we don't. And he's like, no, you want to. And I was like, no, that's your argument. He's like, no, that was never my argument. Why the fuck are we talking about this? And I'm just like, oh, my. That's what that conversation's like. Why are we talking about Palantir? Because you said it was a big deal. Nah, who cares?
They're the most evil company in the world. I own 100 shares.
At least the pellet gun, it was much quicker, right? It's like, wow, how about this? A pellet gun. You're not allowed to have that. Yeah, actually, you can even have real guns. Okay. Anyways, undeterred, right on to the next thing. Like, it's shocking. It is really shocking. And what gets me
by the way, you can tell he's good faith because
yes,
I said,
of course.
Is this unfalsifiable? And he's like, yeah. And it's like, okay, well, it's tough. That's why I started throwing up my hands a little bit because I'm like, well, if it's unfalsifiable, there's not much we can do in this conversation.
But there's even things like even within that context, like there's so many questions I have. Like, okay, well, how much investigate? You're like, they need to look at the other people's DNA on the rifle more. Okay, well, how much have they looked? Well, I don't know. Okay, then what does more mean? Well, like, for example, we know that his dad was on the DNA. Presumably, I'm assuming they were like, you have an alibi? Is there any motive? And it's like, there's no motive whatsoever. Yes, I was at work. I was at dinner with my wife. We went out shopping. And would he be like, not good enough? Not good enough. I demand more of an investigation. And so it's like, what does that mean? If you don't know, and like people say this about the paving thing. It's like, well, they shouldn't have paved over. It's like, okay, let's assume they did. Let's assume for 3 weeks they left caution tape up. But in that 3 weeks, police never came back, right? They're just like, no, we got everything we need from the crime. Is that sufficient? Or do we say, well, that's odd. They left police tape up for 3 weeks and didn't come back, right? Or what if they paved over it in 7 days? Was that enough time? And there's never an answer. It's just like, well, to me, the layman, that seems odd. To me, the layman, it seems odd that the bullet didn't go through. To me, the layman, it seems odd that the fisheye lens looks the way it does. And it's this constant, to me, the layman, it seems odd that you would confess to your lover like that through text messages. And it's like, but these are all, like, you could almost see, it pains me to say this, but I kind of am starting to see why some judges are like, yeah, we don't want cameras in the courthouse because I think that the average person might be a fucking idiot when it comes to these things. Where it's like, I don't want to say idiot, ignorant. They might be ignorant and they just don't know. So things seem odd. Why is he allowed to object? Why was he allowed to stand up and talk? Why is that allowed to be introduced as evidence? Why isn't that allowed to be said? And all of a sudden, the average person, if you got someone who could weave a good story like Candace Owens, all of a sudden it's like, holy shit. And now we have this woman, I can't remember her name, but I was obsessed with this today. You know, I'm talking about this woman that killed her kids. And,
oh no, I didn't see
oh
that.
my God. Someone tell me, Lindsay, tell me in the chat. It is a huge thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's this woman who killed her kids, right? Who's on trial right now. She has confessed. Her defense is not arguing against the confession, right? It is dead to rights, airtight case.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband has one of the most reliable alibis ever. At the time of this killing, he was at the pharmacy on a litany of cameras.
Mm-hmm.
This woman has raised, Lindsay Clancy, that's her name. This woman has raised $700,000. TikTok is thousands of videos of wine moms being like, she's innocent. I could tell by the husband's face that he's a bad man. They said that the rope that killed him was tied in a sailor's knot. I know that only a man would be able to tie a knot like that. And you're just like, what? And they're convinced. These women, thousands of women convinced, absolutely convinced. And you're just like, what the fuck are we doing? And I'll bet the overlap to the Candace Owens crowd is like a complete circle if you drew a Venn diagram.
Well,
it's like,
but Rob, I think you're asking the wrong question though. Did she have a handler?
She may have.
Can you prove she didn't?
It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, and like you see this shit and you're like, holy shit, this is the new thing. This is going to be the new thing. You're going to have internet sleuths investigating every single thing. And they're going to be like, well, look at that lens. That's weird. And sometimes simple mistakes. No, I went to the location. You have to turn left, not right there. And it's like, no, you made a simple mistake. You know, her house was on Palantir land. Oh, okay. Mega Max $5 says 30 shekels for Andrew's Goy toys. I'm sending $20 for the orphans fund, $10 for the homeless, sending $7.50 once a week for war wages. Thank you. Leningrad $5 says, so what? Was a bad answer. The way he should have handled the DNA questions to ask her because he had his hands all over it and he threw it around. Yes, there was a better answer than so what. Here's the answer I would have given. Degraded DNA does not speak whatsoever to when he handled that rifle. Is it not true that 1 in a trillion he had the most DNA? It merely proves that he had access to that. Lance Twiggs, was his DNA on the rifle, as you've said over and over, Candace? Oh, you don't have any proof that it was? Okay. That would have been the better way to answer. Agreed. But, I mean, even Andrew admit, hindsight's 20/20, of course. I've been in there. I could probably look back at the conversation I just had with Ranger and Rogue and say, well, I should have said this. Maybe it would have hit the point harder, right? So it happens. Darth Moss, $20 says, can you guys provide clarity on how it was determined which fact checks were allowed to be read by PBD?
Great
Andrew
question.
stated last night that you had over 40, but only a handful were read. Did Candy's team have to sign up on them? So over 40, I don't know where Andrew gets that number from. Maybe I was hyperbolic to Andrew. I certainly had way more than 40 total, right? If you compile what me and Ryan put together, we probably had 150 data points that we could have went to between videos that we'd clipped, specific things that we'd highlighted from the state's briefs, etc. But as far as the ones that were sent, here was the process. I was told that I was on a text chain with Patrick Bet David. I believe, Ryan, you were on that text chain.
Mm-hmm. Right? Oh, no, I was not on the chain.
Okay. I'm on the text chain. It's just a bunch of numbers, so I see no one's name, right? Actually, I would have recognized yours because I have your number, but I don't have Gerald's number, and I don't have PBD's number, and I don't have Candace's people's number. So it's a bunch of numbers, right? They were all on a computer, had like an instant messaging app on their computer, which would be nice because you could send a link to a video or whatever right there. I didn't have that. I couldn't get it on my little shitty laptop. So instead, what I had to do was I have my phone. I would text on my phone. I still have the fucking text communication here. I would text on my phone. I got a source that says X. Most of the time, I wouldn't hear anything back. As soon as I'd type that, I would look to the guy who was Candace's fact checker. I'd say, we figured out the best way to do it was me to email him. So I email him whatever the source was. He then takes the source and then proceeds to put it on a computer on like an Excel spreadsheet. Then maybe Patrick Bet David would say, I'm told that Andrew's team has a file that they would like us to look at. Then they would bring it up. Sometimes it got brought up. Sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it got brought up 15, 20 minutes after when it was really relevant. So I had I think that one thing that I can say, and maybe you all could blame me, and Mr. E was yelling at me to send more fact checks. Once it became evident, yeah, dude, they're not going to put up a whole shitload of these. It didn't seem to make sense for me being like, okay, I put this one up on DNA degradation, and we're waiting, and put one up. I'm like, here's what you said about Erica, and here's what you said about Israel, and here's what you said about Mormon beekeepers, and here's what you said, because Patrick was just going to be like, the fact checkers for Andrew have put up 17 sources, right? It wasn't going to work that way. So I put up the one that I think's the most relevant, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait. We never got to that one. We never got to the DNA fact check. Some of them I'd put up, and I'd wait, and I'd wait, and I'd wait, and I'd wait. Then we would get to it. One time he said, Rob, before we put up another one of your fact checks, does Candace's team have anything they would like to put up so we could try to keep it fair, closer to 1-1? So that was sort of the process. I want to be clear in saying this, and maybe Andrew will be pissed at me for saying this. I think the system sort of sucked. I think we utilized the system more than Candace's team. Now, that may be because we had far more fact checking to do, which I think is probably true. But I don't think that I don't think this is worth any excuse on performance. I think that if Andrew would have said, bring that up, then we would have been more likely to have it brought up. And if Andrew doesn't say, bring that up, then Patrick Bet-David's probably not just going to listen to Robin Ryan Mullally shouting in the background, Candace is wrong, bring this up. He's probably not going to do that.
The only way we could get, like, obviously if Patrick said there's a fact check, then it would get brought up. The only other time we could get stuff up was if Candace, because one time Candace said, oh, if you have that, I'd love to see it.
We said, absolutely, we have it.
She said it. No, like she asked for it. Great. Let's throw it up there. But it was an imperfect system. I think that it would have been a little bit nicer if we were able to kind of like pull up stuff real time so that it wasn't, like, because to your point, Rob, like if you're pulling up a fact check and it's 15 minutes later and they've kind of moved on in the conversation and now they come back to it and they're like, oh yeah, there's this thing. It doesn't really have any weight anymore. This was why we kind of switched to the clips at the end. Like, well, you said this, right? And it's like, okay, now you guys can talk about the clip, which is less of a fact check and more of a table set, but it was kind of, it worked with the technology and the system better.
Was he rejecting fact checks? I don't think so. I think he just wasn't getting to them. And sometimes it would be like organically, I could understand why. Like, let's say we're talking about DNA degradation. So maybe PPD gets it and he's like, okay, here's a fact check here. And then they're going for 5 minutes and he's waiting for a spot. And then all of a sudden Andrew's like, yeah, but you said this about Israel. And she's like, I didn't say that, blah, blah, blah. And now PPD's maybe thinking, well, fuck, we've moved beyond that point. Do I stop this conversation they're having now about Israel to go back to the DNA fact check thing? I don't know what his thought process was. For me, the better system would have been us able to send information directly to Andrew and Candace's team being able to send information directly to her, and then they could choose when to utilize. So if she says DNA, I could send it, Andrew could look, decide if he wants to use that or not, then we move forward. You wouldn't even have to pause the debate. It would just be in real time.
It would be much smoother.
That's not what happened. So I don't know. I think it's funny because I think there's a lot being put on it, and it's interesting. It's sort of a different thing. But ultimately, I think the way that harmed us the most was actually in preparation, which was, had we known that would be the case, I think both Ryan and I would have prepared with Andrew differently, because it would have been more about like, you're going to have to memorize this shit. As opposed to you have your overall framework for what you want for the debate. And then when he says, okay, I want clips on claims that that Candace said about Israel, we could have them listed and he could bring them up. Instead, he didn't have all those memorized. And so we were at the whim of trying to tell him during the smoke break, you should bring up this clip, which he did. But that's how we ended up.
It also created a weird game of telephone where you're like, we're going to throw up a source on the monitor and we're hoping that we and Andrew are on the same page, where we're going to put up the source and he's going to know what we think he should do with it, right? Because you can't communicate, which is like a little bit tricky. Because if you imagine the system that Rob was talking about, which I think would have been fair, both sides would have had access to it, we could have actually been like, oh, this is about this. Give it some context. Like Candace said X, here you go. But
so instead, the two best ways to look at this was roll 801D2, right? And he's like, and he just reads it. And what was it specifically said?
He was actually reading a different hearsay.
Right. But the section you wanted said
it's the party opponent rule. It's the one that
party
says
opponent. Now, as a layman, do you guys know what party opponent means?
No.
I don't. So Ryan's like, oh, that basically says, no, his confession isn't hearsay. But as a layman, you might not understand that. So Andrew reads it, and he'd never heard of roll 801D2. So we put it on screen, and everyone's like, what the fuck does that mean? Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, it's tricky. What are you going to do?
And then the other time was I put up the video because she was like, oh, I just mean Erica's complicit. And so I was like, no. And I was really hounding PBD. You need to play this. You need to play this several times. And the clip I played was the clip where she's saying about Terrell and the mic and why did he call Erica? Because they panicked because the bullet didn't go through. That's speaking to her claim that not only is she complicit with the cover-up, she was complicit in knowing the murder was going to occur, right? And Andrew hears that clip, and you want to know what Andrew takes from it? Yeah, let's go on to that microphone. Right? Which makes sense because that clip's talking about an exploding microphone, but it's like, no! I'm sitting there kicking myself like, no, fuck Andrew. That clip's her saying, I'm accusing Erica of being involved in pre-planning of the murder. That's what that clip was. So it was very frustrating. The Utah rule was, they presented evidence that a Utah rule about hearsay. And what we were presenting, 801D2 said, no, actually, Tyler's confessions are not hearsay.
She cited 1102, which is the rule basically that says you can use reliable hearsay. But we were pointing out that not all the evidence was hearsay, even if reliable hearsay is permitted. But again, it's a really weird and technical point to try to explain through a game of telephone.
Lenny Grad, $5 on your end, says Palantir invested people owning the location doesn't mean anything. They could plant in those woods even if they didn't own them. 100% red herring. Of course, everyone thinking rationally gets that. But Robert Jenkins, $2 says it's reasonable to find other DNA people. Yep.
Yeah, it's an old gun that was owned by multiple people. It would be weirder not to.
Lenny Grad, $5 says 2.5 million shares is only 1% of all of Palantir's 2.4 billion with B shares. Impressive, but not enough to call hits.
Good to know. By the way, I want to correct myself. Someone in chat pointed this out, and I was wrong. UVU is not open carry; it's concealed carry because concealed carry is the Utah law. But I think the school rules discourage open carry. So someone pointed out that I got that wrong, so I want to make sure I corrected myself.
Good job, Robert Jenkins. $2 says ID all DNA and roll them out. Well, it might not be that easy.
How you can't just ID all DNA. Like just to be clear, like the way that you test DNA is you compare the DNA sample to another sample. So just saying ID all the DNA would entail collecting DNA from everybody on the planet and running every DNA comparison point. Like there's no centralized DNA data bank that has all the DNA. And even if there was, running that kind of comparison is like highly, highly burdensome. It's not a simple thing where you just like push a button and compare it to like everybody in the state.
So what they were doing was taking people they knew were in the house, like Lance Twiggs, or like the family, and then they're ruling them in or out. But there's unknown DNA as well. Now, of course, if you're way in the conspiracy woods, you'd say, aha, could have been the handler, whoever the unknown person was, and you'd never be able to disprove it. Because unless you have the direct person of the DNA who's on that gun to compare it to, you would never know.
But of course, if there was no additional DNA on the gun, it still could have been a handler.
He wore gloves. You know, he protected from the I mean,
this is the problem, right?
Yes.
It's like,
if Palantir owns it, it's a big deal. And if they don't, who gives a shit? It's no big deal. It's same thing. It's like evidence is evidence and lack of evidence is also evidence. So, you know, Devil's Raspberry, $5 says, R&R, I'm loving this arc you guys are on. Please consider talking to Nick Mattel. I'd love to. Or MJ Murphy too, for debate points on Israel and Transformers.
Sure. Would love, hey, if you guys have connections, hook us up.
Yeah. GG, $2 says, own some Palantir. I'm definitely complicit. I knew it, you bastard.
You motherfucker.
And you sent in big bucks, $2. Uh-huh.
Evil. Well, you know what's happening. Those $2, they got viruses in the crypto. You're getting hacked.
Oh, man. Kevin Faulkner, $10 says, Doc had fun with the meds in his aid bag. Thank you. Alan Zetlin Music, $10 says, to what extent do you think Candace was influenced by Ian Carroll's tweet blaming Israel the morning after Charlie was murdered? They got 12.3 million views. It's like a chicken egg thing.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect had Ian Carroll never made that tweet or been back to delivering pizzas, I think Candace eventually would have found our way to the Blame Israel train. It's very profitable.
I will say, even for like a tiny creator like me, you get very sensitized to like, oh, when I did this, the analytics liked it. When I did this, the analytics didn't like it. Like you become very aware of that, and you're always juggling that with your own morality and sensibility about like, I'm not doing that just because it's popular. That's crazy, right? And look, I think some people, I'm not trying to, I don't know Candace's heart, but I think some people, they just do whatever gets the clicks, and they don't give it more thought than that.
I hate to even say this because it reminds me of when you used to say things like, look, I have black friends and I'm not a racist, but, and at some point you're like, why do I have to caveat that? I just say what I feel. Fuck that. However, I suppose I should say this. I don't particularly like Israel. I don't think we should ever give them another dime. I think we should pull out of Iran tomorrow. That's what I think, right? I think there is valid criticism of Israel's influence into our country. I think it is grotesquely overstated by a great many people. However, there's valid reasons to be concerned. I also think that when you're talking about government and intel agencies, the opportunity is much higher than talking about individuals. So things that if you were like, well, maybe Lance Twiggs himself was setting this up, there are things that people wouldn't believe. How would Lance Twiggs be able to convince an entire hospital of people to leave the hospital? That doesn't make sense. But if you say Israel, now it all makes sense. Yes, they could do it. There is nothing that Israel couldn't do, right? They could silence 1,000 people in the town, threaten them all, pay them off. They could have handlers everywhere. They could force Trump not to investigate. Now, we don't know that they could do that or not, but it's such a amorphous boogeyman. So there's reasons to not like Israel. It's very profitable to have content that focus on that. It takes out a key part of your argument that would be hard to prove, which is ability to do these things, So there you go. Zapulbit up $5 says he wants the government to issue a warrant to investigate someone because they own shares in a publicly traded company while owning the stock himself.
Yes,
that is correct.
That is the position.
Leningrad $5 says there's a lack of government agency accountability, but they're not omnipotent. They're also corrupt and have limited attention spans. Not omnipotent.
I also don't believe that they could pull off something like this without leaking. Like, just honestly, like I just don't. They've not struck me as that competent, but
it's always this. They're hyper competent and the most incompetent people at the same time. It's always that. They're so hyper competent that they could pull off this grand scheme, but no one there was ever like, hey, why don't we just poison his drink? Why don't we just murder him in his sleep? In private. No one came up with that. It was like, no, here's what we do. We set up an exploding microphone and we have 17 people wearing maroon shirts. Then we empty out an entire hospital and we have the UV, like all this shit. You're like, why? Why would you do it? Of course, do you know what the answer to that is? They have an answer to that.
To throw you off the trail.
No.
Oh, no.
You don't know?
No.
You don't know about 33.
Oh God! What horror show am I about to learn about now?
The Masonic cult.
Oh Jesus!
In the town is
God save me.
Is 33. The lodge is 33. Did you know that Tyler Robinson turned himself in exactly 33 hours after the shooting? Did you know that? Is that a coincidence? Kash Patel used the number 33 twice when he gave his first public conference on this. So the reason they did this was it was a Masonic ritualistic murder. And in order to have these demonic Masonic powers, you have to commit the ritual in public in this type of way. So they wouldn't kill him behind the scenes because it wouldn't give the same demonic spiritual power as it would to do the Masonic ritual in public.
I see. And this is all based off the number 33?
Correct. Because it's a Masonic ritualistic killing. Now, I know what you're thinking, but wait a minute. What does Israel have to do with Mormons and stuff there? Well, see, it goes back to some properties that there was a partial owner of a man by the name of Mitt Romney. Maybe you've heard him. Yes, that's true. And it turns out that some of the people connected to Romney were actually people in the number 33 Masonic Lodge. Starting to add up now?
Well, okay. Now I'm trying to follow along. Charlie Kirk was shot at 12:23, not 12:33. Now, is that because their watches were a little bit off? They just they were trying for 33, but they misset the time.
Out of a scale of 10, how much impact did they want the murder of Charlie Kirk to have?
I think they wanted 11 out of 10. They were going for the Spinal Tap.
They wanted 10, which if you take 33 minus the 10 that they wanted, and all of a sudden you have your 23, which is why they killed him at, what time was it? 1:23?
12:23.
12:23. Makes sense?
Yeah,
See? Think about that. Plus, we all know that when it comes to the Gregorian calendar and the way we keep time, the Masons have intentionally set us back 10 minutes. So they actually have the true time. Starting to see? Right. Now you understand.
I got
Anyways, Lenny Grad, $5 says, Zinn only underscores how insane leftists are. So much so they're willing to endanger themselves to take the heat off an assassin spontaneously. Yep. And we have Justin O'Dizzle on your end, $10 says, I think the government ate Rob's hamburger. I've seen the receipt. Of course.
I mean, it's a shame.
Mob Man, thanks for the membership. FDNY, $2 says, this is why they didn't want to debate Andrew.
Yep.
Malkovich Microsoft, $10 says, here's for the Quesapiera Fund, Detective Noor. Thank you so much.
Quesapiera, that sounds good.
I don't even know what that is. Like, so when we're putting that cartoon together, they're like, Quesapiera. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So my line, I'm like, case about to be in my stomach. Del Phil, $10 says, holy Lord, was that guy scattered? Illogical. But cockroach spying devices, wait, what? Yeah, Egyptian planes and Mormon beekeepers. Did somebody dose my beer? I don't know, man. LN reference, $20. Thanks, man. Says, my favorite thing about you is your ability to follow the logical string through any convoluted debate. Essential with these people. If no one pins them down, they walk away with a, but I didn't lose attitude. I know, it's tough and it's frustrating, right? But you try to like take the claims one at a time and be like, well, what would that mean? But yeah. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, thank you, man. $20 is honestly, this is partly the government's fault. If they didn't lie to us as much as they do, then it wouldn't be as big of a problem as it is now. I'm not waving away all the conspirators' personal responsibility, in my opinion. It's certainly true. Like, for example, I'll just throw out one easy example. Remember when COVID first happened, and originally it was like, masks don't work. Fauci was like, masks don't work. And then they came out and they're like, never mind, masks work. And you were like, wait a minute, what changed in a week? And they were like, well, we had to lie to people so that they wouldn't go out and buy all the N95 masks. And that's really damaging, right? Because once you admit, yeah, we'll lie for what we think is our own good, then the next week when they tell you, oh, and by the way, stand 6 feet apart, you're like, fuck you. How about that? Like, you just told us you'll lie to us. So you're absolutely right. When the government lies, it does make people question. So I completely agree at that point.
It's being skeptical of the government is very different than taking the position that they are always wrong, or that you must infinitely investigate everything because of the possibility that there might be a conspiracy. Those are very different positions.
This person sends me an X message. It says, Patrick Bet David said there were rules that he wouldn't disclose that held Andrew back from being pushed back. Can I shed any light on that? I don't know that is regarding the fact checking. I don't know what his conversation with Andrew, and we were in another room. So possibly it was discussed like, you must, when she's talking, you must leave her finish her sentence, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. A Varangian Guardian, $5 says, short-term Candace won on optics. Long-term Andrew wins on truth and tying her down after Tyler goes to jail. Otherwise, I do agree with this. I think that one thing is her position. I think that we've hit the high water mark, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there'll be a quick bump, but I think that you're going to start to see it's going to become more and more evident that they're on the wrong side of this. Old school $5 says, I think comparing DNA sample to everyone on the planet is beyond computational capacity in a reasonable amount of time.
Yep.
Fed. GG.
That's just what Palantir
That's what Palantir would tell us. GG for $5 says, for my sale Palantir shares to shed my complicity. Thank you.
Well played.
Bruno Stracker, $5 says, is that contractually Candace was not permitted to ask questions? If true, how is that a debate?
No. What it was is that they agreed to have a portion where Andrew would defend his claim and a portion where Candace would defend her claim. Candace asking Andrew a series of unrelated questions is not her defending her claim. It's a filibuster. So that's the issue.
Andrew allowed her to go first. He said, I'll defend the state. You attack anything you want. Ask any question you want. Once that portion was over, it was Andrew's time in the driver's seat. So while we were waiting for the fact check to come out and she wanted to go down a different line of questioning, he said, no. The contract was like, it's my turn to ask questions. And then, by the way, immediately preceding that, he said, okay, now go ahead and ask your question. People forget that part as well.
He just didn't want to get derailed.
Correct. Brandon, 2 jewels, thank you. Devil's Raspberry, $5 says, not to say conspiracies aren't valid, but I worked with Palantir and Celebrite and AFG in 2013, and it's kind of odd hearing these things romanticized so much. Yeah, right, Devil's Raspberry. Devil in your name? Uh-huh. Yeah.
Devil's Raspberry 33. Check out the username.
Tartho Moss, $2 says, but Ryan, this one goes to 11.
I tried to do it, but Rob wouldn't let me mess the math up.
Bix Paradox, $10 says, what does all this have to do with Peloton? The damn bike company. All right. We're never going to listen. I don't know that I'll get to any more calls. I got to be honest. So I know the great Mr. Ubercross is in the back, Mega Max and Bandit. My suspicion is they would probably all agree with us greatly, but we got to get you out of here. You have a real job.
I got stuff to do. Hold on. Let me be a responsible streamer. We hit 6K. today. So
nice, congrats.
So if you didn't sub to the channel, fuck you. Go sub to my channel so that I can keep growing.
Let's get your link up on my end.
But to all of you, I appreciate you coming by and subbing. It's cool to see the channel growing at the rate that it is. So thank you so much. Content, I'm bothering people in the back. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take your calls. Just getting way past my bedtime, so I got to get some sleep so I can be a useful person tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking with Dragon Fist TV about his impressions about how the debate went, and continuing to spread the message about there's just no evidence for Candace's claims. Hoping to set something up with Nate the lawyer later this week. And looks like I might have a debate on Modern Day Debate on Friday. We're still working out the details, so I'm not sure if it's going to come together or not. So there's a bunch of content coming up. And when I log out, I am redirecting you to the great robnoerr, who I'm sure is going to be with you for many more hours this evening with his beautiful, sultry voice, where he's just not at all wearing down, just serenading you with his thoughts until the wee hours of the morning. Right, Rob?
Yeah, we'll see how long I go. But let me ask you this. Your debate Friday, you don't have to tell me many details, but is it revolving the Tyler Robinson trial in some way?
No, this one is actually blessedly totally different. The topic that was proposed was Trump is an existential threat to America, which I thought was interesting. But here's my problem with it as a prompt. In my opinion, every president is an existential threat to America because they have so much power. Yeah. So I went back and I tried to modify the prompt to make it a little bit more narrow. Like he's a uniquely existential, because otherwise it's basically an unwinnable prompt. I like the topic. It's an interesting topic. I'd be happy to talk about that, but I don't want to take a prompt that I can't win.
Yeah, no, that's fair. All right, well, I put Ryan's link up there. Please, if you're on my channel, go sub to Ryan. I'm getting tired as well, but Ryan, it was a pleasure. It was a fun show.
Always a good time, buddy. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, you take it easy.
All right. How do I get out of here?
Get the fuck out. Oh, okay. Let me change something real quick. Bam, bam. Oh, we're not even we didn't make our goal yet tonight. That's some bullshit. A modest goal of $300,000. You know, that's not too crazy. Am I right? That's wrong. You guys couldn't even help me reach my goal of modestly $600,000. It's pretty ridiculous. I do have callers. We could do it quick. Let's start in order. Mega Max. Hey man. Gotta be a little quick. What's up?
Yeah, no, I get you. Basically, Andrew, won on facts, but he lost on optics because he didn't understand the monster he encountered. what he encountered was basically what one of my other favorite podcasters by the name of Dave Green calls female group chat brain. And basically it's basically a self-validation network that just, as you've seen with when you mentioned the Lindsay Clancy or whatever, however you name, where it's just you start off with something normal and then it just the female self-validation curve and attention curve just spirals out of control into insane retardation. Where like how this mother who literally murdered her 3 kids confessed to it. No, it was actually the husband who did it. Not only did he do it, he got her to do it. And that's what we're seeing with the whole Charlie Kirk thing. All these wine moms and stuff like that and all that stuff, it's not a coincidence that they're there doing female group chat brain shit.
Well, let me ask you this. I have my theories, but what would you have recommended Andrew did better to overcome that optically?
Well, part of the problem is you really can't. The thing with female group chat brain is it's all so self-validating that any attempt to try and break through it will not work. It only comes to an end when, like, once this case finally gets solved and they all forget it, basically. They just drop it out their head. It's like the nightmare in Toy Story 2 where Andy just drops Woody and he's like, I don't want to play with you anymore. And that's sort of the problem with female group chat brain is you can't actually beat it because the way it works won't allow you for it's.
Well, I think I don't look. I'll just say this. Then I think someone needs to hold her accountable for her claims, and I think that getting her on record as not having any evidence for any of her claims whatsoever and backtracking from all was something that was worthwhile. And just being like, well, no, there's nothing he could have done optically. I think that her audience was always going to say.
I would say the one thing is that he shouldn't have played into the sort of misogynist characteristic that he has. Not that he is one, but it's more just like when he's like, don't be a retarded female thing. It's like, oh, that's just going to trigger female group chat brain to think you're a misogynist who's in on covering up this thing, and Candace knows what she knows, sort of thing.
Well, hey, Megamax, I got a bunch of people for some reason that are still clicking on something. But hey, it's always a pleasure, man. I'll do a call-in show later this week. So take it easy, man. Bandit, real quick. What's up, Bandit?
Oh, mic check. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I hear you.
All right, just real quick. I think I agree with you on all the points of the case. I think Andrew lost the debate going into it because most of the people that have an opinion about it now have it from the debate. People know more about it from this debate in like with the fingerprints versus DNA kind of bullshit. And so people are taking away the wrong message from it. And I think she won because her goal going into the debate was she wanted to make money and she wanted to be more relevant. Andrew's stated goal going into it was he wanted more people to challenge her. From what we've seen from it is what you need to challenge her is $300,000 in a presence online. Most people that have one or the other aren't going to challenge her.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of like, well, you lose by going. I think if the goal was to finally make her answer for her claims, someone's had to do it. And so I think that's what Andrew thought. Did Andrew know that she has more fans and almost all of her fans were rabidly going to be like, nothing Andrew could say would ever change our mind, and it doesn't even matter if Candace doesn't present any evidence whatsoever for her claims? Sure, he knew those people would say that. It wasn't for those people. It was for the people that wanted her to try to provide evidence of her claims to now hopefully start the snowball effect that people could see she doesn't have shit, and neither do any of these people. So
yeah, I appreciate him going, and I appreciate everything that you and Ryan did.
Of course. Yeah. It's our pleasure. So, hey, man, thanks. I got to get going. I'm tired, but I appreciate it, man.
No problem. Have a good night.
Let's see. Yep. The great Mr. Ubercross. What's up, man?
Well, hey, man. How are you doing?
Doing very good. It's been a while. Good to talk to you, man.
Hey, yeah, it's good to talk to you too, man. Well, I was hoping to have like the weirdest three-way possible, me, you, and Ryan. But it didn't happen. It's okay. I understand.
Yeah, so we'll do it. We usually do a show every other Monday, so we'll have you call in.
Yeah.
But,
No,
real
I'd love to, and I know like I'm obviously not part of your show, but I love I love you guys, and so I'm
thank you.
glad to be part of it.
Well, I always enjoy talking to you, so.
Well, absolutely. Thank you very much. So I wanted to say, in thinking about Andrew's performance, I've had some ideas about this, and I talked to Ryan about it a bit last night. And as I think about it, for his particular desire, I actually think that he did everything that he wanted to do. I was going to, based off the prompt of tonight, like we got to be in opposition. I had a couple of examples of like the FBI and things like conspiracies and why these conspiracies do things, and like history of a conspiracy in the U.S. where investigators were befuddled by those conspiracies. I'm throwing that out. I think that Andrew did what he intended to do, and I think he did an excellent job at what he intended to do. I think that he was trying to draw out Candace into what she wanted to say and into getting her to establish she had nothing. I think that he excelled at that.
I agree. I mean, look, again, I can't stress this enough. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but Andrew Wilson did not give a fuck about defending the state's case to Candace Owens. It's not that he doesn't believe in the state's case. It's that you can have that conversation with 10,000 people right now. Like we could go on a space every night and say, they're like, we have questions about the case. We have questions about the case. We have questions about the case. Many of them can answer those questions more articulately than Candace Owens. What Candace and Baron Coleman and Ian Carroll and Stu Peters and a bunch of these other people are doing is they're making a bunch of claims, right? They're saying these people are responsible. The feds are covering it up. Trump's team's covering it up. Israel's covering it up. Erica Kirk's complicit. Andrew Colvit's complicit. Brian Harple's complicit. And it's damaging. And the opening statement outlined this. I've said it dozens of times. It's damaging in three ways. One, it's really dividing Republicans at a time where they could have been coming together when the left is viciously attacking Erica Kirk and attacking the Kirks and attacking Turning Point USA.
And attacking themselves.
Yes, they're celebrating.
Aside the point, but
they're celebrating the murder. And at a time where all the right could have came together and said, enough's enough. They tried to assassinate the president several times. They're trying to kill ICE agents. They killed Charlie Kirk. Enough's enough. And at that time, what's going on is we expect the left to divide. We now have right-wingers that are profiting, expounding all these theories that basically the logical conclusion of what they're saying is, don't vote Republican. The Republicans are in on it. They're controlled by Israel, and Israel did this. Or abandon Turning Point USA. They're the bad guys, blah, blah, blah. So that's number one. In an election season, they're doing that. Number two is, selfishly, as the online commentary class, which I'm a small part of, people left the mainstream media coming to us because there was a lack of credibility for the mainstream media. And what people like Candace Owens and all of these people are doing is they're making a mockery of us. They're making us just infotainment, wine mom bullshit, where you can come and put any salacious thing, and it's now rising to the top of the algorithm that they're getting more and more views and people are more and more into it. And so selfishly, we see that in the end destroying our credibility as a unit on the online right. And the third thing is she is attacking grieving people, such as the people at Turning Point that are the friends of Charlie and his wife. And we think it's fucked up that you do that. Not saying that you can't do it, but you should provide, those are big claims, spectacular claims, which should require spectacular evidence. And so the fact that they make these claims over and over, and it's like, please debate someone on this. And they're like, no. And then finally you get a guy like Stu Peters that debates Andrew, and Andrew's like, fantastic, great. Can we talk about your claims? And he's like, no. I won't. We're only going to talk about the state's case. So Andrew is desperately reaching out to Candace. It's like, I'd love to debate you. I'd love to debate Baron Coleman, all these people. And finally, Brian Atlas from whatever's like, I'll pay you $50,000, Candace. No response. I'll pay you $100,000, Candace. No response. I'll pay you $150,000, Candace. And Andrew says, I'll match that. $300,000 to go on the whatever podcast and defend your fucking outrageous claims.
And it wasn't even that. It was Andrew going on Joe Rogan.
Yes. So that's the next
what
thing.
did it.
So
Yeah.
Andrew goes on Rogan and says, I offered her $300,000 to debate these crazy conspiracy theories. She then can't ignore that. So she says,
No,
how
she
about
can't.
500,000 has to be at my house, has to be Friday, and Turning Point has to claim you as their boy. And you could defend the state's case. And then after negotiations, Andrew had to be like, okay, we have to accept it was 300,000. We have to pay the 300,000. It has to be there by Wednesday. We have to defend the state's case overwhelming. We have to do it at Candace's house. We have to do it this Friday. All of those were conditions to even get in the door, to get to the one thing Andrew wanted, which was, I want to interrogate your fucking theories. So to all of this, when you can see, it's not that Andrew's like, I don't give a fuck about the state's case. It's that I've had that conversation. We've all had that conversation. This is the one we want. And so he was like, fuck it. Let's just get through the state's case portion. I want to get to ask you questions. And Candace was tremendous at being evasive, obfuscating, and doing everything she could to not answer for any of her theories whatsoever. But that was the intent. So when people were like, I would have spent more time on the case. I agree. I would have as well. But Andrew's absolutely right. You can see what happened here today. Like when you talk to these people, you go down these rabbit holes, and the next thing you know, it's an hour. It's an hour and a half, and you're like, and she's like, okay, we're wrapping up, and you're like, fuck, I just paid $300,000.
You went through it with Cisco, man.
Right.
You went through it with Cisco. It took 11 hours. Yeah. Like when you're trying to like nail them down on the details. And so in that sense, Andrew knew. He had to know. Like, I'm assuming that you guys knew there was a time limit.
Yes.
You knew that it was not going to be 7 hours, 8 hours.
She said no limit. But this was actually
Okay.
This was a point of contention in negotiation. Because what Andrew was trying to do was like, roughly half the debate, you can interrogate me in my position defending the state, and then roughly half, I get to interrogate you. And she would say, or sometimes we use the word cross-examine, and she would be like, this isn't a court. Cross-examine and interrogate are legal terms. That's not debate. And then we're like, well, no, that's part of conventional debate, right? Like,
this is parlance of terms, you know?
And so we were like, we want at least an hour and a half of you defending your terms. I'm not going to agree to some arbitrary limit. I said no time limit. Well, no time limit could mean 12 hours. No time limit could mean 20 minutes, right? That's what it could mean. So we were like, no. We didn't give a shit if it was an hour and a half necessarily. It wasn't like that was the sweet spot. It was just that, how do you put in a contract language that's like, we need at least this for the contract to be fulfilled, because we're talking about 300,000. So you can't just be like, we want to talk about your theories for a substantial amount of time. What does that look like when she's like, I talked for 15 minutes. I find that to be substantial. Then what? You go to court and now you have to argue for 2 years whether or not 15 minutes was substantial, and you got to litigate and pay the attorneys.
Right.
So we're like, if it's one thing that was suggested, and I'll admit this, I think this was my idea. I was like, well, if we've accepted Patrick Bet David as the moderator, why don't we just say we'll give the terms of the contract to PBD and we'll trust his judgment? If he feels a good faith effort has been made by both sides, and she made a good faith effort to sort of talk about her claims for a reasonable amount of time. Maybe it's only 50 minutes. Maybe it's 2 hours, 15, whatever. PBD would say, that's reasonable within the confines. We'll accept his judgment.
That's good enough. Yeah.
They flip the fuck out. Outrageous. Why would we accept that? It has to be our attorney that makes the judgment. Now, why would it make sense for her attorney to be the one that determined whether or not the terms of the contract would be fulfilled? So finally, Andrew was like, fuck it, I just want the debate. So we dropped all of that. And we're like, okay, well then fuck it, whatever. We just, at some point, here's the topic. And the way the topic got wrote was what it was. Then Andrew had to defend overwhelming evidence. Tyler Robinson did it, and she had to defend overwhelming evidence that he was set up as a
she defended nothing, but
That's right. And so ironically, she ended up making no arguments to her defense whatsoever. But that's the shit. That's what led up to it. So Andrew's entire point of this debate, and I talked about it. I was like, what do you want to do? Do you want to go in and make the best throated fucking defense of the state's case you can? And he's like, well, I certainly want to have 2 or 3 arguments that I think are the most important. But ultimately, I'm just trying to move on to the shit I want to talk about before she says, because ultimately the contract said 3.5 hours and breaks didn't count towards the time. So it had to be like 3.5 hours of like actual speaking, not restroom breaks.
Yeah, not the multiple ad breaks that she made. What?
So
30 grand, 40 grand each ad break.
Who knows?
I would
but
guess.
I do know this. That Andrew was very worried about that. It was like, if I end up defending the state's case for 2.5 hours, we're gonna get to this with like an hour left and not have time. She's gonna just filibuster.
That's totally fair.
So that's
if I'm gonna be honest, the thing that I really wanted to the thing that I actually wanted to talk to you and Ryan about was the behind the scenes part, because I think that's very fascinating. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but to me, like, I wanted to know about that negotiation. I wanted to know about like the NDA. I wanted to know, like, what can't you tell me about? Not that I want you to tell me what you can't tell me about, but there are things.
What did we talk to not talk about? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know that there were elements, there was an NDA there, which I'm sure some of it was Candace's address. I mean, some of that stuff, which I totally understand. Makes sense. Nobody should know where she lives. You went to her house.
Yes, of course.
Nobody should have that information, but it's like that kind of like weird minutia is the stuff I am interested in, because I think that's fascinating. And
the way it came about was weird.
There's stuff that you can't talk about.
The fact check part of it was weird. She just threw that out there because I think Andrew was like, why the fuck would we do it at your house? You have a team of people. She's like, fine, you can bring 3 fact checkers. But no one really ever was like, well, what does that mean? What do you mean by fact checker?
Yeah, what does a fact checker do?
What does that mean? Do I get to sit in a chair behind Andrew and say that's not true? No one really expected that.
When you didn't have time to sort that out,
And that was the whole thing. If you would have done this reasonably, you'd have been like, let's set this for 15 days out. Let's set it up for 20 days out. She insisted. It has to be super fast. And maybe I shouldn't even say this. I don't think I'm going. One potential thing was she insisted just sending the money. And then, of course, Andrew's like, well, I'm not going to do that. We have to put the money in.
It's got to go into escrow.
So it's like put
it
in escrow. She flips out. I'm not doing a real estate deal with you. What do you mean escrow? Then it was like, all right, we set up other arrangements, right? And she was like passive aggressive about it. So we set up other arrangements, whatever. But part of it was the money had to be there by Wednesday. And literally, there's so many negotiations going on. It got to the point where it was like, physically, I don't know if the bank at this point is fast enough to get the money there. It wasn't that he didn't have the money together. He did, but it was like we weren't receiving bank account info to send it to until like 24 hours before the deadline. So it's like, what do we do if we send it? And it's like, well, the bank says it takes 48 hours. Well, you're shit out of luck then. The money didn't get here by Wednesday.
Yeah. That's so infuriating, man.
That's how quick it had to happen. So it was like, I woke up the one day and Andrew's like, I got to go. It's like 7 a.m. to get to the fucking bank to try to send money to get there as early as humanly possible.
I don't know. So allow me to like interject a little bit here. Like, I deal with most of my job is family law. I do a lot of family law. I do a ton of family law with people that have a lot of money. Like, they have $1 million houses, they've got cars, they've got all this stuff. They've got $400,000 of this, they've got $1 million of that. I dealt with somebody who had, they were trying to figure out how to divide the plane that they owned. So the idea, and oftentimes in this, we must figure out, we're going to put an escrow account together and we're going to put $1 million in escrow, because we know that the judge at some point is going to say like, well, you're going to get $400,000. You're going to 600, whatever it is. So we got to put $1 million in escrow, because we know that it's going to get divided up, and we don't know where it's going to go, but the judge is going to figure it out. That's not easy to do. That is not, we're doing it tomorrow. That's not, I'm going to wake up, all right, just put $1 million in escrow. we've got to communicate with the bank. We've got to set up an account. We have to do a lot of work ahead of
Contracts
time.
have to be signed with the bank,
Yeah.
plus between both parties.
Absolutely.
So not just the
Everybody
bank,
has to be on board. Yeah.
And we had basically 48 hours
yeah.
to accomplish that.
That's ridiculous. I mean, it is ridiculous. It's ridiculous that she put those terms. It's not shocking based on everything I know about Candace Owens. I never found her to be a good faith interlocutor to any degree. So it's not shocking. But man, like
well, then, so this is going on, and there is.
I've got nothing but respect for Andrew for doing what he did.
If you remember, the first suggested moderator was Michael Knowles. Then we were
Yes.
waiting if Michael Knowles would accept. Michael Knowles declines. So then she was like, "You could pick from 3 moderators, and then or give me 3 names, and I'll pick one." But then instead, she gave us 3 names, and we were like, "Okay, Patrick, Pet David, that sounds fine, no problem. We don't have a problem
that's
with that."
fine. Yeah,
and
that makes
which
sense.
that was fine, right? But like again, all of this is super rushed. So now PPD's team. Like, they're getting a call basically 3-4 days before the debate.
Yep.
We need you to fly out, right? Because it wasn't just like, oh, yeah, moderate on my computer. No big deal. You have to fly
he's
out.
got to be there in person.
Right. You got to go on. So now his team's sort of rushed. So while this is all going on, Joe Rogan reaches out. Let's do it on my show next Friday. So this coming Friday here.
Yeah.
Sounds like a golden opportunity.
Candace
so
says,
Andrew,
no, it's got to be on my
Andrew
channel.
messages her, or Andrew's team messages her, and it's like, hey, this is a huge opportunity. I think this will be really good for both of us. We'll get to make our case in front of a big neutral audience. You'll get to make your case. And she's like, nothing's changed because you're a Joe Rogan fanboy. Okay. And then she's out there like, and then she goes on her show today and she's like, they were so rude. I mean, I'm not saying that we weren't. That I mean, I wasn't writing the messages. I was very polite, though.
To be fair, I cannot imagine that you and Ryan were rude.
We were not rude. This would be more Mr. E. Maybe he
right,
was rude, but
but
it was definitely reciprocating the energy. It was even the public messages. You can see them doing sure, but you pay me $500,000 and TPUSA has to claim you as their boy, right?
Yeah,
like even the public comments was her being condescending, right? And so it's this back and forth. We're not entering a real estate deal with you. What are you talking about, escrow? Right? Like shit like that. So then of course the response back's going to be like a little snippy. And then she runs around and she runs in public and goes, they were so unprofessional. It's like, I know she complimented me on being nice.
It's the most professional thing you could do. Putting money in escrow is the most professional thing anyone could do. You don't have to be involved in real estate to put money into escrow. Like that's common in high dollar situations.
I seem to make and I said this earlier on the show, but to me it seemed to be a compromise that made sense. I completely understand from the perspective of Candace. No, I need to see money up front because I don't know if you could come up with 300,000. So I'm not going to leave you show up and do the debate and then be like, "Whoops, I don't have money." So I get that. But on the other hand, I see Andrew's perspective, like, yeah, but I don't want to just send you this money and then if the debate doesn't occur, now I have to litigate.
Yeah, or if the debate's 15 minutes. Yeah,
correct. So. Escrow seems to be a nice compromise where it's like, you can see that the money's there. It's there. There is a contract in the terms of how the money's released to you. And that contract ensures that the debate occurs. Easy peasy.
Yep, absolutely.
And it was like, it was a big fucking mess. It really was to get that done. So,
that is the stuff that like, that's what I'm interested in because I think that's fascinating because to me, it is that exchange of money. Like, I'm going to give you 300,000. And for that, you're going to debate. What does that debate look like? And those contractual terms that require her to sit there for a certain period of time so that she can get that money. Because, let's be honest, the only reason she was there, well, 2 reasons. She was there for 2 reasons. 1 was the money. 2 was that she got called out on Joe Rogan. If those 2 factors had not been there, there's no debate. You take away $300,000, she's not going to be there. You take away Joe Rogan, she's not going to be there. Because she had no interest in actually debating her thoughts. And that's demonstrated by the fact that she did not argue her thoughts.
Yep.
She collected her money.
Yep. Totally, it was a mess. But hey, I gotta get running.
No,
I've
you're
been on
fine,
6
man. I
hours, but
appreciate it.
we'll talk soon, though, man. It's always a pleasure, Mr.
Yeah, happy to. All right, have a good night, man.
Take it easy. Yeah, so Wizard, I know that she complimented me. She also said that her whole team was there to pull pranks, and she could tell by the fact checking. I mean, I don't know what to say. I thought my fact checking, I didn't think it wasn't like I was fact checking, like, actually, you weigh 120 pounds or some shit like that. I thought I was bringing up relevant shit, like from the state's brief, from claims she made, and she said we were all there to be pranksters. I didn't feel that way at all. I thought I was incredibly polite. I understand that the contract negotiation was stiff and there was a lot of sharp barbs. I'll just try to be as judicious as possible and say those barbs were going both ways. Okay. For my part of it, I tried to be eminently polite, and I have people asking me when I come out, what were you doing in Candace's kid's room, which is fucking laughable. I was only in the rooms that their security directly told me to be in. That was it. The fact that one of those rooms had some stuff in it that looked like children had been in that room before, I didn't choose to be in there. That was where I was taken. So, all right, we got one more call. Will S. We tried earlier for Will, I think, and it didn't work. Will, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. What's up, my man?
Yeah, I dropped off earlier because you told me not to be in line if I thought Andrew won. I do think you won, but I have a quick thought.
Okay.
So I wanted to highlight like one particular moment that I don't think people have really glommed onto in the debate. PBD asked Candace what evidence she would accept to convince her that Tyler Robinson was the killer, which is, the falsifiability question, right? Going back to that caller.
Yep.
And she's such a fucking weasel. Like, she brought up, her response brought up the trial, and she was like, actually, I was expecting there to be this like totally great evidence from the state that would like 100% convince me, like, I looked at what they were providing, and it just wasn't there, right? You remember what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. Like the weasel move there is like, in hindsight, now that that's already happened, she can come out and act like, if you asked her that same question before, she would have dodged and had no answer. But in hindsight, she knows that that smoking gun wasn't there, so she sat there and acted like, oh, I would have totally been convinced if they had XYZ, or like a picture, I think, or a video or whatever. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is that's the core of this problem, right? Is that, and if there's anything that I wish Andrew did more, was lock her in based on what is expected to happen in the future, right? And I think that's a lot of what his strategy was, right? Get her pinned on some of these claims so that later on more can come out, because really, like, the trial itself is like an oncoming freight train. Like, this whole industry that Candace is running, I mean, it's time limited, right? Like, it's got an expiration date, and that's the trial. There are always going to be some freaks who are like, oh yeah, I don't believe it or whatever. But the trial comes out and it's convincing to 90% of the public. All of this industry that they've built up around getting clicks on this is going away.
So I think I'll just say this real quick. I think the part you talk there is not only important, I think it's even more important, because she originally says her confidence that Tyler Robinson did this was 0%.
Right.
Exactly. Now, 0%. Now, you could say, well, I think Andrew said 75 to 85%. And to me, that doesn't mean overwhelming. People could disagree exactly what percentage overwhelming would mean to them. But 0% is easy to understand. 100% and 0% are easy. All the time, none of the time. Yeah. It's always or it's never, right? 0% means there is no.
If she's at 0, but like she said herself, a picture, a 4K video or whatever would move her all the way off of 0 to 100, like bullshit. Right?
Yeah. So if you say 0% and then a media are like, oh yeah, here's some evidence that would convince me, that wouldn't convince you. And the truth is, that's the one time she's being most honest. She is correct. There is no evidence that will convince her and her followers. None. Tyler Robinson could come out tomorrow and say, it was me. He could come out tomorrow and say, it was me. And here's the exact timeline. Here's the proof. And I actually recorded a fucking video, believe it or not, of while I'm in the car. Like, here it is. It's all timestamped, everything. And here's my parents saying, yep, that exact conversation. She'd still say, they got to him. If he pleads guilty, they're going to say, they got to him. It doesn't matter. If you have to add another 70 people to being involved in the conspiracy, then they'll just add 70 more people.
I think she'll publicly represent that, but I don't think she believes shit. I don't think
she believes in making money and fucking keeping it going.
I don't think she believes her own narratives, and I think she was trying to like give herself this weird escape hatch where, you know, anyone who's watching who knows about unfalsifiability and why that's bad, she was protecting herself against them by going and saying, "Oh, I would have totally been, you know, changed my mind if the trial had provided XYZ evidence," right? But like the objective for this debate, I mean, it's tough for me to say whether or not anyone won because the win conditions are need to be extrapolated to the future, right? If you're looking at it like a general, like this is one battle in the war, and she's pinned on a bunch of positions where now down the line, 6 to 12 months, like it doesn't even have to be that Andrew's like facts mature well. It's like the state will release evidence and the trial will bring evidence to light that should, according to Candace's own words in that moment, should convince her, and that's the lie, right? It's like if you say that, you know, I expected this big smoking gun and didn't get it, right? Like I really wish PBD had probed her on this and been like, okay, so what exactly would that smoking gun be? Because in 6 months, when this trial happens and that smoking gun comes out, I want to be able to point at this moment and say, look, you said that you would have changed your mind with this new data. Now we have this new data. Are you actually going to change your mind? If she backs down from that, that's the ultimate like embarrassment on this front.
Yeah. Wait, Will, thanks so much for calling in, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Take it easy, man. Andrew offered money and she accepted. Where's the problem? Nothing. There's no problem with that. The problem is that it took the money in the first place to get her to talk to anyone to even possibly discuss her theories, which she then refused to do. But I'm glad you see it that way, that it doesn't matter. We'll be right back after these words from our sponsor. Hi, everyone. As you know, my alleged friend has passed away, and I've spent the last months trying my best to honor his memory by monetizing at every moment that I can, to the tune of me making millions of dollars. Yes, that's mean that I've spread wild theories about how his organization and closest loved ones actually murdered him or helped cover it up. But today, it's time to really support the true victims of this terrible tragedy. And that's me and the people around me. The millions of dollars I've made just aren't enough to pay for my livelihood. That's why I'll be charging people hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend the wild theories that I've made. But that's not enough. How can we be expected to exist on this meager subsistence? That's why I'm encouraging you via these ad breaks through the conversation to buy whatever product it is that I'm shilling. The mere $300,000 I'm making for 3 hours of work just can't cut it. What are we, living in some third world hellhole? So please, whatever product it is I'm shilling, please continue to buy it, but only after you send me your hard-earned money so that the real victims of this terrible tragedy can actually be recompensed. And that's me. Thank you so much. All right. Rumble Super Chats. Don't offer money you don't want to lose. Who said anything about that? No one's criticizing Andrew losing money. We're criticizing a woman who is monetizing off of what she calls her friend's death to be, who is slandering his wife, who has no evidence to do that slandering of the wife, and is only willing to even get in the room to possibly defend that and then deflect anyways once she's there if she's offered $300,000. Then in the middle of that conversation, she also runs ads where she's making tens of thousands of other dollars. Try to keep up. I know it's hard for you, Candace fans. More logic on Rumble. $5 says, did you or did you not drop an upper decker in our guest bathroom? I was very polite with the restroom and washed my hands. More logic, another $5. Thank you. Mancozy, $10 says, she made me laugh out loud, though. I didn't know women could be that funny. When it was time to cross-examine her claims, she called it a discussion. I laughed so fucking hard. Yeah, it's funny. And then man. Beakster, $10 says Tyler's messages and confessions is Tyler's framing of the situation. Yep. You receive $1 says, can we just agree there's one lesson to be learned here, and that's that life under Trump is so good that the conspiracy folks have absolutely no single thing in life to dedicate their time to. Beakster, $5 says, we love being serenaded by Rob's sonorous foghorn. Thank you so much. All right. I want to play one more clip. We'll play your stupid ass songs. This is from the account Nathan Livingstone and Milk Bar TV. I don't even have to preface it. Just enjoy.
Evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No, Tyler Robinson. They're going to convict him. Right? They found their patsy. They're going to make it work.
The alleged shooter. You think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. They're a patsy, which is what Tyler Robinson is. Tyler is a patsy. I maintain that. What we've all suspected, that Tyler Robinson is indeed a patsy. I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy.
Was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Prints which were found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. More evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. More of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun, that there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. Well, it's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent.
Now, a couple things to know about this specific claim. One, Lance Twiggs' DNA is not on the rifle. Unless she wants to argue that the prosecution is intentionally withholding information, the prosecution tested all of the devices for Lance Twiggs' DNA and only found it on the screwdriver and the towel. Now, she could say they didn't definitively say it wasn't on the gun, which is true, but they never said it was on the gun, which would lead you to infer when they said we tested all of the people that were in the houses with the gun, with the screwdriver, with the towel, and here's whose DNA was on this. The fact that Lance wasn't said, but it was on the towel and the screwdriver, probably strongly suggests. But it doesn't matter anyways because she's the one making the affirmative claim. She says that the DNA is on the rifle more. Notice the date, August 7th. That's 7 or 8 days before this debate. Basically the last time she talked about DNA. So this wasn't some mistake that she confused something during the hearing and then corrected. She was saying this right up into leading into the debate. That's number one. Number two, no one's evidence was on the rifle more than Tyler Robinson's. No one had more prominent DNA. That's a lie. 1 in a trillion was that the person with the most DNA on the gun was Tyler Robinson. So she's lying in 2 ways. One, she's lying, implying that Tyler Robinson didn't have the most DNA on the rifle, which is a lie. And second, she's lying when she's saying that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle and actually was on there more. That's another lie. Now, how does she get out of this lie? She says, it was just a simple mistake. I corrected it. She never did correct it until Andrew brought it up. This was the first question that Andrew asked when he got to, after the whole rigmarole. Why do you want to ask me questions? This isn't a debate. It's just a conversation, blah, 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 blah. He's like, was Lance Twiggs' DNA on the rifle? Here, let's see. I think I have a clip. Now let's go. We'll get back to this, but let's go to our good friend Artie, which you should be following Rhetorically Defective if you're not. He's a fantastic show. Here's the link to this video. Now listen. We're getting to the end here, so where Andrew finally gets to the point where he gets to challenge her claims.
Now, he's been very maligned and would like you to see how reasonable he was trying to be to the she-beast.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere. right? And in fact, they actually take away from a legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break and we'll be back soon.
Wow, what an honest, direct, and forthcoming piece of shit. Stupid smoky pickle? What are you that mad at? He's being very clear, setting his expectations, being as fair as he can, saying I want you to answer for the claims that you've made with a simple yes or no. Don't flounder around, don't monologue, give me a yes or no, and we can continue. This goes about as well as wearing a MAGA hat in a Waffle House. Let's go.
You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the...
So that's it. He's like, I'm going to try not to load the question. If I do, you could... He's just going to ask things like, do you think Israel did it? And then she could answer yes or no, and then expound if she wants. That's all he's asking.
Questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply.
So she can't just be like, okay, shoot. So, okay, here we go.
To that.
Oh, Candace, look at how sad you're making Andrew. He just wants to ask you his questions. He had a whole preamble, thought he was going to remove any of what you're...
Remember, this is all Andrew wanted. This is what he paid $300,000 for at this point. I just want to ask you some yes or no questions, and then when you say, yes, Israel did it, no, French Foreign Legion didn't do it, then we'll say, okay, now what's your evidence you have for Israel doing it? That's it. That's what the whole thing was. So it's been painstaking to get here. She got to interrogate his theory, went through it. Then he's like, okay, we're finally where we want to go. And she's like, wait, I have something to say before we get here.
What to do, but no, she has to poison the well. She made my boy so sad. Go ahead, Candace, poison the well, have a meta conversation about the conversation. Tell everyone what his true intentions are with your magical female intuition.
So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay,
debate.
so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you.
Really top-notch $1 million moderation.
Now, again, like Candace has talked 2-1 over Andrew, right? And he's just like, okay, I've answered your questions. I've allowed you to interrogate. I let you took the debate up to this point anywhere you wanted. Also, this is part of the topic because she's supposed to be defending evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So one of those pieces of evidence may be, well, here's the real culprit. Israel really did it. So that means that this is evidence that suggests Tyler didn't. So this is the debate. Not to mention, she also said, but after that, I'm happy to answer any questions about my theories. Okay. So what's the issue? Why does she have to litigate this out here? Now, this gets to the point where I was saying, when people are like, I wish Andrew would have defended the case more. I agree. I would have liked to see that as well. But do you see the problem? Just to get to this moment, which is what Andrew wanted, where it's like pulling teeth, even here in the moment. By the way, I see all the people that are like, oh, you're sucking up for Andrew, all this stuff, and you're an idiot. We're on what, day 3 of me streaming incessantly and allowing people to call in? Not one person has yet to provide one piece of evidence that Candace Owens made or shown positive evidence that Tyler Robinson was overwhelmingly a patsy and is innocent. Not one piece of evidence. So all the people you see that are Candace fans that are coming in like, you're fat, you're a cuck, all this, none of them have shit. They know it. It's just the insults because they have nothing. They won't call in. They know it. The offer's been set. There's nothing they could do. They know.
By fucking Patrick Pat David over here. Dude. Nobody. It's a home game for her. This is why. He's in her home. She's a black woman. All the cards are lined up for nobody to want to say anything to her. So let her go until she wears herself out.
Yeah.
Via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask, and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now
Mhm.
you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy.
Okay, now what's the first question he asked her? Let's see.
Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
Now, the answer is no. Now, I want to go back. Let's see what she had said.
As far as you know?
Prints which were found on the gun, which of course included Lance Twiggs. More evidence that Lance Twiggs simply took Tyler Robinson's family heirloom of a gun and helped the feds set him up as a patsy. More of his DNA than Tyler's on the gun. That there is objectively more overwhelming evidence that Lance Twiggs did this crime. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. Well, it's Tyler's rifle, but Lance's DNA is more prominent.
Okay, so that's the very first question. These difficult questions. She's like, this has nothing to do with the case. How is this not exactly germane to her theory that Tyler Robinson set up as a patsy? Was Lance, she's been saying it over and over. She said it 7 days before the debate. Now the answer is no, there's no evidence. I misspoke. She lied. And I remind you, I can pull the clip up at a later date. She claims that those people that said Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the rifle, which is a true statement. In fact, he is the majority sample of DNA in 1 in a trillion. But she says if someone like me would say Tyler Robinson's DNA was on the rifle, then I'm lying by omission because I'm not mentioning that it was the most degraded. So if she considers that a lie, what is it when she says over and over, Lance Twiggs' DNA was more prominent on the rifle than Tyler Robinson? Well, that's a lie, using her own criteria. So, Andrew asks her, is she going to say, I was wrong? Let's see what she says.
Direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
And that's what Candace fans are defending. Okay, I can't say for certainty that that was Candace Owens. It may have been 3 dwarfs in a coat. I can't say with certainty. She says over and over on her channel, it's so suspicious that Lance Twiggs' DNA's on the rifle more than Tyler Robinson. Okay, was his DNA on the rifle? I can't say with certainty. Yes, I can say anything. She's right. Correct. Another way of saying that is no, we don't have any evidence of that. You can say almost everything. What are you really certain of? Almost nothing. Did President Trump win the 2024 election without cheating? I can't say it with certainty. Maybe there was cheating. Who won the World Series last year? in a fair World Series? I can't say with certainty. You'd say, oh, that's the truth. It's ridiculous. Let's keep going with Milk Bar's video.
How does it happen?
Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty. Right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
That Tyler Robinson was.
This guy says, where was the evidence that Andrew said? Andrew pointed to evidence of the 30-06 was a 30 caliber rifle. That was evidence that he had, that his DNA was on the rifle. That's Andrew's evidence. That Tyler Robinson confessed multiple times. That was evidence he said. He said in his opening statement that there was eyewitnesses that talked about it. He talked about his parents saying, which is in the prosecutor agreement, that the parents had this conversation and thought it was him. That's all evidence. She just said things like, well, it was hearsay. She's wrong about that. It wasn't hearsay, as Andrew brought up. And she'd say, well, Lance Twiggs may have made the Discord messages or the other messages. She has no proof of that. Okay, there you go. I outlined the evidence that Andrew had. What was the evidence Candace had? Go ahead. Where was the evidence she proffered that it was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was set up as a patsy? All right. Anyways, let's.
Possible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
That Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. Amount of evidence that is now piling up against Erica Kirk. I've seen enough. Erica Kirk should be dragged into a police precinct. I'm at the point right now, I want Erica to just drop a book like, If I Did Do It, you know, like OJ did. If I Did Do It by Erica Kirk, the Black Widow, the CEO. And I think Erica.
When she says go to jail, when she says she was complicit, she doesn't mean in the death. She means she's complicit in thinking Tyler Robinson did it. How does that even make sense? When she says she should go to jail, she just means she should go to jail Monopoly. Of course, the next thing she says is at least to be questioned. In Monopoly, I guess? Then she calls her a Black Widow. Oh, no, trust me. When she says Black Widow, she just means that she's Black Widow from the Marvel series when she plays Marvel Rivals. That's what she means by Black Widow. It's never what it seems she means. I wonder why she was pushing back so hard when Andrew said, I just want to ask you some questions. Give me a yes, no. I wonder why. Well, this is why. Because she says this bullshit and she has no evidence. And so she has to then pretend I didn't say that.
Is calculated. And I want to say to JD Vance, you better wake up fast, okay? That's a Black Widow, my friend. You will get bit. I didn't say implicit in death. You added those 2 words. Tyler Robinson, we can exclusively confirm to you all, drove 3 hours away from Orem, Utah, down to Panguitch, Utah. Grabbed himself a seat at the bar at this steakhouse, and he ordered himself some more food.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence. I have confirmed that happened. Again, there was a literal receipt. There's a literal receipt for that because, as we said, he paid with his debit card.
Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline.
Now updated timeline to get from Orem down to Panguitch. And as soon as he got done and bought himself a steak down in Panguitch, we broke the story that Tyler was eating a steak down in Panguitch and drives 3 hours down to Panguitch.
So should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm asking,
to make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
That's what all of the evidence and all of the behavior points to, is Israel's involvement. Those of us who believe that there is mounting evidence that Israel put a hit on Charlie Kirk, I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
Between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him? Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
There is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without question. 0%.
you, 0%.
I'm at 0.
Now, I notice that we have the Candace people in the chat that are speaking up louder now. They can't defend any of this. Can't defend it. Oh, well. And then you'll see the ones that'll just repeat the same things. Couldn't have been a 30-06. The medical examiner disagrees. Is the medical examiner lying? Well, Candace wouldn't say. Do you see what she does? She won't defend any claims. She knows that her fucking moronic followers will just repeat verbatim over and over and over again. Whatever part that keeps the fucking cash flow going. As soon as she has the opportunity, finally, someone pays money to get her in a room. Okay, you've made big claims. Care to defend them? No. Nope. And her audience will just go, 30-06 couldn't have gave that wound. Couldn't have gave that wound. 30-06 couldn't have gave that. You can go through and say that's not true. The medical examiner explained exactly how they recovered the bullet. Are you saying that they're complicit in it? 30-06 couldn't have gone through. Couldn't have. That's it. That's it. Just watched a whole litany of Candace making an ass of herself. No comment from the Candace people. It was a second shooter, Rob. Is that what Candace said in the debate? Oh, no, she wouldn't say anything. She's like, I don't know, maybe it was a mic, maybe it was, I don't know. It was a projectile. That's all I'll say. Just bullshit. She didn't defend shit. So is it any surprise? Then I did this yesterday. I debated in this space. The guys that I was debating against, the main guy, starts off and literally says, Candace didn't present any evidence. But I think she won the debate because I've seen the evidence that she talks about on her shows. You see? So she wins because she already won the debate before she walked in, because she's right in her shows. And so when Andrew goes, well, what is your theory? She doesn't have to tell Andrew. He should have known by watching all of her shows. And even when he brings up, well, this is what you said in your show, she'll just say, nah, I didn't say that. That's not what I meant. Good enough. She didn't have to present evidence. I don't know what to say. The evidence is in black and white that she didn't present evidence. Lunacy is coming. I ask you this. Is the medical examiner lying? That's all I need. Is the medical examiner involved in the conspiracy to set up Tyler Robinson as a patsy? If it's so evident to you that there was a second shooter and that the angle that Tyler Robinson was at would be impossible to make this shot, are you claiming that the medical examiner is lying? That's my question. Simple. It's so funny, these people that they act like they're experts. I 100% know this shot wasn't possible. It wasn't possible. Really? Why isn't the defense saying that? Well, it should be easy. What does this even say? Medical examiner entry exit wounds are? What does that mean? Are you asking me what the medical examiner says that the wounds line up? Is that what you're asking? in a stilted way? The medical examiner concluded the manner of death to be homicide. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. At approximately 12:23, an attendee standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk was questioning him when a gunshot rang out and a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's neck, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. The medical examiner concluded the manner of death to be homicide. A forensic examination conducted by the ATF revealed that the bullet that killed Mr. Kirk was a .30 caliber class round. It created a complex entry gunshot wound and fragmented in Mr. Kirk's neck. The bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the interior side of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles, and left side of the neck, and the left common carotid and the internal and external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side of the C27 vertebrae and transected the cervical spinal cord. The medical examiner observed that a significant portion of Mr. Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered other severe injuries, including a bilateral apical and postural intercostal hemorrhaging, pulmonary apical hemorrhages and hematomas, and multiple disruptions of thyroid, cricoid, and tracheal cartilage. The medical examiner also observed hemorrhaging around Mr. Kirk's heart, both of his lungs, and the subarachnoid space around the cerebral and firmus of the periosteal regions. When the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, Officer Bagley, the UVU, was stationed at the south end of the walkway, blah, blah, blah. Based on his experience, he believed the bullet came from the rifle fired in the position of Mr. Kirk's canopy. Now, your claim's going to be, let me guess, Lunacy's going to say, no, that's all true, but the location of the shot would have been impossible to make that. Prove it. How is the defense and how are these internet sleuths able to come to these such obvious conclusions? And for some reason, the defense just won't do it. Simple. It was the second shooter that somehow wasn't captured on any film whatsoever that pulled off this shot with the 30-06. But what happened here? So I guess we have footage of someone on the low-C building roof. So that was a patsy, or that was there's a second shooter who's the actual killer. But instead of that shooter just getting on the low-C roof and shooting from there, and then saying that was Tyler Robinson, they had a guy on the roof of the low-C building pretending to be a shooter while another shooter took the shot. Then pretended the guy on the low-C building was the one who took the shot and was Tyler Robinson. Why didn't they just have the guy in the second building take the shot and then say that was Tyler Robinson? I don't understand. Why? What is it about the medical examiner's report that proves that the shot from the low-C building would not have been possible? What is that? Tyler Robinson gets eliminated if it came from a top. I don't know what you're talking about. So just to be clear, the state is intentionally lying. They're claiming that this shot occurred from the low-C building, which is so self-evidently impossible that a random guy on my YouTube channel named Lunacy has discovered that the trajectory would be impossible, which is so obvious that even a person without access to the significant amounts of evidence, forensic evidence, more details, etc., that a random guy on YouTube could find it out. But somehow it has escaped the defense. The defense was incapable of finding out the very obvious conclusion that it's very simple. This trajectory couldn't have happened. Very simple. Lunacy can't tell us how that's the case and how this trajectory would be impossible, but trust everyone. Everyone trust this random YouTuber. Trust them. They know this trajectory, without telling you, is impossible. So what that means is Tyler Robinson wasn't on campus, a person that was intentionally trying to look and dress like Tyler Robinson, that Lance Twiggs, the friends of Tyler Robinson, the parents of Tyler Robinson would say, yeah, that looks like Tyler Robinson, would climb on the top of the Losi building right around the time that the shooting occurred. But this person wouldn't be the shooter. Instead, they would be a decoy. Then we'd have a second shooter that was unseen. They would climb onto a different building and pull the trigger. Now, why wouldn't the shooter just go to the Losi building, shoot, and then say, yeah, that was Tyler Robinson? I don't know. For some reason, this decoy was important. Then, this conspiracy requires the ATF to intentionally lie about the trajectory of the bullet, the defense to remain silent about the bullet. It would require that the confessions be fake. So Lance Twiggs had to be involved in setting up the confessions, or the FBI, which would have required people. It would involve campus security being involved in this because they would have covered it up. It would have involved Turning Point USA people being involved because they covered this up. The parents are for some reason staying silent, even though they know their son didn't do this. And in the prosecution documents, it says that the parents recognize their son from the photos and had this conversation. That's all a lie. They're staying silent for some reason and letting their kid face the death penalty. Tyler Robinson himself, for some reason, hasn't spoke up via his defense attorney in the brief to say, I didn't create these messages. I didn't say this. He didn't speak up to say, I wasn't on campus. Whereas it came out in videos that this trajectory would have been impossible to have that entry wound. Where's that came out? I didn't see that. Show me the video. Candace proposed no alternate theory. Her compelling theory is she didn't even say it was a gun. In fact, your argument was, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a second shooter using that caliber of weapon. Candace says that caliber of weapon's impossible. She wouldn't even say it's a gun. She's still going with the exploding mic theory. So no lunacy, you saying, second shooter. That's not proving Candace's theory. That's not what Candace's theory was. You're full of shit. She said that a bit. So she had the original theory correct. Her original theory was a second shooter, which was the correct theory. Now she's moved on to, nope, that type of gun's impossible. It had to be an exploding microphone. But we're going to ignore all of that. And we're going to go back to the original theory that she had that she didn't mention in the debate. See how good she did in the debate? See? Candace says it was a second shooter. It was a third shooter. It was lasers. It was a microphone. It was one time she said the correct theory, in my estimation. I have no proof of it, but I'll just pick and choose from the litany of. It was Mormon beekeepers. It was Masonic cult. It was Israel. It was Erica Kirk. It was Brian Harple. I'll say Mormon beekeepers. See, Candace is right. Yeah, but she doesn't say that anymore. But she said it once. That's good enough for me. She wins the debate. Now, does everyone see? I've been incredible. I tried over and over. Please call in. Please tell me the evidence she said. Saying, well, here's the theory. Oh, okay. By the way, she didn't say this in the debate, though. Okay? They can't. They can't even come up with a bullshit piece of evidence she came up with. She had none. But she was a girl boss. She said, I can tell you, but I can't explain it. Or what'd she say? I can explain it to you, but I can't understand for you. Ooh, that's girl boss shit, baby. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah, baby. That's powerful to the Candace fans. And you're a cuck if you don't think that one heard the debate. Mm-hmm. What am I not accepting? What can someone in the chat tell me what Lunacy has said that I am not accepting? I believe I accurately described what you were saying. That you've seen videos that show the trajectories not possible. You haven't outlined what the evidence they give that shows that trajectory is not possible. And then you said this is just explaining what Candace said in the debate of her theory. And when pointed out, no, she not only didn't say there was a second shooter in the debate, she said that this caliber of weapon that you're suggesting would be impossible, and said that it was a projectile and seemed to imply it was an exploding mic. And you then said, well, not what she said in the debate, but her theory that she had immediately afterwards. And now you're like, you don't understand what I'm saying. It's like talking to a wall. I am accurately describing exactly step by step what you said. Are they just trolling? Do they know they're full of shit? And there's no hope. This person's not going to go, oh, yeah, that is weird. Candace didn't say any of that in the debate. And actually, I don't know that I'm certain. How's she so certain that this caliber of weapon's not possible? But my theory is it had to be this caliber of weapon. That's weird. That puts us completely at odds from what our theory of what the. Oh, well, I'm still a big Candace fan. She's right. Yes, Lunacy, that's what I'm saying. Just to be clear, because Lunacy doesn't get it. I'm not saying what Candace said after the debate. I'm saying immediately after Charlie Kirk was shot, Lunacy's saying she said second shooter. And Lunacy's saying, yes, that's the correct theory. She didn't say that in the debate, says Lunacy. She's now going with the theory that it's impossible for there to be a second shooter with this caliber of bullet because this caliber could not possibly have caused this wound. But even though she's now backtracked completely from that theory, she did say that theory immediately following the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And that's what now we have evidence for, even though she didn't say any of that in the debate. Yes, I know that's what you're saying. She did great in the debate by presenting a theory that is absolutely impossible to what Lunacy considers the correct theory, which is that another 30 caliber weapon shot from a different angle. His evidence for that is some nebulous claim that it would be impossible for the Losi building angle to have the angle of this shooting. He provides no evidence. He's not concerned that Candace is now directly saying that his theory is impossible, that it couldn't have been shot with the 30 cal. Doesn't matter. Candace is still girl boss. Excellent. I don't know what else to say. It's literally, imagine, Candace Owens is saying what this Lunacy guy is saying is impossible. Could not have been. And yet he is absolutely convinced that that must be the theory. And so does he say, wow, Candace is wrong. No, he says, Candace is right. Because initially she said that's what happened. Even though she's backtracked and said that can't be what happened now. Doesn't matter. Yes, bullets can fly apart in midair. It's not a guarantee that that happened, but yes, bullets can break apart in the air. Most likely, what happened is the bullet was sort of waffling a little and came in at a slight angle. And the yaw of the shot was such that it was coming from a higher angle, which means that you didn't shoot straight through, you shot like this. So when it hit, it sort of deflected downward when it hit the spine. So instead of going straight through like this, the angle, if it's coming like this, it hits and it deflects down like that. Be frank, are you telling me that it's impossible for a bullet to break up in the air? I just want a yes or no. Be frank, I'm asking you a question. Are you telling me it's impossible for a bullet to break up in the air? It's simple. Yes, in modernity, correct. Not like some musket. It seems like highly unlikely doesn't mean impossible. Now see, Andrew said it's possible for a bullet to break up in an air. Can you believe this shit? Well, is that possible? Well, yeah. Okay. What's the issue? Andrew never said that's what happened. He said it's one yes. Double green on roulette. So what's that? A 1 in 33 chance? Okay. Yep. So what's the criticism again? He's not saying the only way this makes sense is if it broke up in the air. He's like, we don't know. It could have been a ton of shit. One possibility is the bullet broke up in the air. Another possibility is the angle that it deflected downward. Anyways, let's read super chats and get out of here for the night. Feel free to send more super chats. We're not even at 1% of my modest goal. It's very modest. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $20 says, Rob, my sources told me Candace Owens is actually a government psyop to make all the critics of Middle Eastern country look crazy and stupid. According to their logic, I'm correct and have evidence because my sources, right? Yes. Who could argue? Pix Paradox, $200, you absolute legend. I didn't even see that. Thank you, man. Says, I'm sorry for your situation. That ad hit hard. I hope this helps your wimp to sleep. Thank you, man. Very cool. Thank you so much. Blasterbot, 14 months says, I got some new dinos. You're the Camarasaurus is cool. Nice. Buddha Customs, $2 says, can we not say Tyler Robinson and Creamfield in the same sentence? Mickey Blue Eyes, $5 says, Candace does a scammer trick to her audience. She deliberately gets words wrong because low IQ people won't know and keep watching and sending money. Another 5 from Pix Paradox, thank you, says, I punched a deer and it was a through and through. My evidence, yep. Mickey Blue Eyes, $2 says, her show ends up with all low IQ people. Joseph Romano, $10 says, Rob, if she was somehow correct, wouldn't that mean the Fed, state, foreign government, private orgs, friends, his wife, Lance, and everyone else is involved? Because how do you keep that quiet? Yes. She goes further. She says that they emptied out an entire hospital. That means that every employee in that hospital knows, well, that's weird. Emptied out the fucking hospital and moved us, and then Charlie Kirk got put there, and yet no one's speaking up. So that's janitors, nurses, maintenance workers, doctors, all of the patients at the hospital, all of their families. They too are all complicit. What's keeping their silence? We don't know. Maybe they were threatened. Maybe they were paid off. Now you might say, why would Mossad or the FBI or some competent group commit a murder that required hundreds of civilians to keep quiet and be involved in the conspiracy? I don't know. Masonic ritual or something. Justice O'Dizzle, $5 says, don't forget about the French Foreign Legion staying quiet. Of course. And then $2 says, Black Queen. I'm thinking. Another 10 from Justin O'Dizzle says, when is Andrew going to film a demonstration of similar rifle and identical soft-tip self-defense rounds that are designed to explode on impact and quite likely not leave an exit wound? I don't know. I'm not really a gun person that much, to be honest. King Adam, I shoot here and there, but King Adam, $10 says, if you say this is for $10, that's hearsay. This is more. And then Truth Revolt, $5 says, just got up and watching 1.5 speed. And honestly, even the Rumble chat isn't this dumb. Also, at 1.5, I didn't even notice you talking faster. How about that? I owe 4 whip songs. And anytime we get over an even mark, oh, you're counting that over 1,200? All right. 5 whip songs. Fuckers. Way more than that. What are you talking about? There's been 5 $100 donations. Well, 4 and plus over that. Yeah, I hate the whip songs too. Fucking horrible. It's been a while, huh? It's been a great while. All right, the rules are any $100 donation spins the wheel to play a random whip song. $150 donation, you could pick whichever one you want. $200, we could create a new version. Yeah, but the $200 donation does nothing except create a new song if you want. I guess if Pix Paradox wants to create a new song instead of playing two, that's fine. So we have 5 songs. Oh, Justin does a $5. Perhaps make the suggestion to Andrew. Yeah, I'll throw it out there. So it's true. It was $199. We count that as 200. So if you get over an even $100 mark, so $1,300, that would be another whip song. So $100 donation will be 2 songs, one for the $100, one for getting over $1,300. Let's do this. Oh, fucking shit. I hate this. Let me Samurai Shampoo, $5 says, what could we reasonably leave the never attribute to malice? What could be explained by stupidity standard? Yeah, no kidding. And Daniel Graves, $5 says, don't forget the other day, Rob. Oh, I remember the other day. I played shit from the other day. Your whip song the other day was 15 fucking hours of me streaming. Now followed by another 7 hours. So, all right, Godzilla, spelled with 2 G's for some reason. Let's get it up. There we go.
Where there's a whip, where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, wing, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Left, right, left. The crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way.
Hey. Pix Paradox, $5 says, my 200 is for Rob karaoke song. Check Discord. I'll have to add it some other day, unless you just put it up now. Yeah, 1 second. What? Give me a second. Fuck you. Where am I looking? General. Pix, I don't know where the link's at. You said check Discord, but I don't see it. You have to give me more instructions. All right. Anyways, I'll play another song while we're waiting. Two misspellings in a row. Wow.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's just a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a whip, there's a way, where there's a whip, there's a way, left to right, left to right, left, there's a way, left to right, a crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lords.
All right. The point, be frank, is it is a very low probability that a bullet break up in midair, but it's possible. It's happened. He's just talking about all the possibilities it could be. You said the probability would be hitting double or triple zeros on a roulette wheel. That's about 1 in 35 or 36. I think it's much lower than that. It's probably like maybe 1 in 2,000 or something like that. But it's not an impossibility. That was the point. You think it's far more probable. 1 in 35? Like, that's not that ridiculous at all. All right, karaoke version. See this bullshit. Get ready for this. Ugh, you guys kill me. I hate this. Where's that? Let me know in the chat if you can hear this. Can you hear? Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. where there's a whip. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. The crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. We are the slaves of the dark lords. Right, left, there's a whip. This sucks. There's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Oh, now we have an instrumental. There you have it, folks. Why did this matter to anyone? It proved nothing, only it caused Andrew to look like a fool. Because we were talking about all the possibilities, right? Looking like a fool is Candace's claim that's like, well, possibly 173 people and counting are involved in a conspiracy to set up Tyler Robinson, including his parents, the judge. But Andrew was just outlining possibilities. I know for a fact that there was a person who was a gun expert that talked about all the possibilities with Corlock. He said it's even more likely to break up in the air. They're more likely to fracture upon impact. It could be that what happened was the bullet. Imagine a straight bullet, but it starts coming in at little angles. When it hits, it has like an oblong entry wound. These were all possibilities. Like being like, Andrew shouldn't even talk about all the potential weird shit that could happen with a bullet, because if one of them is low probability, it'll make Andrew look like a fool when other people say, ha, that's low probability. Okay? I mean, for me, it's like, sure, I guess hindsight's 20/20. Some people's delicate sensibilities were harmed by ridiculing Andrew, saying that wasn't possible when it actually is possible, but he shouldn't have said it because low IQ people would have just intuited that it wasn't possible, so he should have never said it in the first place. I suppose that's a reason to not, all I'm saying is that it's theoretically possible. It's not like theoretically possible in like a 1 in 10 million. It's something that happens. It's rare. You wouldn't bet on it, but it happens. And so the people saying, aha, this proves like the absurdity of Andrew's position, I think is ridiculous. I don't think it's that important to the grand scheme of things, but all right, I have 4 more anyways. Oh, shit. Blasterbot, $100 says, I go by some guy named Wade Boggs that Rob needs $100 for funding a new gazebo. That's true. Yodel. And Pix Paradox, $5 says, fine. Disney +1. We'll get karaoke later unless it's manifest. Oh, no, I got it. Yodel. What am I doing? Yodel.
A whip, there's a way. We don't want it. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way. There's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a way, there's a way.
Ugh, this is miserable. Yeah, I'm glad to confuse the wine moms too. Ugh.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a there's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Where there's a way. There's a way. The crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a
Dartho Moss, $10 says, guaranteed Candace drones are banging their heads together right now trying to figure out how these songs are mocking them. Is Candace the Dark Lord? Sounds racist, Rob. I'm not going to tell them. Two more. I'm confused, I don't know Candace fans what's happening either. It's horrible. It's the fucking worst.
We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay,
is horrible. It was nice to get away from this. It was very nice. 6 more kiss my ass. There's one more after this. Doo-wop.
Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, where there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Left, right, left, right, left, left. Where there's a whip. Left, right, left, right, left. Left, right, left. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a shoot, shoot-a-lurdy, shoot, shoot, shoot-a-lurdy, shoot, shoot, shoot-a-lurdy, shoot, shoot, shoot.
All right. Last stupid ass song, unless someone donates. I'm happy if they don't. Let me make sure Oh, piss. Oh, fuck. Beakster, you son of a bitch. How did I miss it? Reggae, and then I owe Beakster a fucking Disney song. I'm just gonna play the Disney one now, get it out of the way. Son of a bitch, Beakster over on Rumble.
Welcome to Normal America with Rob Noerr. Like this, Rob. Like this.
There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay.
I stole this hat from Pig's Paradox.
We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Roll up with me, right here.
Right to left, right to left. There's a whip, there's a way. Left to right. A crack on the back says we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves.
You don't end it, Rob. Let's end it with the pig. Together, Rob. Spirit fingers. Come on, Rob. Give us the spirit fingers.
Beakster, $5 as Rob trying to do the Irish goodbye and the true whip. Last whip song. Let's get the fuck out. Reggae. I think I have that one saved as well. No, maybe not.
there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, right. A crack on the back says we are gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Crack a weed, there's a way. When there's a whip, there's a way. When there's a whip, left, right, left, right, left, right, there's a way. When there's a whip, left, right.
I just want to. I'm seeing the cope of we were in Candace's kids' playroom and all of this and how disgusting that is. I just want to be clear. If that's the line that they're going to go with, why did Candace Owens bring us into her kids' playroom to pat us down? She could have chosen presumably any other room in their home, but she intentionally brought us directly in to her kids' playroom. Why? Why would she do that? Or was it a garage that was the entryway? Which one is it? I'm just curious. We're creepy assholes for being in her kids' playroom, which was literally the room that security brought us into. As far as Gerald recording there, my assumption was in the 3 small rooms that we were in, that was the area that wasn't part of her house and was part of her studio. I were where her children. Why did she intentionally bring us into and pat us down as security where her children spend their time? Why wouldn't she take us to a different room as opposed to intentionally bringing us into this sacred place in her home where her children spend their time? Literally, we had no choice but to be in the sacred room where the children spend their time because that is exactly where security took us to wand us down. Why would she do that? So to be clear, security brought us into this sacred room where her children spend their time. And the complaint is, why would you be in this room where children spend their time? When her security is the one that took us there. I would think if that was a very personal sanctum, I'd say, I want that room off limits. This is where my children spend their time. That would be a violation to have these random people I don't know in this room. That's what I would think. Now, the criticism is it was a fucking garage. That's what it was. There were a couple of kids' toys there. We were brought in. There were people sitting there. We were signing documents there. There were pastries that people were eating there. Then you go into another room, then a studio. My assumption was that these were the rooms that were on limits, no problem, and every other area of the house was off limits. Don't film around the house. Don't go into the areas that they didn't welcome you into. Gerald taking a video next to a wall saying, hey, I think Andrew did good, didn't seem to be something that was a gross violation. I assumed that the entire area we were in was the area we were allowed to be in, filming in, etc. But the idea that she wants to, instead of just saying, look, they filmed in my garage, I didn't like that. Fair enough, if that's what but she has to say, in the area where my children play. That's where she took us. That's where her security, the very first place they brought us. Ask yourself this. Would you there, if you have young children, is that where you would bring strange men into your house to have them wanted down by security into your children's room? Is that where you would choose to do that? Just curious. I wouldn't. I would say, I don't want these men to come into my children's room. I don't want, even if they have to walk through it, let's have security do their checks in a room that's not my children's playroom. But not Candace. She brings us into that room and has security check us there. By the way, security is very nice. Don't have a problem with it. They didn't check us outside, really. They wanted us down inside. It was a fucking garage. So, anyways, I have one more song. I just saw that people, Pix Paradox, $2.50 for another one. And then Justice O'Dizzle becomes a member and also gives 10. It says, soft tip breakpoint upon impact's what it's designed to do in general. It's the entire point of the design, maximal damage. Most deadly PP wounds are those with no exit, yeah? But I see that that's now the line of attack. This is why I thought it was a bad idea to do it in her house. Remember, she's the one who insisted that it be at her house. We wanted to do Rogan. We wanted to do a neutral setup. Hell, Andrew would have done it online. But no, it had to be on that date at that house. Gregorian. That's not 2 songs. That's only 1. You didn't donate 100. You donated 50, which took us over the $1,000 mark. So we're over 1,400. Gregorian.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. There's a way, there's a way.
Also, now that I'm remembering, I believe they took all of our identifications. So the idea, because she then says she tried to run one of our phone numbers. Apparently she said that. I believe they would have all of our names. I certainly gave my name. The only person who doesn't use their name would be Mr. E, but I thought they took his ID. So I don't know what the mystery is. Then she says she was pissed off because they asked who was coming beforehand. That may or may not be true. I didn't see the email. I had no problem with saying that I was coming. I didn't know. If someone would have contacted me and said, Rob, can we give your name? Fine. It didn't say in the contract that it was a precondition that we have to say our names. But it wasn't a secret. We provided the fucking... Maybe Crowder's team didn't want them to know Gerald was coming. I don't know shit all about any of that. At all. I went and tried to be a professional and was very polite to everyone. I can only say that Candace's team was incredibly polite to me the whole time. I didn't feel that there was any acrimony between their team and our team or Patrick David's team. It seemed like everyone got along. There was certainly a lot of acrimony in the emails leading up to the settling out of the contract, but I didn't get the vibe that it was like, you can't be in this room or you can't be in this room. It was like, you walk into a place, there's a room, like an entry room, garage thing, then there's another room, and then there's a restroom off to the side, and then there's a little narrow hallway and a little production like sliver that I was in, and then where they're filming. I thought that was their studio, the whole thing. That's what she'd call the studio. Like if I had a garage and then you walk into the garage and my car's parked there, and then in the back there's a door and that's where my cameras and shit, I'd say, this is my studio, the garage, and that's what I would say. If anyone would have said, please stay out of this entry room as much as possible. Whatever you do, don't take pictures or film in this entry room. I'd have said, of course, no problem. It didn't even, and I know they said we only want you filming at the studio. I just thought that was part of it. And I didn't film anyways. I walked out at the end and Gerald said, you want to do a quick reaction? I said, sure. There's just literally a fucking white wall behind us. And so I'm glad that I'm going to get a bunch of fucking hate now from people like, you violated her children. Fuck you, psychopaths. I didn't do shit. I went in there and was nothing but polite. I had communications with her team afterwards. It was like, it was a pleasure to have you. So it didn't seem they were like, hey, what the fuck? Alpha Warrior Show, $20 over on Rumble, says, I don't know how this works, but it's funny as hell. Hopefully we get some honky tonk version. Oh, fuck it. We'll play one more. I think that's probably over 100 on Rumble. One more. But it's just so weird. And that's the exact reason I didn't want to go. I was like, I didn't want to fucking, because I was like, what happens if they're late? Oh, fuck, this version again. What happens if they're like, we think we found a strange recording device? What would I reasonably say? It wasn't us? Wasn't me? Yeah, well, who else could it have been? And you're just at the mercy of like, I don't know what to say. It wasn't us. You thought I kept it level. Well, I guess now I'm not keeping it level. Why? What was it that I've done now that I'm not level? Fucking idiots.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, wave, left. Where there's a whip, there's a whip. crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. Where there's a way. Where there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Hey! Did we do it? Yeah, I misread you, be frank. I know we disagree on the Candace case, but I said this earlier. Like, I fucking despise what Candace is doing. I really do. I think it's fucking ghoulish how she's going after Turning Point and all this shit, and she won't provide evidence, and she's making all this money and shit. But even then, I don't wish her personal ill. I'm not going to try to jeopardize her family or her home or any shit like that. It's an awkward situation to go into someone's home at the best of times, especially when it's a contentious situation like that. I tried to make the most of it by being affable and polite. I thought her team reciprocated that. So it's just, to fucking have it be like, and it wasn't just that. She was saying stuff like the whole team was there to play pranks. His team was there to play pranks. It was clear from like the clips they were putting out. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We were bringing up clips that were relevant to the state's case and to your fucking claims. And it just pisses me off because it's like, I expect her to be like, I won. I'm the fucking best. Andrew's the worst. Hell, I don't even mind if she's like, Andrew's fact checkers were terrible. They were bringing up bad fact checks and blah, blah, blah. Fine. No problem. But like to somehow now, because she's like, they were in where my children play and they were all here to cause pranks and shit. It's like, what the fuck you? Yeah, but she said I was polite, but then said the team was there as a whole to play pranks and specifically was talking about like the clips we were bringing up. That's bullshit. Those clips were all relevant. They were all relevant. It wasn't that I was there for some gotcha to try to entrap her in some legal case. It was very simple. She's making a bunch of wild theories. And we wanted to see, what's your evidence of these wild theories? She said Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the rifle. We have the clips to prove it. Let's bring it up. Okay, it's definitively not. What do you say? That's not some, out of bounds fucking prank. That's fucking what the debate was. That's why we were there. Her chat saying she's suing Andrew. I haven't heard any of that. Maybe she is. Who the fuck knows? I'm sure. Why not? Throw me in on the litigation too. Why not? Everyone fucking sues me. So we'll see. Also, how could, I don't know. If Gerald's the one that filmed, is that because he's part of Andrew's team that Andrew's part of a lawsuit? I don't fucking know. But I don't know. Whatever. I'm not fucking worried about it. Okay, love. One more juiceberg for you. Then I gotta get to bed. It's been a long night. Where's it at? Which one's the juice? Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. All right. Well, tomorrow I should be streaming around 10 p.m. At some point this week, I have an interview with Viva Frey. I have an interview with another woman. I think actually 8 o'clock tomorrow, I have an interview with Paramount Tactical. I believe. So I got a lot of like interviews and stuff coming up. Then I have a debate next Monday. So I have a friend of mine. I got to go to a birthday party for him Saturday. And then next Saturday, he's like a amateur MMA. He started taking MMA classes. So we're going to a fight of his. So I'm hoping it's interesting. I hope he does well. So, but other than that, I'll be here streaming. So, all right. Well, thank you to everyone. My buddy Avarice, my editor Black Elk, all of my wonderful mods. Co-host for tonight, Ryan Mullally. Thank you. Thank you so much to all of the people that watched, all the people that donated. Oh, Pix Paradox, thanks for the 10, man. Appreciate it. It says, with you, bro. Be the voice we can't be, not one step back. Thank you, man. Everyone who donated, watched, liked, subbed, I appreciate you all. I really do. Thank you so much. Look, we're talking a lot about these debates and all that stuff, but never forget, Charlie Kirk was a human being. It's a weird thing because to be even just in the most tangentially way involved with any of this shit, with like some of these big figures, it's like a big assassination that has cultural and political ramifications. But at the end of the day, it's also the story of just a man that was killed who leaves children behind. And a grieving wife. And I think sometimes that gets lost. Large amounts of money being thrown around. People talking about the political ramifications. But it's horrible. It's a horrible thing. Never forget how the left celebrated that murder, mocked him, mocked his family, mocked his loved ones. And that's what the stakes are, what we're up against. So please never forget that. So take a minute and say a prayer for Charlie and his family. And don't forget what the stakes are. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk soon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.